Warning, this fic contains many dark and adult themes. For the full list provided by the author, please check the description below and proceed with caution. Welcome back, this is Obliviate by Severitus 812, JessalynMichele, Book 1 of Harry Potter and 7 Years of Chaos. Don't forget to like this video if you enjoy, and subscribe for future stories. Please check the description for a full list of tags, and the link to drop a kudos for the original author. With that out of the way, let's get started. Summary. Harry survived impossible odds all his life. His hateful relatives, their abrupt decision to kick him out, and then the years he spent staying alive on the streets of London. Situations weren't impossible, not when Harry had the one thing that kept him safe and made him special: magic. And then getting to go to school filled with other magic kids, getting a gang of his very own, finding out that he was famous and getting to learn more and more magic. Life was brill. Life was not so brill for Severus Snape, who saw a small boy covered in scars, stuttering when he spoke, and seemed to be filled with unresolved trauma. The boy he vowed to keep safe had a true knack for chaos, a knack that even Severus could hardly contain. Welcome to Year 1. Chapter 1, Prologue, Special. It was agony, and it drove Harry to his knees while he gasped, and his mouth filled with his own blood. You showed fear, it made you weak. Harry closed his eyes, and his mind was assaulted with memories, every moment rushing back, reminding him of his entire story. I saw love, Harry whispered when everything became a grey blur and his body swayed, and it made me strong. Many years before that, there was never anything good at number 4 Privet Drive. For as long as he could remember, Harry Potter knew that there wasn't anything good happening at the house he grew up in. Uncle Vernon wasn't a good person, he cursed, and he said mean things about people even after smiling in their faces. Aunt Petunia didn't do anything good all day, even though she didn't have to go to work or school. Their son, Dudley Dursley, was the worst. Aunt Petunia called him a good boy every day, but Harry didn't think that made it true. Harry didn't know why he wasn't good, why he couldn't be good. Were freaks and bad boys born that way? Did Harry's parents know that he was going to be bad, and that was why they left him behind with his aunt and uncle? Or did Harry turn bad because of his relatives and their house? Harry asked his teacher, about that one time, what made some people bad and some people good. His teacher didn't make much sense when she told him that nobody was ever all good or all bad, that everyone had at least a little mix of both. Which wasn't really an answer at all. Not getting answers to his questions was pretty normal for Harry. Harry used to ask lots of questions to his aunt and uncle, but they never answered, and it didn't take Harry long to learn silence. Sometimes it was easier to be silent. If Dudley wanted to fight Harry, Harry got real quiet wherever he found to hide. If Aunt Petunia blamed Harry for dead grass or chipped dishes, Harry stayed quiet. Uncle Vernon didn't let Harry stay quiet very much. He would shake him until Harry answered whatever question he asked. Sometimes being quiet was too hard, but Harry made a neat game to play when he wanted to talk but couldn't: magic. If Aunt Petunia yelled at Harry for chipping a plate or staining a glass, Harry could bite his tongue real hard and imagine using his magic to break all the dishes in the whole house. Harry was pretty sure he could do it. He practiced a lot, and every night he got a little bit better. Harry wouldn't have ever known about magic if it wasn't for Aunt Petunia's favorite, and ugliest, plates. It had been an accident, even though no one believed him, but it changed Harry's whole life. Boys! Harry had a step stool he used to wash dishes, and Uncle Vernon's booming voice made Harry's foot slip on it, knocking him down on his bottom. The plate Harry washed slipped in his soapy hands, and it should have broken. Except it didn't break. The plate hit the floor once, and then harmlessly bounced over to land on Harry's lap. Harry's mouth had fallen open, and he started to smile until a huff reminded Harry he wasn't alone. Harry looked slowly from the plate to Uncle Vernon, from the plate to his really angry and red-faced uncle. Uncle Vernon didn't care if Harry didn't do it on purpose. He didn't care if Harry didn't even know what he did. He still whipped him with a belt so hard it left a scar on Harry's hip. Harry had other scars, but that one was his favorite. The little semicircle from the buckle didn't remind Harry of Uncle Vernon, only of what Harry started working on that night. The scar reminded Harry that he didn't have to be good, he could be special instead. The longer Harry lay on his cot in the cupboard, nursing his injuries and soothing himself in the dark while his relatives went about their day, there was really only one reason why the plate didn't break. It probably wasn't a plate that could never break, since Harry had never heard of those types of plates before. Harry didn't think plates could bounce either, so either the plate was special or Harry did something special. Plates couldn't be special, could Harry? Harry decided that night that it was magic he must have used to save the plate. When it had been falling, Harry did wish that it wouldn't break. He knew he'd get in big trouble if it broke. And his wish came true, just like magic. The very next time Harry got locked in his cupboard, he tried magic again. Usually being stuck in his cupboard made Harry want to scream and cry and kick until he tore down all the walls in the house. Aunt Petunia knew Harry wasn't allowed to leave, and she still didn't let him have food since he didn't do any chores. It wasn't fair, it was. Magic was the only thing that Harry could think about since dropping the plate. He didn't know much about magic, except it was freak nonsense, but Harry just knew that magic could fix lots of things in his life. Maybe he could even use it to sneak food from the pantry, or water the flowers when it was real hot outside. Harry's old teacher told his class that practice made perfect, when he made them write their names 50 times each. Harry's name looked neat when he wrote it, so practice seemed like a good idea. There weren't any plates in the cupboard, but there were papers that Harry drew on sometimes. One of them he stuck above his bed, one with his name on it, and Harry filled it right in half. Harry put the pieces on his cot and closed his eyes, thinking really hard about what he wanted. Fix this paper. Nothing felt different, and Harry opened his eyes real slow. When he saw the paper was still in 2 pieces, his stomach twisted up hard. Harry tried again, except that time, he closed his eyes and held his hands over the paper pieces. Fix this paper, please, Harry whispered quietly. I want to fix this paper. One eye peeked open, nothing. Harry's stomach still felt sick, then his face got hot with annoyance too. How come it wasn't working? Tape could fix it, why couldn't magic? Harry tried again and again and again. When nothing happened after the 5th try, Harry slapped the floor and bit his lip to keep from screaming. It wasn't fair. Harry never got new clothes or toys. He didn't get to eat as much as Dudley did. He never got to watch telly. Harry's parents dropped him off, they left him, and Harry never asked for them to pick him back up. All Harry wanted was one stupid thing that could be just for him. One stupid thing that would mean that Harry wasn't just a bad boy with a bad family. It wasn't fair. Harry closed his eyes and breathed in deeply. What was different from the plate? Harry tried to remember everything that happened. He had been washing the plate, scrubbing the beans off the edges. Uncle Vernon yelled at him. Harry's foot slipped on the step-stool and he fell. It didn't really hurt, so Harry didn't think he needed to pinch himself or anything to do magic. He didn't need Uncle Vernon to yell at him either, 'cause Harry got yelled at all the time, and only made magic happen once. It did scare him getting yelled at. Maybe that was what saved the plate, Harry being scared. Oh no, I'm really scared right now. Nothing. Harry couldn't feel scared, not when his face was hot and he felt like kicking and kicking and kicking. I am scared, Harry thought over and over in his head. The paper still didn't move, not even a little bitty bit. Stupid, broken paper. Harry snatched the papers in his hands and balled them up, smashed them against each other, then threw them at the wall. It didn't make his stomach stop hurting like he hoped, so he threw them again and again and again. Stupid, stupid, broken paper. Harry never wanted to scream so bad in his whole life. Just when Harry grabbed both of the balls to shred in little pieces, something happened. There was something warm in Harry's chest. It felt like a cup of tea got spilled as it drained down Harry's arms, made his hands feel tingly and soft. Harry couldn't remember ever feeling that way before. Happy. Nice. All of the heat filled Harry's hands, and he could hear his heart pounding really, really loudly as he slowly opened his fists. The paper Harry ripped wasn't 2 balls anymore. It was one piece of paper folded up neatly. There wasn't even a single wrinkle. It worked, it actually worked. Magic was real, it was real, and Harry could use it. Harry didn't have to be good, Harry could be special. Chapter 2, Friends and Games. After the day in the cupboard when everything changed, Harry practiced his magic whenever he thought he could get away with it. Sometimes it worked quietly. A kitten once floated down from a tree and landed in his hands before anyone noticed. Other times he slipped up. The night his hair grew back after Aunt Petunia hacked it off just to humiliate him got him caught, punished, and reminded that magic was a big no-no in the Dursley house. Still, when Harry thought about that night, he decided the punishment had been worth it. Going to school without looking extra stupid mattered way more. He also used his magic later to heal the welted skin on his back. That part stayed secret. All Harry had to do was pretend to be hurting for a few days. By the time he turned 8, Harry understood the pull in his chest and the tingling in his hands well enough to aim it. He also learned he needed to be specific about what he wanted. If he wasn't, then the magic seemed to go really crazy. One afternoon, Harry was told to paint the back fence red. It was too hot. Harry hated painting, so he just pictured the job done, pulled at the magic inside him, and waved his hands. Not only did the Dursleys' fence turn red, every fence on the street turned the same shade. Harry hurried up and hid the paint can and brush, and hoped none of the neighbors would mention the sudden color shift. He really thought Aunt Petunia would pull him inside for Uncle Vernon to deal with if she even suspected he had something to do with it. Instead, she sniffed really rudely and said all their neighbors must have copied their fence because they finally understood good taste. Harry stared at her in stunned silence. Hardly ever did he get so lucky. A week after his 8th birthday, which he only knew passed from the dates on the daily newspapers, Harry had been hiding behind the shed. The narrow strip of shade protected him from the blazing sun and from Aunt Petunia's watchful glare. His body already ached from a full morning of chores, his skin strung from Vernon's belt the night before. Worst of all, Harry's eyes still pricked when he remembered Aunt Petunia's words at breakfast. Freak, worthless, just like your worthless father and freak mother. They didn't love you. If they did, they wouldn't have run off and left you behind. Who could ever love something like you? Harry knew his parents had dumped him there. Uncle Vernon said it often enough. They had left him when he was a baby and never called, wrote, or asked about him again. Aunt Petunia said they cooked their brains up with drugs. It made sense in a sick way. Nobody who really cared left their child somewhere like number 4 Privet Drive. He understood by then that the Dursleys would never love him, no matter what he did. Maybe they were right to call him a freak. Maybe wanting to be special instead of normal really did mean he was selfish and ungrateful. The warmth of his magic comforted him anyway. It wrapped around him like something gentle, something he wasn't supposed to want. It was like a hug just for Harry. Crying about it only earned Harry more trouble, so he held the tears back like always. He didn't even notice Dudley and his gang until the shadows fell over him. "Hey, freak!" Dudley shouted. Harry kept his gaze down. Freaks didn't talk to normal people, so he listened instead. Dudley's heavy panting, Piers' wheezy breathing, 2 others shifting impatiently. 4 against 1. Maybe 5. Not that Harry was allowed to hit back. If he could, sometimes Harry thought about using his magic to burn up the Dursleys' home with all of them inside of it. When Harry had good dreams, they always started that way. "Freak, I'm talking to you," Dudley said. "Wanna play a game with us?" Harry's head snapped up. A real game. For a moment, his hopes rose before he could crush them. "A game with you?" he asked. "Sure," Piers said with a mean rat-faced grin. All of his grins were rat-faced. "You close your eyes and count to 20. We hide, then you come find us. Think you can count that high?" Harry nodded. "I can count to 100. Then start." Harry closed his eyes and counted with excitement. That could be the day everything changed again. Maybe Dudley would like Harry, and then his parents would like him. Maybe if Harry worked even harder, they would all like him. When Harry finished counting and opened his eyes, no one was in sight. He searched the yard behind trees, along the fence, smiling widely just for being included. When a whisper called to him from the shed, he laughed and ran to it. They were supposed to be quiet, but Harry wasn't going to tell them that. Inside the dim shed, Harry's eyes adjusted just enough to see a half circle of boys. They weren't supposed to hide altogether. That wasn't very smart. "Found you," Harry cried just before someone shoved him, knocking him flat. As soon as Harry hit the ground, the kicks started, sharp and quick. He curled himself up as small as he could, with both arms shielding his head. "I can't believe you thought we'd really play with a freak like you," Dudley laughed. "What an idiot," another boy jeered. The words hurt worse than the kicks. Harry felt something in his chest folding up on itself. He swallowed a sob, but it escaped as a cracked breath. "Pathetic," someone said, and they were right. Harry should have known. Freaks didn't get to play. Freaks were target practice. If they let Harry play, they might have liked him. "Owa is Whittle," Harry crying. "Want your mummy?" Piers taunted when Harry couldn't sniffle quietly enough. "His mum doesn't care, not even if he dies," Dudley added. "She never calls. Never ever. She probably forgot he exists." "Or she's hoping he does die," Piers said with a hard kick to Harry's leg. The boys kept laughing while Harry folded up tighter. Their voices pounded through with every bruise they left. Maybe they were right. Maybe he had been born unwanted. Maybe love wasn't meant for him at all. Maybe Harry was stupid and pathetic for ever thinking otherwise. All Harry wanted was to disappear. He wanted to be anywhere but there. He wanted a safe place to go, anywhere that wasn't there. And like an idiot, Harry forgot that his magic acted craziest when Harry felt craziest. A sudden tug grabbed Harry's chest like a hook, then warmth spread down his arms before he could stop it. Half a second later, the shed vanished. Harry's eyes opened to a bright blue sky. There was cement beneath Harry, a sky above him. When Harry rolled to his side, he could see a playground beneath him, the playground from the library. Harry's whole body shook as he sat up. Not from fear, Harry wasn't scared of heights, it was from everything else. He crawled to the edge and dangled his legs, breathing hard. He tried to steady himself so he wouldn't set off another burst of magic. He didn't want to get in more trouble with the Dursleys. He also didn't want to start crying like a little baby. Too late. The first sob tore out of him before he could swallow it. Then another, then more. Harry's chest heaved as every insult, every bruise, every lonely thought he'd been collecting for years crashed on him all at once. He pressed his palms to his eyes while his shoulders shook so violently that his legs kicked against the side of the building. Harry cried for the parents who never came back, for the birthdays he never got, for believing, even for a minute, that someone might have wanted him. Harry cried until his throat burned and he was hiccuping for air. By the time the storm inside him eased, he felt hollow and lighter at the same time. If he jumped, would it kill him or just hurt his legs real bad? It would probably just hurt, so Harry closed his eyes and whispered the thought with all the focus he had left. I need to get down without being seen. Magic helped him again, like it always tried to do. When he opened his eyes, Harry stood behind a thick oak tree in the thin woods behind the playground. Harry wiped his face, sniffed hard, and made himself stand up straight. He may have been a freak, he may have been unwanted, but he had magic, real magic. His magic. And he wasn't ever gonna trade that for nothing, not even if he ever found friends who really wanted to play games with him. Chapter 3, Back to 4. It had been nice being on the roof. It made Harry feel better, until it was time to walk back to Privet Drive and face his relatives. There were loads of rules in his uncle's house. But the first one that Harry learned had been, do nothing to stand out. No freaky accidents, no made-up words, nothing that wasn't normal. And Harry broke that rule in the worst way with lots of others seeing it. Harry was sure that the other kids wasted no time in telling Uncle Vernon what happened. If Harry hunting and video games were Dudley's top 2 favorite pastimes, then getting Harry in trouble with Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia was a real close third. Harry's hands were sweaty and shaking as he approached the house. The street lamps were the only lights left on the street, and Harry wasn't wholly surprised that the front door was locked. With nothing else to do, Harry squared his shoulders, looked down at the ground and knocked. It seemed as if Uncle Vernon had been waiting for him, or else Aunt Petunia had spotted him the second he stepped on their block. The door was immediately thrown open with a sharp bang, and Harry knew just from the sound of breathing in front of him that if he looked up, he would be staring at Uncle Vernon in a pure rage. His face would be red, his mustache would be shaking, and his eyes would be cold and hateful. Get in here now, boy, Uncle Vernon hissed almost too quietly to be heard. Uncle Vernon was usually a yeller. He only got quiet when he was very, very angry. Harry only had to take one shuffling step inside before his arm was grasped by Uncle Vernon's hand, in a grip so tight that Harry knew it would turn into a purple bruise. Uncle Vernon kicked the door shut, and then lifted Harry by both arms to slam him against the door. Harry huffed and curled up as soon as Uncle Vernon finished shaking him. There wasn't anything to do when Uncle Vernon was like that. He could only keep quiet and try, and think of something else so nothing could hurt him much. Embarrass our family, WLLU, too cowardly to stand and face me, Uncle Vernon yelled down at Harry. He tried to lift Harry from the floor, but Harry wouldn't release the hold he had on his own legs. It only made Uncle Vernon growl and kick at Harry's leg in anger. Harry wasn't going to bother trying to defend himself or cry. He wouldn't. It wouldn't do any good. What Harry could do was think about what would happen when he was gone from there, when he was grown up and free to never ever see his relatives again. We never should have taken you in, Uncle Vernon screamed. Harry would be big, powerful. Nobody would kick him or scream at him. Harry would have his magic and nobody could hurt him. You are ungrateful, disgusting, unnatural. Nobody was gonna make Harry cry. They wouldn't hate him so much. Is it any wonder your own parents didn't want you? It felt as if the world froze in Harry's mind. It was unfair that Harry, who had been a little baby, had parents who only cared about themselves. How come kids like Dudley got parents who loved him? How come Harry got nothing? Harry had his magic though, and Uncle Vernon could scream and kick and insult him all he wanted. If it didn't get rid of the magic before, it wouldn't do it then. If Harry only had one thing for himself, at least it was one thing that could never be taken or beaten out of him. Who needed family or friends or even love when they had magic? Not Harry.
We should have taken you straight to the CLOSESD orphanage.
Harry ducked his head and screwed his eyes shut a little harder. He wished they would have. How could an orphanage be worse than their awful house? It probably couldn't be, but Harry did find out how his horrible day could get much, much worse. What was that? Uncle Vernon didn't kick Harry again. Harry could hear him breathing hard and Harry went absolutely still.
He didn't say that out loud, did he? You think an orphanage would have been better than my home?
If he was allowed to be honest, he would tell him that it did sound better. Harry began panicking instead. Uncle Vernon got mad easily, but if Harry didn't say or do anything to make it worse, then he usually burned himself out quickly. Aunt Petunia could simmer for days. Uncle Vernon would have one big blow up and then he'd forget about Harry entirely for a few days. No, no, sir, Harry tried begging. He untucked his head and tried to give Uncle Vernon the most pathetic look he could. It was rather pathetic, he was sure.
Harry was pathetic.
It was all so pathetic and weak, and one day Harry was going to be the strong one. When Harry was strong, he would be the one to lift Uncle Vernon up by his hair, and he would be the one to scream at him. When Harry was strong, he was going to make everyone regret it.
You worth the money I wasted on you.
Harry didn't ask what money he spent on him, he didn't. Harry just looked at the floor and tried to claw at the hand, holding him up by his hair.
It hurt, it all hurt. This is how you repay me.
Harry didn't say anything, not when Uncle Vernon started screaming about Harry's parents or about Harry himself. Harry kept quiet even when Uncle Vernon demanded an answer. Harry didn't hear the question anyway, and he slammed Harry's head against the wall hard enough for stars to explode in his eyes even before they were closed.
It would be over soon, then Uncle Vernon would forget him.
Harry wished that it would work for his aunt and cousin as well. If they all forgot about him, Harry could just stay in his cupboard and sneak out often enough to get food and water. Then Harry could just focus on his magic, prepare for when he was big and strong, and everyone would finally regret being so mean to him. If they forgot about Harry, then he could be free, in a small way. Then he'd use that small freedom to work up to a big one. Harry almost felt desperate with his wish that they all forgot about him, almost as desperate as he was to just be free. Uncle Vernon suddenly dropped Harry all at once, and Harry bit his tongue when he hit the ground. Harry was surprised when Uncle Vernon seemed to have burned himself out early, but he wasn't going to complain. Harry only waited to make sure nobody else had anything they wanted to scream at him, demand of him, or do to him before he crawled to his cupboard and curled up on his little cot. Everything hurt, not just from where Uncle Vernon kicked him and pulled his hair and slammed his head in the wall. It was more hurtful on the inside, knowing that it was going to be like that for so long. Harry still had 10 years until he was grown up, 10 years that he might not even live to see. It just wasn't fair. What did Harry ever do to his parents to be abandoned? What did Harry, as a baby, do to his relatives to be so hated? How come other kids were happy? Was it really only Harry who got something so brilliant as magic at the cost of any kind of happiness? Did that make him real special or extra cursed? When Harry woke up, he was surprised that it wasn't to the sound of Aunt Petunia yelling for him. Yesterday had been bad, but not so bad that Harry wouldn't be expected to make breakfast. Was it a test to find a reason to punish Harry more? Harry could just hear his aunt's shrill voice screaming, "And there is no bacon." Then she would use it as an excuse to prevent Harry from eating, saying he didn't cook so he didn't deserve food. And Harry was starving to the point where he wasn't hungry, which meant he'd get a bad headache soon. Then he'd feel woozy and he would have to go sniffing around the rubbish bins, which was gross and made him feel bad about pretty much everything. His relatives could play tricks on Harry, but he wasn't gonna fall for it. Harry quietly opened the cupboard door and began tiptoeing his way to the kitchen. He was surprised to see Aunt Petunia actually at the stove, humming while she fried up breakfast. Aunt Petunia cooked dinner often. She didn't trust Harry to do it, but breakfast was always Harry's job.
Aunt Petunia."
Aunt Petunia made a yipping sound and turned around, holding the spatula up like a weapon. Harry cringed, but she still started screaming.
VRNON, Aunt Petunia was making big eyes at Harry, looking a mixture of horrified, disgusted, and did she look scared, of Harry. Pet, Uncle Vernon yelled back, everything okay? Harry didn't know what he did wrong, just standing in the doorway and being pinned in place by his aunt's twisted-up face, but he did know he was in for it. There is a vagrant in our house, Aunt Petunia shrieked. Harry tilted his head. Vagrant? Call the police, she added, only confusing Harry more. Harry was so confused that it made him want to cry. Harry knew what to do when he was being called a freak, or when he was being told he was ungrateful. Harry didn't know what to do when Aunt Petunia was calling him a vagrant and maybe calling the police on him. She stood there staring at him like she didn't know him. Was it another test? It wouldn't be a joke. Harry's relatives didn't make jokes or pull pranks. Aunt Petunia didn't move. She seemed just as scared as Harry in a way, as she stood in front of the stove with her spatula. Harry tried to flatten himself against the doorway when he heard Uncle Vernon storming through the house, moving faster than Harry had ever heard him move before in his whole life. Who, how dare you? Uncle Vernon stood midway through the living room and held one of his expensive golfing clubs up like a baseball bat. Was he going to hit Harry with that? All because Harry didn't cook the bacon. Get the hell out of my house, Uncle Vernon roared, spittle flying from his mouth like one of Aunt Marge's bulldogs. I will call the police. Harry was so confused that he found he didn't even have words to say. The threats didn't make any sense. Nothing made any sense. Before Harry could decide what to do, did he curl up small, beg for forgiveness, run? Uncle Vernon lunged toward him and snatched Harry up by his shirt collar. Harry was pulled through the house by Uncle Vernon and then thrown directly out the front door to land on his backside on the hard steps. If I ever see you near my home or my family again, I will have you locked up for the rest of your life. Is that clear, boy? Uncle Vernon snarled, glaring at Harry and shaking the golf club threateningly. Harry scrambled backward and nodded quickly, unsure what else to do. Uncle Vernon gave him one last look of disgust and then slammed the door shut, leaving Harry alone outside. Harry had no idea what had just happened, but he wasn't going to test Uncle Vernon on his threat. Harry had nowhere to go, no one in the world that cared enough for him to turn to, but that was okay. Harry had himself and his magic. He could figure everything else out later. Chapter 4: A Vexing Task. Severus Snape was not happy. He was not pleased. He was not delighted. There were no synonyms in any thesaurus to exist that Severus would dare identify with. Severus had planned on spending the last month of his summer holiday away from irksome and overtly friendly co-workers, away from meddling and foolish headmasters, and especially away from thick-headed and unintelligent children. Yet there he was, on a mission from a meddling headmaster, alongside an overtly friendly co-worker, set off on a hunt for what he presumed would be a particularly pig-headed and unintelligent child. Severus sneered at the laughing children running amok on the playground, while ignoring Minerva's passive smile. This is a mission she could have undertaken alone, Severus thought to himself sourly, recalling how he had argued that exact point to the headmaster earlier that morning. Severus, my boy, come in, come in. Would you care for a lemon drop? Albus was beaming with his damned ever-twinkling eyes, casually dressed down in a plain robe, seated behind his desk. No, thank you, Albus. I admit to being in something of a hurry as I have a potion on stasis in my lab, Severus said, attempting to remain civil while internally resenting the request for his immediate presence. Of course, Albus agreed easily. You are a busy man, Severus. I would not take you away from your experiments without justifiable cause. Severus began to sense the feeling of dread pooling in his gut at what the justifiable cause may have been. He asked his oldest living friend just that, and what exactly is this justifiable cause? Well, dear boy, it seems that we have run into an issue delivering a Hogwarts letter to one of the incoming first-year students. Oh, Severus said, genuine surprise coloring his tone and lifting his eyebrows, and what issue is that? After the first letter that was sent came back undelivered, I had Minerva issue more, and she noticed that the address on each subsequent letter had changed. Even when she sent multiple letters in the same day, the locations would be different, and without fail, every letter has so far been returned undelivered. Albus appeared to be truly mystified, as the location charm on the letters had been foolproof for as long as the castle had been open to invited students. Severus furrowed his brows in thought as to why a charm, designed to identify the home address of a student, would change multiple times in a single day. Is the student a Muggle-born? Severus asked, not expecting a wizarding family to be experiencing that type of problem. The student is Muggle-raised, Albus said slowly, his eyes moving evasively to stare at a silver sphere-shaped instrument spinning around silently on his desk. I am afraid I do not understand how I can help, Albus. If the problem is with the charm, then surely Flitwick is the better consultant. And if the issue is talking to the student, then Minerva is typically the representative for the school. Why have you sent for me? Severus asked carefully, feeling the tendrils of dread spreading through his body, especially when he considered Albus' previous and perfectly evasive answer. Albus kept his eyes on his desk in a nonchalant manner, too nonchalantly, in Severus' opinion, as he answered thoughtfully. I believe it may be best to send someone to track down this particular child to ensure that they receive their letter, he said. Minerva is apprehensive to track them alone, as she is unfamiliar with traveling and interacting within the Muggle world. I had hoped that you may accompany her to ensure that the child is found and the letter is delivered. Severus scowled heavily as he imagined having to go searching for a snot-nosed child who was most likely traveling on vacation, or one who may even be a foster child who frequently shifted homes. Who exactly is this child and what was their last location? Severus asked wearily. He had accepted to himself that Albus would continue finding reasons, even if they were moderately logical, until he simply accepted. It was typically quicker to accept the task set to him and finish it so he could return to his blessed solitude and his experimental potioneering before returning to teaching on the 1st of September. I'm glad you asked, my boy. Albus finally brought his eyes back to Severus's. Suddenly, seeing the twinkle in those blue eyes at full force, the dread in Severus grew until he could no longer pretend to himself that it would be a quick or easy job. The last location of the child, listed less than 1 hour ago, was Kramer's Playground, the Red Bench in Dungeness, Kent. The child you will accompany Minerva in seeking is Harry Potter. That was when Severus knew that his instinctive feelings, those that had saved his life multiple times during his years as a double spy in the war, were actually underestimating his rightful feeling of dread. And yet there he was, in a blasted playground, searching out the spawn of his childhood nemesis. Severus had been certain that the boy would be positively preening with the knowledge that he had forced Hogwarts staff members to make a special trip just to find him. Special Potter, blessed hero of the wizarding world. I certainly will not be treating the brat special, Severus thought with a rush of bitter rage. He will understand that to the world he may be the boy who lived, but to me, he is only a particularly arrogant and ignorant brat. Minerva interrupted Severus's internal complaints with her murmured spell, done so discreetly. He doubted any of the multiple families enjoying the sunny weather would even notice. Point me Harry Potter. Severus watched as her wand gave a small tug toward the edge of the park, where a cluster of benches were all lined up. As the pair neared the bench, Severus subtly searched for the boy in question, and his eyes passed over him twice before receiving a nudge and a point from Minerva. Severus, is that him? Minerva whispered. Severus looked where she pointed and saw a small, really too small for his age, dark-haired boy sitting on the bench watching almost hungrily as other children were being pampered and played with by their parents. Mr. Potter, Severus drawled as carelessly as he could to the child. As careless as his tone may have been, Severus could not pretend he had not momentarily lost his breath when Lily Evans' eyes, in a perfect replica, flew to him when Potter's head swiveled around. The boy jumped off the bench to his feet, and his right hand flew to his pocket before Severus could recover from the shock. "I'm leavin' okay, I wasn't doin' nothin'," he said. "I was just sittin' here for a few, you can't arrest me for that." Potter's voice was soft, childish, but he spoke in a way that was clearly meant to sound self-assured, though Severus could sense the underlying tremble that gave away a very real sense of fear. "Arrest you?" Minerva sounded shocked. "Why on earth would we arrest you for sitting in a park?" The boy glanced at Minerva, and his face went from defensive to carefully blank. It was nearly masterful. It was manipulative. The boy was already trying to manipulate them. "I'm sorry, ma'am," the boy said politely, if with a horrendous manner of speech. "I thought you were one of the bloody cops always hangin' around here." "Mr. Potter," Severus interrupted before pure-blooded Minerva could question what a bloody cop was. "My name is Professor Severus Snape, and this is Professor Minerva McGonagall. We are professors at Hogwarts." "Professors, I'm not fallin' for it. I'm not mad and I'm not going to your Hogwarts." The boy eyed them distrustfully then. "Go away." At those last 2 words Severus felt a wash of blissful magic overcome him. I should just leave, this is hardly my problem anyway. It is foolish of me to be here. No, I told Albus I would deliver the damned brat's letter, and that is what I shall do. The boy turned it away, he said, go away. I will hardly bend to the will of James Potter's son. Unbeknownst to Severus, it had taken his mind more than a moment to come up with the reminder that he had an errand to complete, and in that time Minerva had simply turned around, walked to the edge of the park, and apparated back to Hogwarts. Severus opened his eyes to snap them back at the defiant green ones glowering at him, and returned the glare with gusto built from years of rage. Mr. Potter, enough of these games. We are not here because we believe you have a mental deficiency, although judging from your lackluster appearance and less than stellar manners, that is debatable, Severus sneered as he looked the filthy child over from head to toe. Rather, we are here to deliver your Hogwarts acceptance letter, as you have deemed yourself too important to return from your little friends' homes to receive it from your relatives. Minerva, Severus snapped his fingers, give the boy his letter so we can be finished with this tedious task. Severus broke eye contact with the boy when he looked to the right of himself, and realized that Minerva was no longer with him. What in the blazes, where the hell did she go? Severus turned back to the boy, and saw a smirk worthy of the late James Potter spread across his face. Guess she decided I didn't need no letter, Potter said, smug as anything. I'll be seein' you, Professor. As the brat who lived started to walk away, Severus grabbed his arm, none too gently, feeling vexed at the entire confrontation. Where do you think you're going? Severus asked in a frustrated growl. The previously confident and defiant boy turned a sickly shade of pale, and attempted to twist out of Severus' grasp. Please, sir, let's just walk away, Potter pleaded. I don't want to hurt you, but I will. Severus wanted to laugh at the thought of the short, frail, newly fairy-like boy being able to injure him, a fully grown wizard. Truly, Potter's spawn has continued the legacy of Potter arrogance, he thought unkindly. I assure you, Potter, that I have every intention of leaving you once I have concluded my business here. Severus pulled the boy by the arm to the edge of the park, so he could send his patroness to Minerva and have her bring back the boy's letter. It was because his focus was on the mystery of why Minerva would leave him behind without the letter they were supposed to deliver, that he missed the boy placing his small hand on his arm and whispering, "Go to sleep." Then, on the edge of Kramer's playground in Kent, Severus passed out on the lawn and Harry Potter slipped away as quickly and quietly as he could. Chapter 5: An Informative Luncheon. A few days after Harry almost got kidnapped at the playground, he had been sitting on one of London's buses, riding from stop to stop with no destination in mind. He liked riding on the bus, he knew that he could enjoy the cool air it gave him, and he could sometimes even find change that had fallen in the seats for a snack or two. Harry had gotten lucky that morning when he settled in his favourite spot in the back and found a tenner under the row of sticky seats. He happily stared out the window, thinking of how he was going to spend the money on a pair of trainers from the charity shop and a sandwich. Maybe he could even buy some chips. Then someone sat beside him, pulling Harry suddenly from his daydreams and causing him to stiffen in an attempt to scoot as close to the window as he could. "I suppose you think you are clever, do you, boy?" a silky voice drawled at him. Harry shut down any look he might have had on his face, as he turned to see it was the man in the dark clothes that tried to attack him at the playground. He remembered that the man had somehow been able to resist Harry's magical demands to go away, a feat that no one else he had tried it on before had managed. He also remembered that the man had been trying to pull him to the edge of the forest, and said that he would leave him alone after he finished his business, as if Harry didn't know exactly what that meant he was planning on doing. I don't know what you mean, sir," Harry said quietly, hoping the man would leave him be. Harry knew the man had him blocked from the exit, and he wouldn't be able to do his magic in front of all the people on the bus, or else he would surely be caught doing something freaky. They could attack him for it, beat him up. They could kill him, it probably wouldn't be hard. Don't show fear, but don't antagonize him, Harry thought to himself, a rule he used many times to slide out of sticky situations. He didn't want to start a fight, but he wouldn't back down so easily either. He had money in his pocket for food. The man had nothing Harry wanted. He did easily recognize the look of anger and disgust on the man's face, though. It was the same look he saw from people when they look at him for his whole life. "You believe I took a rest in a playground of my own volition?" The man spoke in a harsh hiss, quiet but sharp and angry. "Are you truly so idiotic to be showing such a blatant disregard for the statute of secrecy in front of a bunch of muggles, boy?" Please, sir, I dunno what you mean," Harry stammered nervously, unsure if the man was completely crazy or not.
I don't know about any muggles or secrets. Sorry. Harry tried to scrunch up small in his seat to get as far away from the angry man as he could. The man gave Harry a heated glare and only stared at him in silence while the bus continued on the usual course. Harry was panicking and trying real hard not to show it. It had been a while since someone managed to trap Harry so easily. Who was the man? Why did he come back again after Harry tried sending him away, then put him to sleep? What did he want? Harry didn't have any money, aside from the tenner he found, but he was afraid from the previous time he saw him, and the way the man was looking him over from top to bottom, that it wasn't his money the man wanted. He doesn't get to touch me at all, Harry, though, letting the hot anger push away any fear. Harry fixed the man with his fiercest glare. What exactly, sir, do you want from me? 'Cause I don't have any money and my parents will be wanting me home real soon. The man Snap, Snoop, Snake, Harry was sure he told him his name last time, snorted at him. Rudely. Potter, unless you have begun referring to your relatives as your parents, I am well aware your parents died almost 10 years ago, the man said, knowing way too much about Harry. Thus, the man smirked, they are not oh so anxiously waiting for your arrival home. Dead? No, they couldn't be dead. If they were dead, then Harry wouldn't ever find them and he had to find them. They had to tell him why they left him behind, why they couldn't be a family. Despite Harry's confusion and shock at the man's information, he kept his face blank of emotions, besides a glimmer of confusion that the man was apparently able to make out. Harry didn't like him, not one bit. He acted as if he knew Harry, really knew him. If he did then he was dangerous and Harry needed to run at his first chance. Sighing heavily, the man suddenly grabbed Harry's wrist, ignoring the almost concealed flinch as he did so, and stood him up while pulling the chain to make the bus driver stop for them. Come, Potter, I still have to deliver your letter and answer any of your inane questions, and would prefer to do so in more private accommodations, the man said. Harry began to protest, but the man murmured something under his breath that completely cut off Harry's ability to speak. Harry began panicking in earnest then. He tried speaking over and over, but found himself unable to make a single noise. Frustrated at the new problem, and scared out of his mind, Harry was pulled off the bus by his wrist and yanked along behind the man down, and completely ignored by the busy crowds on the sidewalk. Where was he taking him? His house, an alleyway, the police station. Harry remembered him saying something about a Hogwarts, maybe a hospital. God, Harry really hoped it wasn't going to be back to his aunt and uncle's home. Harry had no intention on ever going back to Privet Drive until he had enough control of his magic to make his relatives regret every harsh word, every punishment, every refusal to even be a little bit nice to them. When he could be the one screaming and shaking them, only then would he go back. The man continued down the sidewalk, completely ignoring all of Harry's attempts to break loose of his hold, until he reached the outside of a deli. Listen, boy, and Harry couldn't conceal his flinch at that name, so he averted his eyes away from the man's sharp gaze. I gave up my lunch hour to track you down, and as such you shall be informed of your upcoming enrollment while over a civilized meal. If this is in any way unacceptable to you, please, feel free to say something. The man smirked at him as Harry opened his mouth and tried to do just that. The man smirked like it wasn't that Harry was too scared to talk, but that the man made sure he couldn't. And Harry only knew one thing that could actually make someone not talk at all: magic. Harry nodded at the man, not that he had a lot of other options apparently. He also looked the man over, trying to pick apart any detail that could help him. The man stood tall and thin with shoulder-length black hair, and wore what seemed to be a black cloak over black slacks and a long-sleeved black button-up shirt. He was kind of ugly, with a big nose and skin that seemed way too white. Harry carefully followed the man into the deli, and sat at the table the man pointed at, relieved when he saw there were multiple others inside the deli enjoying a meal. More witnesses hopefully meant a smaller chance of the man killing Harry, or doing something just as bad. The man sat across from Harry and flicked his hand beneath the table, causing Harry to flinch back in his chair. At the flick, instead of pain, Harry felt a tingle settle in the air. It felt both familiar and also unfamiliar. The man eyed Harry for a long time before finally scowling at him. I will start, Potter, by reminding you that my name is Professor Snape, he said. I am one of the professors at Hogwarts. Snape was real close to Snoop, so Harry wasn't too upset at not remember the name of a possible kidnapper. After our last meeting, Snape sneered at Harry, my co-worker, Professor McGonagall, gave me your letter and I offered to track you down and deliver it to you while gaining some answers.
The man looked at him in a really unfriendly way that made it look both as if he were in pain, and also as if Harry himself were about to be in pain. Harry wanted to ask for his oh-so-mysterious, but apparently important, letter when the waiter came up and asked for their order. Snape barely even glanced at Harry, before placing an order for 2 ham sandwiches, crisps, and 2 waters. After the waiter walked off, Harry mumbled, a little embarrassed, "I don't got no money to give you for the food." The professor scoffed. "I hardly think that a cheap deli lunch will drain my account on your behalf, Potter," he drawled. "Consider it an upfront payment for the answers you will provide me." Harry glanced at the man through the black fringe that covered his forehead. "What questions?" Snape sat up straighter and attempted to catch Harry's ever-flickering green eyes with his own. "Firstly, how did you render me incapacitated?" Snape grimaced, as if annoyed at his Harry beating him the first time they met, at our last meeting. Harry continued avoiding the professor's gaze as he carefully wondered what he should say. He knew better than to lay down his trump card. It sounded crazy to even admit he had magic. He also felt that the man wouldn't be so easily fooled by an innocence act either. Snape didn't seem to like Harry anyway. He didn't think he wanted to make it worse. After a minute, Harry decided the safest story to give would be to use a bit of carefully chosen lies and explain himself with practiced confusion as he answered the professor. "I'm not sure," Harry said. "I just didn't want to go with you to that place, and didn't want to go to jail neither, and next thing I knew you were sleeping, so I took off quick." Harry peeked up at Snape's face to see how he reacted to Harry's half-truths, and was relieved to see that the man seemed to be accepting it. "Our accidental magic, likely set off by your ridiculous concerns," Snape said with a rude scoff. Harry shrugged at the man's words, neither confirming or denying it, but realizing that the man seemed to be aware of Harry's magic, which had to mean that the man had to be as magical as Harry was beginning to believe him to be. Never, not ever, did Harry meet someone else with magic. One time he thought he did, but it was just a girl who was real good at card tricks. Before the man could ask his next question, the waiter returned with the order. Snape carelessly pushed one of the plates and waters toward Harry, who refused to even look at the plate until he asked his own question. "You sure that after this I won't owe you nothing?" Harry asked as sharply as he could. "I'm not going to eat this, then you try and ask for some sort of favor from me." That exact thing happened before, and Harry had vowed to never accept food, money, or shelter from another person unless they were clear on what they wanted before he did. Then, if they changed their mind afterwards, Harry had no problem with making them hurt. It was fair in his opinion. Liars deserved to be punished, they deserved to be hurt. "I will once again, and for the final time, assure you, Potter, that the only price I request for this meal is that you answer my questions." Snape rolled his eyes at Harry, and even if Harry knew he didn't like him, even knowing the man didn't want to be their free food was free food. "Brill, thanks, sir." Harry gave him a little smile and began eating his food as quickly as he could. It was one of his rules he learned: eat fast or don't eat. 'Cause if someone hungrier showed up and they were stronger, they would take the food for himself. The rules all made sense, they all kept Harry alive. Snape grimaced though, probably offended by Harry's lack of proper manners. Some blokes were strange about that. They liked to pretend that they weren't bribing hungry kids with food for whatever it was they wanted. "Once you have ceased attacking your food like a wild animal, I have more questions for you, boy," Snape said. "I believe that you will have some of your own for me as well." Harry swallowed the big bite he had and scowled at Snape, hatting, to be called that. Boy. It was Harry's own rule that people didn't call him boy. Boy was someone without a name, someone who could be tossed in a gutter and left for dead because nobody cared. One day, someone was going to care if Harry was in a gutter or not, and he didn't want to be remembered as boy to anyone else. "Don't call me boy," Harry told Snape angrily. "I've got a name too, you know. It's not like I'm calling you man, is it?" Snape inclined his head shortly in what seemed to be agreement of Harry's demand. "As you wish, Potter," Snape said, still managing to sound like he was making fun of Harry in some way. "Now, I must request that you inform me why your letters have been unsuccessfully delivered by owl post." "Owl post," Harry started to grin, picturing big owls with arms delivering letters to houses. So Snape was crazy, that wasn't a big problem, he still bought Harry food. There were loads of crazy people in London, always screaming strange things and smelling bad. They didn't buy Harry food or talk about birds. Harry was pretty sure owls were like a fluffy bird thing, delivering mail. More of the bums should be crazy like Snape, Harry decided with a nod to himself. "Are you having me for a laugh?" Harry checked. Snape lifted an eyebrow. Do you mean to tell me that you, your relatives, and the acquaintances you have been staying with have been too thick to notice the owls that have been following you in attempts to deliver your Hogwarts letter? The professor still looked annoyed, but his tone sounded a little bit more surprised than truly irritated, so Harry tried to think about his question. You know, I did see some big fluffy birds last week, Harry said thoughtfully after gulping down the cold and clear water. He still had half of a sandwich left, and he tried to sneak it in his pocket for later while he answered Snape. I thought they was a little weird to be hanging around the alleys with all the noisy cars and people fighting, but I didn't think nothing of it, did I? Harry shrugged, happy that his theft of his own sandwich seemed to go unnoticed. Then, because he thought it looked good, Harry tried to lift just one eyebrow like the man did. Those big fluffy birds, as you so intelligently stated, were owls, Mr. Potter, Snape sighed. He had a pinched look like maybe his head hurt. The owls were dispatched to deliver your Hogwarts acceptance letter to you. Wizards utilize owls to deliver the post as they are intelligent, resilient, and capable creatures. Harry forgot about his money, his sandwich, and his silly picture of fluffy birds with arms. Wizards! Wizards were magic, that was in every book in every library. Maybe Snape was crazy, or maybe neither of them were. Maybe they were both just special. So it is magic that I can do. Harry was too excited to do more than whisper as he slowly raised his hands while his belly flipped over and over. It was real, it was really magic. Harry was a wizard. What all exactly can you already do, Potter? Snape asked real slow, his black eyes fixed on Harry's eyes, not that Harry noticed at that moment though. Harry was still staring at his hands, unable to really accept that something he half feared he made up was real. Harry wasn't crazy, he wasn't a freak, he wasn't a monster, he was magic. It was his relief about it all being real that made Harry say a little too much more than he normally would have. I can make things move without touching them, Harry admitted quietly, thinking of all the things he could do so easily after he practiced so much. I can make people and animals do what I want, I can talk to snakes, I can move different places just by thinking about it. I can take away my cuts and bruises and make myself warm when it's cold out. I can make bad things happen to people who are mean to me, I can make them hurt, I could make them all hurt if I want. And it was all real, it was all magic. Harry's sudden happy laugh covered the gasp that fell from Snape's mouth, but Harry tried to pull it back immediately when he saw the way Snape's eyes widened. Was it too much magic, not enough magic? How much could Snape do? Did Harry have as much magic as he did? Potter, Snape said Harry's name even slower then, not as meanly as he had every time before. You should know that Hogwarts will train you on how to control your magic, so that you are only using it with the proper incantations and intentions. You will be expected to control yourself, and to not needlessly use your magic against others. And Snape hesitated, setting Harry's nerves on edge. If I were you, I would not advertise your ability to communicate with serpents, as it has not been viewed as a favorable ability by wizarding society in the past. Harry looked up from his hands and fixed the professor with a hard and curious stare. He shouldn't have said all that, he knew better. It was like yelling before a fight, "Hey, I have a knife to stab you with." Snake attacks were only good because they were sneaky. I gotcha, sir, Harry said, embarrassed with his own inability to keep his secrets. One stupid sandwich, and Harry was spilling his guts to some greasy-looking bloke. May I please have my letter now? Harry hated asking for things, giving someone a chance to shoot him down, but he really wanted that letter. It was for a magic school for people just like Harry. A place where Harry could go and learn how to be the very best there ever was. Harry could also tell there was a change in the professor's attitude, and worried that he gave away too much information about his magic, and wanted to end the conversation. He kind of hoped that the professor wouldn't remember what all he had admitted to. Sneak attacks weren't just to use against other hungry kids. Harry had to use them on adults too. In fact, Harry mostly had to use them on adults. Snape reached into his cloak without any other questions, and handed Harry a thick envelope that stated simply on the front, Mr. H. Potter. Back row of the London bus 32. London. Well, that explained how the man found him so easily. The address wasn't the only shock though. The worst one came after Harry looked over the required supplies lost. Harry felt as if his heart dropped into his stomach when he realized the fatal flaw to his plan on running off to wizard school. Stupid, it was stupid to think he'd get to go. Stupid to wish for anything so brilliant. Sir, does this Hogwarts have any charity funds for kids with no money? Harry checked, figuring already it didn't. Snape sighed and rolled his eyes again. Harry ducked his head and tried to roll his own eyes. It wasn't hard to do. Harry wondered if he looked as fed up with people as Snape did when he rolled his eyes. Potter, firstly, the prestigious and advanced school for witches and wizards is called Hogwarts, not whatever nonsense name you just spewed, Snape said with an unimpressed sneer. Cause somehow it was Harry's fault, they gave their school a dumb name that was hard to read. Harry rolled his eyes. I regret that your relatives did not inform you, but when you go get your supplies from Diagon Alley, I believe a trip to the Wizarding Bank, Gringotts, will enlighten you to your very much non-impoverished state, Snape told him, saying it real quick like he didn't want to say it to start with. Harry was confused at most of what Snape said, but decided that he didn't want to ask what non-impoverished, or Gringotts, meant. Snape didn't say Harry couldn't go if he was poor, and that was all Harry cared about. If he had to go somewhere to do shopping for supplies, well, it wasn't hard to maybe steal some stuff. A cauldron might be hard. Harry saw one in a storybook, and it was big enough to drop a bad kid in, but magic wands were probably teensy. Brill, sir, Harry said cheerfully. How do I get to the magic store places? The two sat for a while longer as Snape described to Harry how to reach Diagon Alley, and instructed him to first visit the bank to access his vault, to purchase his supplies. Harry kind of thought Snape was under the impression that Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia would be going with him, and very carefully said nothing to make him believe otherwise. It would ruin everything if Snape tried to involve caseworkers or the government in Harry's life, especially when something good finally happened. Once Snape had finished his instructions with information on how to find and board the train to school in September, Harry decided to try and ask a question about something that had been tickling the back of his mind since they were on the bus. Can I ask you one more quick question, sir? Harry tacked the stupid title on hastily, hoping if he was polite enough that the man might give in and answer it. People did that sometimes. If they thought Harry was nice, then they'd be nice. It didn't always work, but sometimes it did. It worked on Snape anyway. Snape eyed Harry for a long time before he finally replied, "You may." Harry summoned as much bravery as he could, and tried to keep his face carefully clear from any of his emotions. It wouldn't do him any favors if the professor could see how badly he wanted an answer. Harry didn't have time for any sort of deal. He had wizard stuff to get. You said that my mum and dad are dead, Harry said quickly, quietly. Are you sure? He checked, hatting how stupid he sounded. Harry needed to know for sure, though. He needed to know if he could quit looking in the face of every drug-addled bum he came across, if he could quit looking for eyes like his, or a nose that seemed familiar. Sometimes it could be dangerous, asking people if they had a kid they got rid of. Mostly it just hurt Harry's feelings, wondering if his parents ever cared to look for him like he was or not. Harry blinked quickly down at the table, holding his breath, as he waited for Snape's answer. He wasn't sure if it was better or worse for his parents to be dead instead of simply not caring about him, but he knew he needed to know for sure. Oh, for Merlin's sake, child, does Petunia tell you nothing of your parentage? Snape sounded angry, and when Harry peeked up at him, he could see that the professor's eyes were barely hiding some very real rage. Why would Harry's question make him mad? Was it the question itself? He didn't like answering questions. Or did Harry do something to him on his own for Snape to look so angry? Harry ducked his head again and wrapped his arms around his stomach. He clenched his nails into his skin, reminding himself it wouldn't do any good to provoke the angry adult across from him. Harry had money, a sandwich, magic. Snape didn't matter at all, except he might have known Harry's parents, and that was just important enough to risk a slap or a kick. No, sir, I'm sorry, Harry said, blushing hotly since his stupid tongue never worked right when people were angry. My aunt said that they dropped me off when I was a baby, cause they didn't want no kids, cause of the drugs, and I ain't heard from them ever. It was the truth. Harry just wanted it to not be the truth. How dare she? Snape hissed. How dare she? Harry was sick of hopping and he wanted to go to run out and run far away, but Snape didn't say yes or no for sure yet. How dare she? Wasn't a real answer at all. Eat this? Snape shoved his untouched sandwich across the table to Harry, and then folded his arms over his own chest. Keep quiet. I will explain this once before some idiotic patron at a pub tries to do it. Harry quickly swapped the two sandwiches out, saving Snape's full one for later, and ate the other half of his while Snape talked. The sandwich started to make him feel sick though, especially when Snape talked about bad wizards, secret keepers, and a group of people who were kinda like superheroes fighting the Joker and his clown army. James and Lily Potter, because those were Harry's parents' names, didn't do drugs. They didn't abandon Harry because they hated him. They died so that he didn't have to. Harry could feel tears welling up at Snape's story, and he forced his eyes go big while he blinked to make the tears go away. Harry didn't want to cry. He stopped crying a long time ago, and he wasn't going to cry again just because Harry was having kind of a completely mental day. Finding out that he was famous and his parents didn't hate him were good things. It probably would have been better if Harry was told his parents were alive, though. That might have been worth crying about. After having his entire world flipped upside down and his head filled with new information, Harry listened patiently as Snape once again explained the directions to a pub called the Leaky Cauldron, and then on how to enter Diagon Alley. Finally, Harry was able to bid the older man goodbye and clutched his letter, his lifeline, his new start, to his chest, and rushed off to begin joining the world he was always meant to be in. Except first he had to buy some new trainers. Harry figured even wizards needed shoes without holes in them that squished his toes and let all the water soak his feet. As Severus watched the Potter boy walk away from him, holding his letter as defensively as he did the sandwich he squirreled away, he decided it was time to pay Petunia Dursley a visit. It was one thing to raise a boy as peculiar and unmannered as Potter. It was quite another to slander a sacrifice of Lily's magnitude with stories about illicit drugs and a distaste for motherhood. Chapter 6, Diagon Alley. Harry couldn't believe his luck today. First he found that money. Then he met Professor Snape again, who turned out not to be a pervert, but a real teacher at a real school that Harry was invited to. Then Harry got offered a free lunch with no strings attached. After that, he found a pair of brilliant red trainers in the charity shop that looked practically brand new and just his size. Then to top it all off, he found Diagon Alley in Gringotts and had more gold than he could ever even count. His parents weren't drug-addicted losers. He scoffed at that lie Petunia told him. They were clearly geniuses. Only really smart people made this much money in their life. Harry was humming happily over an ice cream cone he got at a place called Fortescue's Ice Cream Parlor. He had already gotten most of his supplies, and all that was left was his robes, his wand, and a pet if he could get one. Maybe a toad. Toads are in the alleys all the time. He snorted at himself. He could barely feed himself most days. He definitely couldn't feed a toad. Although he did have a lot of wizard money, he should be able to feed himself now. Maybe he could rent a room at that little tavern he came in through. He was pretty sure he saw a sign for an inn in the same building. Muggle places wouldn't rent a room to him unless he had an adult with him. Harry smirked when he remembered how happy the barkeep for the tavern, Tom, was when he met him. He probably wouldn't have an issue renting a room to the Harry Potter. He brightened considerably when he realized that meant he could actually take a shower, and he hurried to finish his shopping so he could get to it. He entered the shop that Professor Snape told him he should visit for his robes, Madame Malkin's, and was surprised at how normal of a clothes store it looked like. He hadn't been in a department store since before he left the Dursleys, but he thought it looked a bit like a Muggle store, with the shelves stacked high with clothes and fabric and racks of robes against the walls. The owner, according to her name tag, Madame Malkin, greeted him as he stared around the room. In the back of the shop, a boy with a pale, pointed face was standing on a footstool, while a second witch pinned up his long black robes. After Harry told her what he needed, Madame Malkin had him take his jacket off, and then stood him on a stool next to the other boy. She slipped a long robe over his head, and began to pin it to the right length. He didn't like her having her hands on his body, and held himself stiffly, with his jaw clenched, to get through the fitting. "Hello," said the blonde boy, "Hogwarts too?" "Yep," Harry gritted out. The boy looked at him curiously. "Are you all right?" Harry nodded sharply. Fine." The boy kept staring. "Okay, sure. Well, I'm Malfoy, Draco Malfoy." Harry glanced at him, not sure if he was having him on or not. It sounded like a nickname some of the street kids used, but this boy looked too posh to be on the streets. "That's your real name or your street name?" I don't even what in Merlin's name is a street name." Harry grinned a little. Definitely too posh to be on the streets. Never mind then, M. Potter, Harry Potter. Draco forgot all his lessons on decorum as he gaped at him. This short, scrawny slip of a boy, who barely looked 9, and definitely not 11, who covered in scars and ugly clothes, was the Harry Potter. "What all do you have left to buy?" Draco asked politely, masking his surprise. "I still need a wand, and I want to look at broomsticks." Harry shrugged, not sure why they would need a broomstick. He wasn't going to be sweeping the floors for his meals, just a wand. "There you are, dear, all done." Madame Malkin cheerfully patted Harry on the shoulder, who flinched so harshly at the sudden contact that he promptly fell off the stool and landed with a soft little oomph on his back. "Here, Potter," Draco reached a hand out to him. "Let me help you." Harry ignored the offered hand and stood up. His face was red from falling, but he wasn't about to look weak, like he needed help either. Thanks," Harry mumbled. Draco had never seen someone as odd as Harry Potter. He was supposed to be the strongest wizard in the world. He defeated the most powerful dark wizard ever when he was just a baby, but he looked like he was under active spell fire, just getting robes fitted, and fell down when the shopkeeper touched him. Harry was a really odd kid. Draco just nodded at him though. "Well, I suppose I'll see you on the train." "Yeah, suppose I'll see you there." Harry was inching towards the door, keeping an eye on Madame Malkin and Draco. They seemed nice enough, but you could never really be sure who was going to attack you when your back is turned. He was almost to the door when Draco called after him, "Potter, you forgot your jacket." Harry gave him a grateful look. That jacket was still warm and he'd had it for a long time. "Thanks, Draco." He concentrated for a brief second and thought, "I want my jacket." Draco gasped aloud when Harry wordlessly and wandlessly summoned his jacket to him. He actually was the strongest wizard ever. It wasn't all just made-up stories and rumors. Even his uncle Save, who was one of the greatest wizards he knew, needed a wand for almost all his spells. Just wait until his father heard about this. Harry, ignorant of Draco's reaction to his magic, continued on his way to the wand maker's shop. He stuck to the edges of the building, not wanting to be jostled by the crowds, and kept a wary eye on the people passing by. The shop was narrow and shabby. Peeling gold letters over the door read Ollivanders, makers of fine wands since 382 BC. A single wand lay on a faded purple cushion in the dusty window. A tinkling bell rang somewhere in the depths of the shop as he stepped inside. Harry felt strangely as though he had entered a very strict library. He glanced at the thousands of narrow boxes piled neatly right up to the ceiling and kept his back close to the wall so nobody entering the shop could sneak up behind him. For some reason, the back of his neck prickled. The very dust and silence in here seemed to tingle with some secret magic. "Good afternoon," said a soft voice. Harry jumped at his sudden appearance in front of him and took a couple steps backwards until he could feel the stone wall behind him. An old man was standing before him, his wide, pale eyes shining like moon through the gloom of the shop. Harry nodded at him. "Hello, I'm here for my W wand." "Ah yes," said the man. Yes, I thought I'd be seeing you soon, Harry Potter. It wasn't a question, you have your mother's eyes." It seems only yesterday she was in here herself, buying her first wand. 10¼ inches long, swishy, made of willow. Nice wand for charm work. Mr. Ollivander moved closer to Harry. Harry wished he would blink. Those silvery eyes were a bit creepy. Your father, on the other hand, favoured a mahogany wand. 11 inches, pliable, a little more power and excellent for transfiguration. Well, I say your father favoured it. It's really the one that chooses the wizard, of course. Mr. Ollivander had come so close that he and Harry were almost nose to nose. Harry could see himself reflected in those misty eyes. And that's where Mr. Ollivander reached out, as if to touch the lightning scar on Harry's forehead with his long, white finger. Harry pulled up his magic and put his hand out in front of him. "Don't touch me." A loud crack echoed in the room, and Ollivander was pushed back from Harry, so quickly he stumbled over a chair and fell to the ground. Harry went pale. He'd just attacked an adult, a magic adult. He was about to flee and say sod it to a wand. He didn't need one anyway, when Ollivander began chuckling. My, Mr. Potter, you are an interesting one, aren't you?" Harry was edging towards the door, in case Ollivander decided to hurt him for knocking him down. "What do you say we see if we can find a wand that's willing to work with you?" Harry stopped his hasty exit. Ollivander didn't even seem mad. Harry nodded and moved a little further to the center of the room, but he kept close to the wall, just in case. Mr. Ollivander gave him a piercing look. "Well now, Mr. Potter, let me see." He pulled a long tape measure with silver markings out of his pocket. "Which is your wand arm?" I use my right hand the most," said Harry. It was evident enough with the scars he carried on his right hand and arm from the many fights he'd gotten in. Some he won and some he lost. He used to lose fights all the time, but he rarely did anymore. Ollivander moved closer to Harry and held up his hands, one still holding the measuring tape, in a placating gesture. "Hold out your arm. I'm only going to measure you with this tape measure. Good lad, that's it." He measured Harry from shoulder to finger,
then wrist to elbow, shoulder to floor, knee to armpit and round his head. As he measured, he said, "Every Ollivander wand has a core of a powerful magical substance, Mr. Potter. We use unicorn hairs, phoenix tail feathers, and the heartstrings of dragons. No two Ollivander wands are the same, just as no two unicorns, dragons, or phoenixes are quite the same. And of course, you will never get such good results with another wizard's wand." Harry was very aware that the tape measure was now measuring between his nostrils. He was considering batting it away from him when Ollivander came back from the shelves. "That will do," he said, and the tape measure crumpled into a heap on the floor. "Right then, Mr. Potter, try this one. Beechwood and dragon heartstring, 9 inches, nice and flexible. Just take it and give it a wave." Harry took the wand and, feeling stupid, waved it around a bit, but Mr. Ollivander snatched it out of his hand almost at once. "Maple and phoenix feather, 7 inches, quite whippy, try." Harry tried, but he had hardly raised the wand when it, too, was snatched back by Mr. Ollivander. "No nose here, ebony and unicorn hair, 8.5 inches, springy. Go on, try it out." Harry tried and tried. He had no idea what Mr. Ollivander was waiting for. The pile of tried wands was mounting higher and higher on the spindly chair, but the more wands Mr. Ollivander pulled from the shelves, the happier he seemed to become. "Tricky customer, eh? Your core is probably not used to using a conductor now. Not to worry, we'll find the perfect match here somewhere. I wonder now, yes, why not? Unusual combination, holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, nice and supple." Harry took the wand. He felt a sudden warmth in his fingers. He raised the wand above his head, brought it swishing down through the dusty air, and a stream of gold sparks shot from the end like a firework, throwing dancing spots of light onto the walls. Mr. Ollivander cried, "Oh, bravo. Yes, indeed, oh, very good. Well, how curious, how very curious." He put Harry's wand back into its box and wrapped it in brown paper, still muttering, "Curious, curious." Harry didn't want to stay in this shop alone with this odd man much longer, but he couldn't help but ask, "What's so curious?" Mr. Ollivander fixed Harry with his pale stare. "I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter, every single wand. It so happens that the phoenix whose tail feather is in your wand gave another feather, just one other. It is very curious indeed that you should be destined for this wand when its brother gave you that scar." Harry scoffed, even though he knew which scar he meant, the lightning bolt one that everyone in this world seemed obsessed with. He had a bloody lot of scars, and didn't think that one was very special. Ollivander ignored his scoff and kept talking. "Yes, 13.5 inches. You, curious indeed how these things happen. The wand chooses the wizard, remember. I think we must expect great things from you, Mr. Potter. After all, he who must not be named did great things, terrible, yes, but great." Harry didn't think he liked Ollivander too much, but he was excited to hear that he would probably be a great wizard. He left the shop with images of himself powerful, and making everyone who hurt him regret it, as he walked back to the leaky cauldron to ask about a room. Chapter 7, The Pensive. Severus stalked across the lawns on Private Drive, just 2 days after talking with Potter. He'd be damned if he didn't go ask Petunia what in Merlin's name was wrong with her. He went during the day, figuring this way Potter would likely be off with one of his miscreant friends, and he wouldn't have to see the child. He sneered at the matching houses and immaculate lawns. It was no surprise that Petunia was attempting to prove to the world how normal she was by matching every other drab muggle home on the street. Petunia was an insufferable bland wisp of a personality as a girl. Clearly adulthood had not brought her any great changes. Severus stalked up to number 4 and knocked briskly on the door. A man's booming voice sounded throughout the house. "Pet, get the door." Petunia Dursley, née Evans, opened the door with a simpering smile on her face. "Hello, how can I? Oh God, what do you want?" Her smile had turned into a grimace when she recognized Severus. "Now Tuny, is that any way to greet an old friend?" he drawled, a smirk firmly settled on his lips. "Get out of here, I never wanted to see your face again," she hissed, trying to close the door on him. He stuck his foot in the doorway to prevent her from closing it, and raised his brows at her. "I'm here to discuss your sister, you know, the drug-addled one." Severus purposely raised his voice at the end of his statement, to incite her to let him enter her home, or risk the neighbors hearing their conversation. It would be a pity if her neighbors began asking questions that might shake the bland normality Petunia hoped to exude. It worked. Petunia paled and ushered him in. "Well, get in here and lower your voice." He stepped inside and looked around the interior hallway. There were photos lining the walls in the hall and the wall leading up the staircase. He curled his lip at the slovenly blonde youth portrayed in every photo.
Oddly, there were no photos of Potter. Was the brat camera shy? Pet, who was it? A large, mustached man, who adorned many of the photos on the walls, came lumbering in. Ah, you must be Tuny's husband. Severus looked the man up and down and curled his lip in distaste. The pleasure is yours, I'm sure. Vernon, darling, this is Severus Snape. He was one of her friends when we were children. Petunia was trying to speak calmly, laying her hand on Vernon's arm, but her voice quavered the whole time. The man, Vernon, puffed himself up. Listen, I don't know what you want, but we don't need any of your freaky kind hanging around here. Snape ignored him and looked sharply at Petunia. I am here because I had an interesting conversation with Mr. Potter. He was under the impression, an impression you gave him, that Lily had not died and had instead abandoned him to pursue an addiction to drugs. Petunia, to her credit, was a marvelous actress. She truly looked confused. Potter, he died when they got blown up, didn't he? She managed to turn several shades paler than she already was. A true feat, really. They didn't come back to life, did they? Her voice had lowered to a horror-filled whisper. Merlin! Don't be obtuse, Tuny, Severus sneered. I meant with the child Harry Potter. Oh, Vernon glared at him. Look here, we don't know who this whelp Potter is, and we don't care. I've heard all about you and your freaky friends, and we don't want your nonsense anywhere near us. Now you better leave before I ring the police. Severus sighed. He had hoped to do this peacefully, but these muggles were being deliberately unhelpful. He pulled his wand out and flicked it at them, placing a stunner on both. Now, he said smoothly, why don't we have a rational conversation? Severus turned to Petunia and fixed her with a piercing stare, one he perfected over years of discovering lies. Where is the boy at currently? What boy? She shrieked. My Dudley is with his friends. Not your whale of a son, Potter. Where is Potter at today? Severus hissed at her, fed up with the nonsense and a headache growing. Please, we don't know any Potter children. Petunia was wailing, struggling futilely. The only boy we have is our Dudley. What is wrong here? Severus sighed. If they were going to be like this, then so be it. He looked Petunia in the eyes, pointed his wand at her forehead, and whispered, Legilimens. He was immediately sucked in to a torment of Petunia's memories and emotions. It is difficult, but not impossible, to search a person's mind for memories attached to a specific person or event. All an experienced practitioner needs to do is suggest to the mind the person or event they wish to see. He whispered, family, to Petunia's mind. He swept past any memories attached to Didikins, or the walrus of a man she calls her spouse. He ignored painful flashes of Mr. and Mrs. Evans, two wonderful people whom Severus mourns more than his own father. And there is Lily. Petunia's memories of Lily are wrapped up in envy and bitterness. Her memories of Lily flashed quickly, as though her mind was trying to reject the presence of her sister within it. No arguments from Severus. He would rather not be assaulted with the memories Petunia holds of Lily. His own are plenty to cause him distress. Harry Potter, Lily's son, he whispered. Severus waited for the memories of the child to appear when Petunia's mind went completely black. The black was disorienting. It wasn't the fuzzed blankness of a person struggling to recall memories of a specific person or event. It was the void blackness of something being completely removed from a mind. It held a specifically cloying taste, almost medicinal. He withdrew from her mind sharply, paying no heed to her comfort. Obliviation, he murmured. There was no other explanation as to why any memory of Potter was blackened from her mind. Petunia whimpered with tears running down her cheeks. Please, I don't know what you want, just leave us alone. Well, this is certainly curious. Severus came here, intending to right a slight done to a dead woman, and instead finds himself ensconced in a troubling mystery. Who obliviated Petunia Dursley, Potter's guardian, into forgetting the child? And more pressing, when had they done it? Was the child present? Son of a bitch! Where is the blasted boy? Severus began imagining scenarios of the family running afoul followers of the Dark Lord when they purchased his school belongings. They could have kidnapped the child and obliviated him from his relatives' minds to lower the chances of his kidnapping being immediately reported. Severus steeled himself and turned to Vernon Dursley. He would have to try a different approach, and Petunia's mind would be too fragile to enter again at the moment. He stared in the terrified eyes before him and slipped into Vernon's mind. As soon as he entered the man's uncommonly simple mind, he threw up as many shields as he could around the bulk of the man's mind, to block out all incoming thoughts, emotions, or unwanted memories. He concentrated on the image of Potter in his own mind and eased that image into Dursley's. If the man had glimpsed Potter after his obliviation and Potter's likely abduction, he would pull up the memory and Severus could remove it for his own use to study it and identify the culprits. He lowered one of the shields he placed in the man's mind as he concentrated on displacing the image of Potter from his mind to Dursley's. He was preening in the mirror, combing his mustache, thinking of the deal he hoped to broker for the day. He grabbed his suit jacket off the bedpost when Petunia started shrieking from a different part of the house. Vernon called the police. There's a vagrant in our house. He snatched his golf club from the bag against the wall and lumbered as quickly as he could to the kitchen. He burst through the kitchen door and was partially relieved to see it was a bruised, bloodied, tiny child. He couldn't be much more than 5 or 6 years old. He swung the golf club toward the kid and screamed at him, "Get the hell out of our house. I'm calling the police." The child stared at him, gobsmacked, probably just scared he got caught before he took off with their valuables. There were tears forming in his big green eyes, and Vernon was having none of that. He grabbed the scrawny whelp by his shirt cuff and drug him to the front door. He easily threw the child out the door and told him firmly, "If I ever see you near my home or my family again, I'll have you locked up for the rest of your life. Is that clear, boy?" He slammed the door shut, and the memory ended. Severus pulled out of Dursley's mind and occluded his own. He needed to focus on the task at hand before he began deciphering the details. "Memoria extractius," whispered, pulling the silver thread from Dursley's mind into the silver vial he conjured. He whispered a spell to put both to sleep and release them from the stunner. He debated on clearing their memory of his visit, but ultimately decided against it. Too many obliviations to a mundane mind could tip it over into madness. And someone, Potter, had clearly already done it one. He shot one last sneer at Petunia, then swept out the door, apparating to Hogwarts. Upon his arrival at Hogwarts, he made quickly to his office. He knew Albus would, undoubtedly, want to know immediately about the oddity surrounding Potter's relatives, but he needed time to analyze the memory beforehand. He tipped the memory into his pensieve and entered it once again. "And there." He held up his hand and paused the memory at Dursley's first sight of Potter. He walked closer to the boy, who was frozen in his look of surprise. The child had fewer scars on him than the Potter he saw the day before yesterday, but still too many for a mere child of roughly 5 or 6 years old. This Potter was pale, much paler than the tan child he saw before. He was also gratuitously bruised. Even with the oversized and bloody clothes he wore, Severus could see the bruises on his face, his neck, wrists, and collar bones. There was a look in the child's eyes as well. He was absolutely terrified, exhausted, and utterly clueless about why his relatives were referring to him as an intruder. Severus had to occlude and clear his mind multiple times to examine every angle of this memory without receding, and going to curse Petunia and her bloody wail of a spouse. Lily's eyes should never hold that much pain and fear. After replaying the memory multiple times, Severus withdrew and burrowed his hands in his hair as he thought about it. Who obliviated the Dursley? If this is the only memory that Dursley had of Potter, and he would return eventually to verify Petunia as well, then they had been obliviated sometime before that morning. However, if the bruises on the child were from the wail, which Severus strongly suspected they were based on the child's fear in his presence, they were only hours old. Had the man beat the hell out of the child then been obliviated that night? Was it Potter? Could a child that small cast a charm that strong? Or perhaps was there a witch or wizard who knew of Vernon's abuse, who thought they were doing the boy who lived a favor by erasing him from the Dursleys' minds? Where has Potter been living since then? If the boy was 6 in this memory, and supposing the Dursleys truly never allowed him to return as Dursley's memories indicated, that left 5 years that he was unaccounted for. Damn them! At least Severus could be reasonably sure the boy would attend Hogwarts, if the way he clutched his letter had been any indicator. He sighed deeply and resigned himself to attending to Albus. He would need to inform him on his meeting with Potter and his discovery of the Dursleys. "Severus, my boy, come in please, come in." Albus stood and waved his arms open in a welcoming gesture. Severus curled his lip at Albus, ridiculous robes of bright blue with green dragons embroidered throughout it. "Albus," he said coolly, sitting down, "I assume you would like to know how it went with Potter." The older wizard chuckled. "Never one for small talk, are you, Severus? His blue eyes twinkled as he smiled at the potion's master. "I do admit myself to be a tad curious at how your conversation went with young Harry." Snape snorted. A tad curious was the equivalent of saying Hagrid was a tad fond of dangerous creatures. "A memory, I presume?" he asked, seeing the pensive already prepared on Albus' desk. Albus inclined his head, his eyes never losing that infernal twinkle. "If you would be so kind." Severus recalled his meetings with Potter, both the incident at the park and the later conversation at the deli. He delicately pulled the strand out and placed it in the pensive. "Will you be joining me?" Albus inquired politely. "Certainly." Severus would likely need to reassess his initial findings of Potter's behavior to seek for clues regarding the incident with the Dursleys. His first view of Potter certainly should have held some clues towards abuse, and it likely would have, had he not been so focused on the boy's filthy state of dress, poor manners, and irksome accent. Too small for his age, and hungrily watching the parents with their children, he looked envious and resigned in his stares. His flinches, his wariness, his easy evasiveness, although interesting. Albus noticed at the same time Severus did. "Did he, imperious Minerva into leaving?" Albus whispered, shock radiating from every fiber of his body. That certainly explains Minerva's abrupt and unexplained departure, though not how the boy became so adept at using such a dark curse. Severus cringed when he saw Potter's fear and meek submission appear when he grabbed his arm. Albus paused the memory when the child whispered, "I don't want to hurt you, but I will." Severus recalled how later the child confirmed that he was able to make bad things happen to people who hurt him. Does erasing their memories of him count as a bad thing? Severus mused silently. Albus was pale and obviously shaken. An unforgivable cannot be completed accidentally. It requires intent and a strong control of the caster's magical core. Severus nodded thoughtfully. He was much less reserved in his ire when Albus continued the memory, and he realized that Potter had intentionally incapacitated him. Accidental magic, my arse. Although, it was worrisome that a young boy had mastered the wandless ability to put a possible threat to sleep with nothing more than a whispered desire to see it happen. It did not bode well that the boy had peace since being unceremoniously thrown from his home. Albus looked grim, the twinkle in his eyes had dimmed, and his lips were pressed in a thin line. They both watched as Severus cornered the boy on the bus. He felt a bit of shame when he now recognized the boy's defense mechanism of curling into himself and attempting to appear as small of a target as possible. Potter also snapped personas rather quickly when Severus had been eyeing his distasteful clothing. The child went from scared and submissive to aggressive. The back of his neck felt relatively hot when he thought of the different ways an abused child may have interpreted his frank and assessing gaze. "Curious," Albus murmured when the child protested Severus purchasing his lunch. "He barters rather like Lucius, does he not?" Severus almost snorted at that assessment. He perhaps would have, if Albus had not said Lucius' name as an insult, rather than a compliment. The child did seem to hash out the terms of their deal over lunch rather thoroughly. Which begs the question of where and why the child learned to not trust food freely offered. He was unaware of the letters delivered to his aunt's home, Albus asked. Severus raised one shoulder delicately. He had not yet told Albus of his visit to Petunia's home, and had planned on doing so after they viewed these memories. Albus paled so dramatically when the child described all he was able to do wandlessly already that Severus was momentarily concerned for his health. "Merlin," Albus whispered. Severus was rather disturbed by the child's admission as well, especially listening to it with a new perspective now. "I can take away my cuts and bruises," speaks to a child with consistent injuries. "I can make myself warm when it's cold out," tells him the boy is used to going without the basic amenity of adequate shelter. "I can make bad things happen to people who are mean to me. I can make them hurt if I want," raises the question of who all had hurt the child and how. It must happen with an alarming frequency if the child had trained his magic to hurt his attackers. The headmaster watched the rest of the memory play out, still pale-faced and grim. They exited the pensive together, and Severus gave him time to collect himself. He was also rather disturbed at the boy's obvious abuse and grim life. He imagined Albus was feeling guilty, as he had placed the child with Petunia's family to start with. The wolf would have been a better option. Except he hasn't been there in years. Where has he been hiding since then? Albus finally sighed and steepled his hands together, his face still grim. The boy will need to be watched carefully, Severus. He nodded his head in agreement. They would need to tread carefully with the child if he was as abused as he suspected. At this rate, with all we have learned, I believe the boy will be placed in your house, Severus. Do you believe yourself capable of handling the situation? Severus inclined his head. I believe I have plenty of experience in this area, he said. I should be able to handle Potter's case if he ends up in the Slytherin house. Sadly, he did have plenty of experience with abuse cases. Most abused children tended to build a strong sense of self-preservation and became cunning in order to survive. I believe this will be more of a challenge than any others you have had in your house before, Severus. Albus still spoke grimly. His eyes were uncharacteristically stern. I agree. Nevertheless, I should manage to at least help the child find some sense of peace. Severus owed Lily that much at least. Albus peered at him intently. And if you are unable to sway him to peace, I shall need you to inform me at once and I will handle the boy. Wait, what? Severus felt rather wrong-footed. Handle the boy, he asked. Albus nodded, still stern and grim. I won't allow another dark wizard to terrorize these halls. If he cannot be contained or swayed from the path he is on, then he shall have to be stopped before he can cause irreparable harm to our wards and our world. I am misunderstanding you, Albus. Are you concerned for Harry or concerned about Harry? Severus asked slowly. The child was undoubtedly sly. His ease of not hinting that he had left his relatives' care spoke easily enough of that. But was Albus frightened of the child? He has stopped referring to him as Harry and has switched to the boy. Is he distancing himself from the child already? Severus, that boy has all the markings of a dark wizard written in every word he speaks. His manipulations, his control of his magic, and the disregard with which he uses unforgivables is eerily reminiscent of a young Tom Riddle. Albus looked weary but determined. I will not idly stand by and assist another threat to our world to gain traction in these halls. Severus frowned. The headmaster didn't even acknowledge that Potter's behavior spoke more towards a frightened young boy than it did that of a budding dark wizard. He shouldn't be surprised. Albus' refusal to see abuse in children, coupled with his fear of any branch of magic aside from light, had always made him biased against his Slytherins. He supposed he had only escaped that bias once he became important to the man through the position he had held at the Dark Lord's right hand. Well, my boy, Albus clapped his hands together, calm once more. I believe we shall keep this between us and agree to keep an exceedingly close eye on the boy, shall we? Severus tilted his chin minutely. He would certainly keep a close eye on Potter, even if his reasons vastly differed from the headmaster's. Wonderful, thank you, Severus. I understand the vow you swore to the boy, and if it comes down to stopping him, I will ensure it is done in a way to keep you separate and safe. Well, that's certainly ominous. If there's nothing else then, Albus looked at him inquiringly. Severus hesitated. He had planned on showing Albus the memories of confronting Petunia about her vile lies of Lily, not that Albus seemed concerned about that, but with his concerning thoughts towards the child, what would he say when he reviewed the rest? Would he force Potter back to that home? Would he refuse to see the bruises and behavior of an abused child? I would merely like to request a few days off before the term starts, if you please, Albus, Severus said coolly. I have ingredients I would like to procure for my NEWTS class that would be best harvested before term begins. Albus agreed cheerfully. Of course, take all the time you need. I will see you at the sorting. Certainly, Albus, I shall see you then. If Severus wanted answers about Potter's past and his behavior, he would have to seek them alone. To involve Albus would clearly be dangerous to the child's safety. He prayed the child would be simpler to find this time, and willing to broker another deal with him. Chapter 8, Diagon Alley and Deals. Diagon Alley was bloody amazing. Harry had spent the last few days exploring every store in the alley and was amazed at all that he saw. He spent a lot of time in the Grand Wixen Library, which was a deceptively small building partially behind Gringotts. Harry had always liked libraries. When he lived with the Dursleys, it gave him a place to hide from his cousin and uncle. Later, on the streets, it gave him someplace warm to hole up and pass the long, grueling winter hours. The Wixen Library offered him both knowledge and privacy in spades. Harry was used to fadding in the background, a necessary tool to surviving in London, but here in the wizarding world, it seemed as if people were determined to talk to him, stare at him, and touch him. He had almost retched when a man had frantically came running up to him, wrapped one arm around his back possessively, and began telling him how honored he was to meet his acquaintance. Harry wanted to be great. He wanted to be powerful and feared and amazing. He wanted people to be honored to be in his presence, but he did not want to be possessed or owned. Harry wanted to be free. Since that incident, Harry had been spending as much time in the library as he could. It was pretty quiet in there. There were tables where he could spread books out on, stacks of parchment and quills to use for notes, even more normal notepads and pencils. And the books were as far as you could see, on any topic imaginable. Household spells, tracking spells, offensive and defensive magic, and so many more topics that Harry couldn't even begin to read one book per section before he would have to leave for school. So far, Harry could count on a calm afternoon, learning as much as he can about the world of magic as quickly as he could. One of the first things he had read about was how magic was traced for underage wizards. He was happy to discover that witches and wizards had the trace added to their wand automatically when they officially accepted their place as a student by being sorted. Which means wandless magic or magic done before I'm sorted isn't traced. Not that Harry had the faintest idea what sorted was. He did hope that someone didn't think they were going to sort him out like Vernon used to. They'd have a nasty surprise if so. Since the revelation about the trace, Harry had been studying and practicing as much as he could. He discovered that he was better at doing the spells without his wand than he was with it. Harry sitting at a large table in the corner and was working on a neat transfiguration spell that changed wool into silk when a young girl came up to him. "Excuse me," she said politely, "you aren't supposed to be doing spells outside of Hogwarts." Harry looked at her curiously. She looked to be about his age, even if she was a good few inches taller, and had shoulder-length red hair and blue-green eyes. She had a few freckles across her nose and had her hands clasped in front of her clean blue jumper and white skirt. Harry shrugged as an answer. It wasn't her business what he did. He also ducked his head down so she couldn't see his bloody scar and start talking about that, like the rest of the world seemed to. He turned his body from her just a bit, so she couldn't read his journal of notes, but not so much that he couldn't see her in his line of sight. The girl sighed. "I just don't want you to get in trouble," she said in a nice way. "My aunt said that kids who practice spells on purpose before they get accepted to Hogwarts can still be expelled and excluded for registration." Harry thought she sounded a bit prim, but not nearly as much as the posh Draco Malfoy from the robe shop. M already accepted, and the book said spells ain't traced until M sorted. Harry spoke softly, hoping she wouldn't get angry, but would accept his explanation and leave him alone. "Have you really? You look much too small to be 11. The girl's shock is what gave Harry the indignation to pick his head up and glare at her. His green eyes hardened as he bristled, and straightened himself up to try and look intimidating like the older kids in the youth shelters. "If I said M accepted, then I best be 11, right?" he asked coldly. The girl's brows furrowed and irritation flashed across her eyes, making them a darker shade of teal. Harry could see the moment she saw his scar, her face cleared of its irritation, and she looked apologetic instead. "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. I'm rather tall for my age, I suspect." She grinned a bit at him sheepishly and extended her hand. "My name's Susan Bones, what's yours?" It was nice that she must have recognized him, but was still giving him a chance to introduce himself. It was more than almost anyone else, besides Draco, had done so far. He grasped her extended hand and released it as quickly as he could without seeming rude. "Harry Potter. Nice to meet you, may I call you Harry?" He shrugged. "That's fine." Great. For some reason the girl took this as an invite to sit down at his table. She sat in the chair next to him, too close, so he discreetly tried to scoot away to get more space. "How do you know spells aren't traced until we're sorted?" The girl's eyes had a glimmer of excited interest, and Harry reluctantly smiled a little at her. "Read it in one of them books on the laws, did I?" "Ooh, are you interested in a career in law when you graduate? My aunt works for the DMLE, and I bet she'd tell you all about it if you want." Harry didn't know what the DEML was, and didn't know if Susan was being nice because she was a nice person, or because he was Harry Potter. Or if she has a different reason to be nice. He shrugged again, eyeing her carefully. "Well, I dunno if I'm breaking any laws if I don't know them, right?" Susan got way more interesting when she got a mischievous smirk on her face. "You're absolutely right, Harry. After all," she straightened up and stuck her nose in the air a little and talked in a prim voice,
Ignorance of the law is no excuse to break the law, she giggled. My aunt says that all the time. Harry gave her more genuine smile and relaxed a little. She didn't seem much like she was going to run off and try reporting him. What's the demel you said your aunt works for? Susan giggled again. The DMLE, it stands for the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Your aunt's a cop, bloody hell. Harry had never had any good experience with the muggle cops, and bet that the magical ones were even worse. More power just seemed to mean more ability to act with cruelty, in his opinion. What's a cop? Susan asked curiously. Clearly she didn't spend much time outside the magic world. Well, Harry grimaced. They go and arrest people and lock 'em up. Sometimes they rough you up for no reason just cause they're bored and don't like you. They ain't supposed to arrest good people, only bad ones, but they do whatever they want. He'd had a few terrifying experiences with the muggle cops. Once he had tried running from them, after nicking some food from a little store, and they had tackled him so hard he was pretty sure they broke his rib, all over a candy bar and a bottle of milk. He'd had to use his magic to get out of the police station, so they couldn't hurt him anymore or put him in jail. Ever since then he'd lost faith that cops were anything more than bullies with badges. Oh, like auras? Susan looked intrigued. No, my aunt isn't an aura or a cop. Auras are a part of the DMLE, but they investigate and arrest people. My aunt is more in the law part where she listens to cases and helps decide if the person is guilty or not. That ain't so bad then. Harry thought she sounded a bit more like a judge or a lawyer than a cop. She's really nice. You'd like her, I bet. Her name's Amelia Bones. I've lived with her ever since I was a baby. Harry looked at her sharply at that. How come? He'd lived with his aunt and she was horrible to him. Susan didn't sound like her aunt was horrible to her, but you never know either. Susan frowned and looked down at her hands. My parents were murdered by you-know-who, like yours, when I was a baby. Everyone thought that the rest of my family was going to be killed too, but then you stopped him. Even though Harry had done as much research as he could, and already verified Professor Snape's claims that his parents were long dead, it still twisted his gut to hear it out loud. "I'm sorry," Harry said softly. "Do you like livin' with your aunt?" Susan looked back up and tried to smile, although he thought it looked a bit pained. "Oh yes, she's amazing. She never got married or had any kids of her own, so it's just me and her, and she's the most amazing witch I've ever met in my life." He couldn't doubt her honesty when she sounded so painfully earnest. It did twist his gut even more, though, that her aunt sounded so nice when his was so awful. Guess nobody cared about me after I got rid of Voldemort for them. Not that he was bitter at all. Nope, not him. What spell were you practicing? Susan asked, interrupting his thoughts. Oh, it's real neat. Here, I'll show ya. He put his old wool cap on the table and held his hands over it. Iruntaricum, he pronounced carefully. Susan gasped in surprise when the old grey wool turned into a grey silk cap. But where's your wand? She asked breathlessly. Left it in my room, didn't I? It's way easier this way. Susan stared at him, open-mouthed, and didn't say anything. Harry was squirming in his seat. He hated being stared at. Wow, she finally whispered. Harry, that's amazing. I don't even think that's a first-year spell. It's not. I found it in a transfiguration book for third years. He puffed his chest out proudly. Wow, she whispered again. You're going to be a Ravenclaw for sure. You're so smart. Harry blushed hotly. He wasn't sure if she was making fun of him or not. Nobody had ever told him that before. Thanks, he mumbled, looking at his hands. Can you do any more without your wand? Susan had that eager glint in her eyes again, and Harry nodded excitedly. I can do loads, he admitted, remaining a little evasive. He didn't like the way Professor Snape had looked at him when he described all the different things he could do, and didn't want this girl to look at him the same way, so he held off the specifics. Ooh, can you show me, please? Harry had heard the term puppy dog eyes, but had never really seen it in person until Susan looked him in the eyes and made her teal eyes wide and pouted out her bottom lip. Harry grinned and shook his head at her. Will you be here tomorrow? I gotta get back to the Leaky before Tom stops supper. He didn't think Tom would deny him food, but it was better to be quick just in case. Susan beamed and bobbed her head quickly. Auntie Amelia lets me come to the library as much as I want as long as I get to her office before dark. Her smile turned shy. Meet you here tomorrow, same time. Harry agreed, quickly jumping up and putting his belongings and the books he'd checked out into his bag. Brill, Sue, see you tomorrow then. He raced out of the library quickly, not wanting the people in the main lobby to see who he was. He was already taking a chance with Susan, but she seemed nice enough.
Harry grinned a little as he jogged to the leaky cauldron. Susan had seemed impressed by his magic and didn't try to touch him or his little lightning bolt scar. He would still keep an eye on her, but hopefully she wouldn't turn creepy on him. He carefully entered the pub and found his regular stool at the bar top at the far corner, where it's a bit too shady and hidden for people to see him, and jumped up on it to sit. "Hey Tom," Harry called quietly. There were only a few people in the pub, but it would be stupid to call attention to himself. "Can I have a burger? And maybe some carrots like you made the other night?" Tom had done something that Harry suspected was literally magical with the carrots he'd cooked him before. Tom gave him a toothy grin. "Common, right up, Mr. Bond." He winked at Harry at their agreement to not use his real name so it'd be less likely to call attention to him. "Pumpkin juice or milk?" "Milk, please," Harry answered. He'd tried the pumpkin juice that Tom swore everyone in the magical world loved, and thought it was too sweet, like drinking candy. It made his teeth ache and his stomach curl. Tom shot him another wink and disappeared in the back. Harry pulled out one of his library books. This one was about the differences between dark magic, light magic, and grey magic. He thought it was stupid to label some magic as dark, when there were some nasty curses listed under light magic that sounded pretty painful. There were 3 curses listed at the very top of the dark list: the killing curse, the torture curse, and the controlling curse. The book talked about how if you used any of them you'd get an automatic lifetime sentence in Azkaban. Harry made a mental note to look up what Azkaban is tomorrow. It wouldn't do him any good to use one of those curses without knowing the consequences beforehand. He was taking notes on the differences between the branches of magic and poking at his meal that Tom brought him when he felt someone's eyes on him. He curled over his book and tried to look behind him casually. "Bugger!" He scowled when he saw Professor Snape standing directly behind him with a satisfied smirk on his face. "You are a rather difficult child to track, Potter," Snape said, sitting gracefully on the stool 2 over from the left of him. Harry scowled a little more at him. "Not hard enough," he muttered. Snape barked out a sharp laugh. "You are selling yourself short. It's taken me 2 days to find you here." "Why'd you want to find me?" Harry was suddenly stricken with the thought that maybe they changed their minds. Maybe he couldn't go to Hogwarts after all. He knew he was magic, but maybe they didn't care. And Harry paled at the thought. Maybe the books were wrong, and Harry was going to be expelled before he was even sorted. "I simply wanted to speak with you before we lose our privacy to Hogwarts in a few days," Snape said calmly, waving at Tom for a drink. Harry eyed him suspiciously. The man did seem to be relaxed. If they were going to kick me out already, surely they'd send the DMLE or the headmaster of the school. "What about, sir?" Harry asked, edging to the opposite side of his stool from where Snape sat. If he wanted to snap his wand and expel him, he'd have to catch him first. And Harry wasn't great at a lot of things, but he was fast and he knew how to make himself pop about to other places. He didn't think Snape could catch him. "Firstly, I would like to know why you are currently residing in an inn." Snape sneered as he said it, as if this wasn't the nicest place Harry's stayed in years. "Well, sir, is that something I have to talk with my teacher about when it's the summer holidays?" Harry attempted to sound innocent, but he suspected his voice was a little too hard to pull it off completely. Snape met his eyes and held his gaze for a moment before he nodded with approval. "You are correct, Potter. It is not my business during the summer holidays. However," Snape drawled, "I wonder if you would care to indulge me in a trade." Harry tensed up. There had always been adults in London wanting to trade him favors for food or for shelter, and he wasn't doing that anymore. He had money now. He could buy food and buy a warm bed to sleep in. He didn't need to do any favors or trades ever again. Harry laid his hands flat on the counter so the man couldn't see them shaking, and spoke as firmly as he could. "No, I don't want to trade with you. Leave me alone now, please." "Not even if I answer one of your questions for every question of mine you answer." Snape raised a brow at him. "Oh, that's not so bad. How do I know you ain't gonna lie to me, sir?" Snape chuckled and took a sip of the dark drink Tom gave him. "The same way I shall know if you are being honest. Simply hope for the best and trust my intuition." Harry had trusted his intuition a lot, and it's what kept him alive for most of his life. He nodded shortly. "If I don't want to answer, then I don't have to." "Acceptable, and I shall have the same privilege." "Acceptable," Harry mocked his drawling tone. "Can I go first?" "No," Snape replied simply. "Did you obtain all your supplies?" Harry tilted his head at the question. He thought that Snape would ask him why he was staying at the Leaky Cauldron again. "Yeah, I did, sir. Harry said slowly, wondering if this was somehow a trap. Snape nodded. Good, it is now your turn. He narrowed his eyes at the man. Snape appeared completely relaxed, while Harry felt wired so tightly he might snap. Why do you want to talk with me? I find you interesting. Harry rolled his eyes. All the bloody wizards he's met finds him interesting. Why? Snape just curled up one side of his mouth, not quite a smile and not quite a smirk. I believe I answered the question you asked, and it is now my turn. He gritted his teeth. Bastard. Fine, go ahead. When was the last time you saw your relatives? He was a real bastard. How much did he know? I am not sure, Harry said, stammering as he tried to think of an excuse. Snape raised one hand and Harry flinched backwards, not wanting to be smacked by the man. To Harry's surprise, the professor grimaced and lowered his hand, placing it palm down on the counter, similar to Harry's own position. I apologize, that was not meant to be a threat. I was merely going to state that if you are not truthful with me then, I shall no longer be truthful with you. That was the term Snape said in the beginning. Which was fair enough. Harry remained as far away from the unpredictable man as he could, without falling off his stool, and tried to think of an answer that wouldn't get him shipped right back to the one place he swore he'd never go back to. I don't want to answer that one. He didn't want to answer any of them. Professor Snape stared at Harry oddly for a moment, as if trying to figure out something complicated. I believe you may not realize that I may hold quite a bit of information you might be interested in, he said slowly. So I will tell you something, for free, that may incentivize you to answer my questions, lest you get your own questions rejected. Harry didn't think the man had much information he wanted, and if not then he was going to call this game quits. I knew your mother, Lily, and we were close friends for over half her life. Bloody hell. Harry knew his jaw had dropped. He couldn't be bothered to fix it just then. Really, you knew my mum? Snape mimed, zipping his lips shut. I will offer you a chance to take back your previous refusal to answer my question, if you would like me to answer any of yours. Harry resisted the urge to squeeze his eyes shut. He didn't trust the man not to attack him if he closed his eyes, but he did grit his teeth while he said, Haven't seen M since a week after I turned 8. He took a deep breath and quickly asked his question. What was my mum like? This better be worth sharing his answer. Snape smiled, a soft and sad smile. She was brilliant and funny and was a good singer. You will hear many people tell you of her kindness, and she was excessively kind, but Lily also had a fiery temper and could hold a grudge worse than anyone I knew. He laughed a little. She held a grudge against your father for 6 years because he insulted me on our first train ride to Hogwarts. Harry almost fell off his stool. You knew my dad too. Snape raised his brows at him silently until Harry sighed and deflated a bit. Go ahead, he mumbled. With whom have you been residing for the last 3 years? Harry looked away from him and began worrying his bottom lip. He really wanted to know more about his mum and dad. No, they weren't worthless people who gave him up for drugs. But he knew if Snape found out where he's been that he would surely drag him back to the Dursleys. I could always leave again if he did, couldn't I? Or would he set up some sort of magic cage to keep me there? Harry studied Professor Snape, who looked so calm as if he didn't really care what Harry's answer was, and debated on if he could try to give the man a little bit of his trust. Would you promise not to take me back to them if I tell you? He asked softly. Snape met his gaze easily and studied him in silence. Harry was starting to feel uneasy from his look, and began flickering his eyes around the tavern for the quickest and easiest escape in case he'd made the man angry with his request. The professor finally sighed lightly. He gave Harry a small nod, and without breaking his eye contact, he slowly, very slowly, raised his wand and said, I, Severus Snape, do solemnly swear on my magic and my life, that regardless of what Harry Potter answers me I will not return him to Petunia and Vernon Dursley's home. So I have spoken, so mote it be. Harry blinked at him. He was pretty sure that swears made with magic were more important than just saying, they promise. Snape lowered his wand and looked at Harry expectantly. Harry looked down at his hands and ran his thumb back and forth over the grain of the counter. I ain't been stayin' with anyone, he mumbled. If you would speak clearly, please, child. Harry squinted his eyes shut, not caring whether the man struck him or not, if it meant not having to look at him while he admitted this. I said I ain't been staying with anyone. He took a few deep breaths and focused on clearing the emotion on his face before he looked at Professor Snape again. Showing your emotions gets you killed. It was Rule 1. The professor looked like he was deep in thought before he spoke again. It is your turn. That's it, you don't got nothing to say bout it. Snape raised a shoulder casually. I have a great many questions and comments regarding your statement. However, I believe you are currently residing within this establishment and are being fed and adequately sheltered until September 1st, which seems to be an acceptable arrangement for the remainder of this summer. Therefore, he shrugged a shoulder again, I will continue the game if you would like. Harry was tired and he didn't really want to tell him any more tonight. It was exhausting just to share the little he had. Maybe just one more. I don't want to play anymore, please. Harry hated to ask for anything from anyone ever, but adults didn't like it when you didn't add please. Certainly, Snape didn't seem mad about Harry ending the game, so he hastily asked his last question. What was my dad like? Snape rolled his eyes, crossed his arms, and huffed a little. I was never friends with him like I was your mother. However, I can tell you that James Potter was a talented flyer who played Quidditch for Gryffindor for 5 years. He also made friends easily, was fond of pranks, excelled at transfiguration, and most witches at school found him charming. Harry carefully filed all the information that Professor Snape told him away to think about later. He also noted the easy, relaxed way he talked about his mum, and the way he flexed his hand and rolled his shoulders when he talked about his dad. He cared about her a lot, and him not even a bit. He decided to ponder that thought later and clenched his jaw and looked at him in the eyes defiantly. Go on then, I know you got one more. Snape's eyes softened when he looked at him, not enough to make his expression kind, but enough to not be so grim. My questions aren't meant to hurt you, Potter. He shrugged in response, jaw and hands still clenched tightly. K. The professor sighed and studied him for a moment before asking carefully, do you have plans tomorrow? That's his last question. Harry had expected him to ask more about the Dursleys or his life. He relaxed minutely before he answered. Going to the library and seeing a friend before dinner. Would you be opposed to going to Muggle London with me after breakfast? We could return before your library trip. Harry inched slightly more away from the professor and rubbed his thumb on the counter in agitation and confusion. Why, sir? Professor Snape had a curious look in his eyes that Harry couldn't quite figure out. I believe it would be prudent for you to obtain suitable attire before attending Hogwarts next week. He hesitated. I would hate for you to not have the same basic amenities as your classmates. It took Harry a moment to figure out what he was saying, and when he did he felt red-faced and ashamed. Are you saying my clothes ain't nice enough for Hogwarts? He snarled, trying to mask his embarrassment behind anger. Harry knew his clothes were ratty. Most of them had either been nicked from cheap stores or gotten from charity bins at the shelters he stayed at sometimes. The thin shirt and the patched-up and baggy trousers were comfortable, and it was still rude to have it pointed out that his clothes were trash. He peeked down at his red trainers and bit back a smile. Those were still brand new looking and the nicest shoes he'd ever had. Snape waited until Harry's eyes flicked back up to his face before he said softly, I once started Hogwarts dressed in clothes that did not fit me and were more suitable for the garbage than they were for school. It made me a target for whispers, gossip, and jokes, which in turn made what should have been the happiest years of my life markedly less than happy. I am aware that you purchased robes, but it would undoubtedly make your interactions with your classmates easier if you had leisure clothes that you could wear proudly. His eyes softened and he smiled slightly. Plus, your grandmother took me clothes shopping when I was a teenager, the summer before my 4th year, and I believe she would be pleased to know I am repaying the favor. Is this pity or a debt he thinks he owes? Harry debated internally. On the one hand, it would be nice to buy clothes that fit properly and weren't stained and full of holes, plus he had plenty of money in his vault to cover it. On the other hand, he didn't necessarily want to spend an afternoon alone with this man he doesn't really trust. If it wasn't a debt or pity, then Snape had no reason to be helping him. He narrowed his eyes at Snape. What kind of bloody game are you playing with me? 'Cause I'm not just gonna be so bloody grateful for your help that I'll let you do anything you want to me. He raised his chin a bit. I found some new curses and I'll use M. He spoke firmly and hoped he looked at least a little intimidating to the much larger, stronger, and more knowledgeable man. He hoped Snape didn't see his hands trembling with the uncertainty and fear he was feeling about the situation, though. He had no intentions of being possessed by anyone in any way ever again. He was free now, free from the fears and the streets and the haunting eyes and grasping hands that seemed to track him into his nightmares, and it's going to stay that way. Nobody got to see him beg for anything ever again. Snape snorted, actually snorted, as if Harry wasn't even a tiny bit scary. "I'll fix that," he swore. "Child, I have dueled witches and wizards that make you look like a sweet newborn Kneazle. Your threats do not scare me." He winced slightly. "Although they do concern me," he muttered. He raised a brow. "I will clearly state my intentions, shall I?" Harry nodded, not quite trusting his voice to not stutter if he spoke yet. "I have assisted multiple children, throughout my tenure as a professor, who have been in a position similar to yours. The only difference being that with them I was unable to assist until after they began Hogwarts, whereas with you I see an opportunity to help before you even set foot on the Hogwarts Express. I believe children can be cruel." His lips twitched at Harry's snort. "Children, adults, everyone can be cruel." "Yes, I do know children can be cruel," Snape agreed with Harry's apparently visible thoughts. "It would be unfortunate for you to begin your formal magical education with a ridiculous stigma surrounding you due to something as easily fixed as what you are wearing. I do not expect you to be grateful for me to assist you in acquiring basic items that a child is entitled to. If it soothes your pride and worries, you may consider this offer as me simply repaying a favor to your grandmother." He smirked slightly. "It may also be considered for my own good. I believe your mother was intelligent and cunning enough that she would find a way to return from the grave to haunt me if I allowed her son to wear rags from the garbage bins to the sorting feast." Harry's lips twitched at that line. He twisted his hands around and thought about it more. Snape seemed sincere, and Harry was usually good at reading people, especially after a few bad reads. Snape had been a decent sort since they met. A bit of a bastard, but so was Harry, so that was fine. He remembered how the man had made the vow about not taking him back to Surrey earlier, and wondered if he could get him to do it twice. He laid his hands flat on the table, and thankfully, sounding more calm than he felt, he turned back to the professor. "If I go with you, will you make another promise? Like before?" He braced himself in case this was pushing his luck. Instead, Snape looked almost approving again. "Weird. If you inform me what you would like me to promise, I shall consider it. Vows are not to be taken lightly, or with open loopholes, due to the repercussions of breaking one." Harry remembered how he'd said he swore on his magic and life, and shuddered as he realized what the repercussions would be for breaking it. "Would ya?" He hesitated, wanting to word it in a way that didn't seem weird to the man or make himself sound weak. "Would you promise not to touch me?" He grimaced at his own wording. "Sure, that doesn't sound weird at all." The professor looked thoughtful, though. "What if I vow not to touch you in any way that would intentionally cause you harm?" he asked. "There may an emergency or accident that would require me to touch you. I would hate to survive a decade of teaching foolish children how to brew potions only to die because I held you back from walking in front of a moving vehicle." He sounded sarcastic, but Harry still thought he seemed genuine and honest. He smirked up at him. "Any way to get you to vow to teach me some new curses?" Snape huffed out a laugh. "I dare say you are already far ahead of your peers when it comes to curses, child." He shrugged. It was worth a shot. He'll just look some more up in the book he put back in his bag when Snape showed up. "I shall take my vow in the morning before we depart. I would hate to prevent you time to come up with additional inquiries and addendums to try and add to it." He sounded careless and bored when he said it, but Harry nodded seriously. That wasn't a bad idea to think about. He didn't want any loopholes. "Very well, I suggest you retire to your room and sleep. I shall meet you here in the morning at promptly 8 a.m. Harry nodded silently again, and dropped a few coins on the counter for Tom before he leapt off his stool easily, and keeping Snape in his line of sight, made his way carefully to the staircase leading to his rented room. "See you in the morning, sir." He turned when he made it to the stairs and quickly dashed up them, completely missing the look of grief that briefly flashed across Snape's face. Chapter 9, Shopping. At promptly 7:45 the next morning, Severus flew himself from his home to the Leaky Cauldron for his bizarre trip with Harry Potter. He had made the offer on a whim, something he typically avoided. The more he thought about it, though, the more logical it became. Children who were abused or targeted by bullies were more prone to finding comfort and acceptance amongst those of darker orientations. One only had to look at Tom Riddle or Severus himself to find the truth in that statement. Severus grimaced when he remembered the stained, ripped and threadbare clothing he had seen Potter wearing the night before. They were in worse condition than Severus' own childhood clothing had been, and would have definitely marked the child as impoverished to the other children at Hogwarts.
Although it would be interesting to see a student attempt to bully Potter, Severus mused. The child seemed to switch rapidly from scared and submissive to confident and aggressive. When Severus remembered the ease of which Potter successfully imperious Minerva, he shuddered to imagine what would happen to someone bullying the child when he was feeling aggressive. If assisting the child in purchasing a wardrobe that he wouldn't be mocked for meant taking a tiny step to prevent Albus, currently unfounded, fear, then so be it. And if Severus could take this opportunity to learn more about the child's past, a mystery that plagued Severus as all good mysteries tended to do, then all the better. Severus stepped out of the fire grate at the leaky cauldron and brushed the soot off of his muggle attire. He felt more graceful in his wizarding robes, but his muggle clothes brought undeniable comfort to him. He nodded across the bar to Tom, the owner of the pub, as he began ascending the stairs to the rooms. He was grateful to the older man for informing him of Potter's residence when he had questioned him a few days ago, and was impressed that he seemed to be keeping it quiet that the famous child was staying there. Severus had planned on removing the child from the inn back to wherever he had been residing up until the child had informed him, reluctantly, that he was not residing anywhere, and it had been that way for years. And had that not been quite the nasty shock, the perceived savior of the wizarding world spent the last 3 years living on the streets. Severus had not lied to Potter when he told him that he was rather content with his current lodgings. The leaky cauldron was certainly more secure than the back alleys of London. He would work on finding a more permanent solution during this school year before next summer. Severus steeled himself before knocking on the child's door, thankful to Tom again for informing him of the room number. The door flew open and Severus suddenly found himself with a sharpened knife pressed against his abdomen. "What in Merlin's name?" "Oh, Professor, sorry about that," Potter said, blinking as he retracted and pocketed the knife. Severus eyed the child warily and raised a brow at him. "May I ask why you decided to answer the door by jamming a blade at me?" Potter shrugged carelessly. "Didn't expect you yet, so I wasn't sure who it was I? Gotta be careful." Severus was unsure if he should comment on the child's horrendous grammar, the Cockney accent he clearly picked up on the streets, or the fact that Severus had arrived precisely at the time he informed Potter he would. Ultimately, Severus decided to comment on the use of the switchblade. "Potter, you cannot carry a pocket knife with you to Hogwarts," Severus sighed. A normal child would understand that knives were not a tool for children to use. Potter was no such type of normal. The tiny abnormal child scoffed up at him. "Course I can. Not gonna let someone get the drop on me, sir." "Your wand will be sufficient to protect you in instances where you feel as if though your life is in danger," Severus told him curtly. "Can't always use my magic, can I? Sometimes I got too many thoughts in my head, and I can't get it to work right." Potter patted his pocket where his knife was hidden. "This works even when I'm not thinking straight, don't it?" Well reasoned, Severus thought silently. It wasn't that he disagreed with the child's logic, it was simply the fact that a paranoid and traumatized child was clearly more likely to swipe first and ask questions later. Severus studied the defiant child for a moment. While he considered what he could offer that Potter would consider equal to relinquishing the knife he relies on for his personal safety. "May I offer you a deal?" Potter narrowed his green eyes at him. "You can offer," he said stoutly. "I will teach you 2 spells to stun and incapacitate an attacker if you relinquish your knife during your time at Hogwarts." Severus raised his hand when the child opened his mouth to interrupt. Both of these spells are classified in some categories as grey. Grey magic inherently operates outside of emotion and utilizes pure intent. Hence, if you memorize the incantations, you will be able to cast them even in the midst of a full-blown panic attack. The child had an almost perfect mask of indifference on, but he was unable to mask the keen look of interest in his eyes. "Maybe if you're offered 3 of those spells I can use, then I won't carry my knife no more," Potter said slyly before quickly adding, "but I'm keeping it in my trunk." Severus smirked. Severus may believe divination to be as useful as cheese-bottomed cauldrons, but he felt certain that he could see in the near future that this child was bound to be one of his Slytherins. "It is a deal, Mr. Potter." After teaching Potter the Stupefy, Incarcerus and Expelliarmus spells, and had it not been another surprise to learn the child was smugly aware that his wand was not yet being traced, Severus watched him carefully place the knife in his trunk and replace it with his wand. Potter said, walking to him, carefully stopping out of arm's reach. "I got money from the bank this morning and am ready." "Potter, what time did you wake up?" Severus asked curiously.
The child shrugged and evaded eye contact with him. Dunno early, always up early. Severus sighed internally. If you have difficulties sleeping and find that it is impacting your functioning when you arrive at Hogwarts, please seek out either myself or Madame Pomfrey, the school's version of a doctor, and we shall prescribe you potions to assist. Potter nodded, K. Severus would get the obstinate child to stop saying K and shrugging if it was the last thing he did. Come along then, let us embark upon the department stores of London, Severus drawled. Potter began fidgeting and inching away from him, a sign Severus was beginning to identify as anxiety. Sir W, what about the P-promise? Potter stammered out softly. Yes, apologies. How could Severus forget the altogether alarming vow Potter had wished him to take before agreeing to undergo a terrifying task such as shopping together? Have you decided the wording is adequate? Severus asked him. Potter looked hesitant. Can I add something? Severus nodded at him. You may, although I reserve the right to decide if I wish to speak it. The child fixed his eyes on the wall to the left of him, once again avoiding eye contact, as he blushed furiously but softly said, You said you wouldn't touch me in a way to hurt me on purpose. Can you also add that you won't touch me even if you think I'd like it? It took Severus a moment to decipher the meaning behind that request, and he blanched severely once he figured it out. What did you expect of a small and soft child living on the streets? Severus' wand hand twitched with anger at the reason Potter would think to add that disturbing addendum. Potter, look at me, please. The child looked at him, still red-faced. Severus spoke in the gentlest tone he was able. I can assure you that is an altogether unrequited request to make of me. I hope that in time you will come to see that I am an ally to you and you can trust me to stay within my bounds as your professor and someone you are safe with. However, he slowly raised his wand to not startle the child. I will vow that I, Severus Tobias Snape, will not touch you, Harry James Potter, in any way that would intentionally cause you harm or injure you. Furthermore, I vow that I will not place a single hand on you with hostile intent. This includes sexual advances and malicious purposes. I make these vows on both my magic and my life, so I have spoken, so mote it be. Severus felt the familiar shiver of magic washing over him, binding him to his vow. Potter was still avoiding eye contact, but nodded at him, his body language signaling his relief. Severus knew that they would eventually need to have a conversation, a damned lot of conversations, about his past, but he was willing to let it fall to the wayside in favor of giving the child a relatively easy afternoon. If you would like to follow me, Potter, we can reach our destination by foot, I believe. Severus led the quiet child through the pub and out into the Muggle side of London. Potter seemed to have an uncanny ability to walk silently along the edges of the buildings. His face was impassive, but the lines of his body were tense in agitation when crowds went by or strangers walked too closely to him. Potter walked as if he expected to be attacked at any given moment. Severus was relieved when they reached their destination. He had intentionally decided to go to a nearby department store. It may have lacked as many options as other stores, but he believed the quicker they could complete their shopping, the more relaxed Potter would be. The child's eyes lit up behind his atrocious and broken glasses, another trip they should complete before the first, and he glanced at Severus uncertainly. I dunno what all tar gets, sir, he all but whispered. Severus restrained himself from placing a soothing hand on the child's shoulder, certain he would not appreciate it, and instead beckoned for him to follow along. I believe you should start with the basics: socks, pants, trainers, boots. You will also want trousers, jeans, t-shirts for casual wear, shirts for a slightly more formal wear, some jumpers, a jacket or two, and a coat. Severus spoke briskly and factually, hoping that providing a basic list would help make it less overwhelming of a task. Severus guided Potter along and allowed him to choose items he liked, occasionally giving his input when needed. Severus had laughed outright when the child picked out graphic t-shirts. He certainly favored Lily's aesthetic. Your mother was fond of band t-shirts as well, Severus told him. Potter looked at the shirts in a new light after that, carefully snagging one of each in his size. Severus shared a little about Lily while they browsed the clothing section. He talked about the bands she enjoyed: rock, her favorite colors, purple and gray, and her childhood dreams to become a rock star. Severus pretended it didn't ache to be the one informing her son of these things, instead of her being there to do it herself. While they shopped for footwear, Severus quietly told Potter more about Hogwarts, information about the classes, the teachers, and how the grounds looked during various seasons. Severus steadfastly did not bring up the headmaster, the bias against Slytherin, or the way that Potter would surely be swarmed with both fans and enemies the moment he entered the doors. After they checked out, and Potter pridefully insisted on purchasing his own belongings, "I'm not owin' you nothin'," he'd said, Severus had to admit to himself that altogether it was a much more pleasant experience than he had anticipated. Potter was a vigilant, paranoid, traumatized child who spoke with a horrendous accent and flinched more than he moved. He was aloof, withdrawn, snarky, and anxiety-ridden. However, he was also unfailingly polite, likely a trait beaten into him by Petunia and her husband, witty, intelligent, and if his accidental confessions were true, exceptionally powerful. Potter was certainly going to make the next 7 years at Hogwarts interesting. After they returned to the leaky cauldron and placed Potter's bags in his trunk, Severus decided to invite the child to a local spot he enjoyed for lunch. "Why?" Potter glared at him. Severus refrained from rolling his eyes. "Because I do not despise your company and believe you will enjoy a lunch outside of this pub." There were other motives as well. Severus still had a few tasks the child should complete, and Severus had not learned a single thing about the boy yet. Severus also hoped the child would trust him sooner rather than later, as it was exhausting justifying every request he made to an 11-year-old whose paranoia would put Alastor Moody to shame. Potter smirked at him after agreeing, "Don't get attached, Professor. I'm not doing this every day." Severus did roll his eyes at that comment, as if he would become attached to the spawn of James Potter. "But would you to the child of Lily Evans?" his subconscious whispered. Severus occluded that thought right out of his head. Getting the child through Diagon Alley to the restaurant was an experience Severus never wished to have again. Every 3 steps it seemed as if someone recognized the child and stopped to shake his hand, pat him on the shoulder, or in 2 cases, outright hug him. Potter became paler and paler with each encounter. His body was visibly trembling, and his eyes appeared to be filled with terror while he was hugged by a weeping widow. Severus did his best to protect the child from unwanted advances by the ignorant masses. He stayed close to the child and snarled at everyone who tried to come near him. Eventually he pulled his wand out and held it stiffly at his side, a clear threat to wannabe well-wishers to the child. They walked briskly to the unobtrusive awning of Jiggery Deli, unhindered once Severus drew his wand. Severus shot the child a reassuring look after arriving at the deli. "Would you like to see why this is my favorite location?" Potter, who was still pale and shaky, gave him a quick nod while his eyes flicked around anxiously. Severus leaned close to the black door and whispered, "Patentibus." He smirked slightly at Potter's look of amazement as another doorway to the right, seemingly floating in the middle of the sidewalk, shimmered into view. "Follow me," Severus said simply before stepping through. They stepped through to a warm and softly lit porch. There were no walls, simply just a screened-in patio set in what appeared to be the middle of a flower-covered field. A table set for 2 materialized in the middle of the room. "Wow," Potter breathed from beside him. "What is this?" "This, Mr. Potter, is the Jiggery Deli." Severus smirked at the child's look of awe. "There are no waiters or menus or fellow patrons. When you give the password, the doorway takes you to a set location, which to my knowledge is different every time you visit, and a table appears for the exact number in your party. We will sit, I will place the required amount of coins on the table, and a predetermined meal will appear before us." "Wow," Potter breathed again, a smile forming when Severus mentioned the lack of fellow patrons. "Brill." Severus gestured to the chairs and his lips twitched slightly. "Yes, brill indeed. As someone who cherishes his privacy and quiet, much like I believe you do, Potter, this has always been a favorite location of mine." Potter nodded in fervent agreement as he sat down in the wooden chair at the table and began gazing at the field around them. Severus surreptitiously placed 2 galleons and 4 nuts on the table, taking advantage of the child's distraction to pay for his meal without having to explain that no, he did not expect anything in return for it. Potter didn't look away from the field until the slight pop alerted him to the arrival of their meal. Then Potter glanced at the food, vegetable soup and loaded jacket potatoes, and narrowed his eyes up at Severus. "I'm gonna pay you back for the food." Alastor could take tips on constant vigilance from this wisp of a child. Severus inclined his chin in agreement. "Whatever you wish," he said easily, lifting his spoon. Potter glared at him a moment longer before carefully lifting his spoon as well. They ate in companionable silence for a while, until Potter eventually lowered his silverware and cleared his throat hesitantly. "Oh, sir. Yes." Potter's gaze flicked around and he placed his palms face down on the table. Severus raised an eyebrow at the way Potter's things ran back and forth, as if of their own accord across the tablecloth. I wanted to say thank you. I wanted to say thank you for today," Potter said in a stammered rush. Severus raised a brow at him, believing that the foolish child was thanking him for escorting him to purchase his own clothing. "Potter, you paid for your own wardrobe," he drawled. "There is no need to thank me. I believe you would have acquired the necessities on your own eventually." Severus was surprised when Potter waved an agitated hand, brushing off his response. "No, not that, sir. I mean for making those promises and for trying to keep all those bloody wackos away from me earlier." He shrugged in a futile attempt to appear casual when he said, "I know I'm a burden, but I appreciate you helping me." "Oh, child." Severus met Potter's gaze and held it steadily, hoping he could convey his message through his eyes as well as with his words. It was almost not a difficulty to imagine Potter as any other first-year Slytherin, one that Severus would not question himself before helping. "Child, listen to me. You are not a burden. Whoever told you so or made you feel that way is a despicable liar. You are a child who is deserving of basic human rights such as shelter, clothes, food, and care." Severus took a deep breath and prayed to Merlin that he phrased the next part correctly. "You have experienced cruelty in your life. I expect you have experienced cruelty beyond what I can begin to imagine." He looked intently at Potter and said very solemnly, "This does not mean you deserved it. Do you understand that?" Potter was completely still in his seat, palms suddenly flat on the table and unmoving, his face frozen in a look of impassivity. The only hint Severus got about his emotions at all was a brief glimpse of anguish before the child blinked, and it was gone. "Yes, sir," the child dutifully responded. Severus sighed and shook his head. "I do not expect you to at present, nevertheless you will learn." The two of them finished their meal together in comfortable silence. Severus had nothing to truly discuss, and Potter seemed to enjoy the quiet regardless. When they were finished, Severus placed a disillusionment charm on the child, so they could walk to the wizarding library together. On the way, Severus pointed the optometrist to Potter, hoping that the child would take the hint and obtain new glasses as his were dreadful. It would be responsible of Severus to take the child himself, but Severus preferred to not push either of their limits more than they already had. At the library entrance, Potter quietly thanked Severus again for the day together. Severus assured him that it was no bother to him, and that he would see him in a couple of days at Hogwarts. As the child walked through the doors, he turned around and gave Severus a smile. It was a small one and relatively shy, but Severus was pleased with the day's efforts when he realized it was the first genuine smile he had seen on the child since the first time he saw him. Chapter 10: The Hogwarts Express. Today's the day. Harry woke up on the morning on September 1st with a manic smile he had to fight to control. Today's the day. He hurriedly took a shower and got dressed. He tried flattening his hair down, a losing battle there. The mirror snorted at him, and wished briefly that he had thought to research how to make his hair grow faster before he laughed at himself. "I want my hair to be longer." He focused on an image of how he pictured his hairstyle and pulled the warmth of his magic from his chest, core, as one of the books has said, down to his hands. "Much better, my dear," the mirror crooned. Harry ignored it to eye himself critically. His hair was exactly how he'd pictured it in his mind. It went down to the middle of his neck, and instead of sticking up wildly like it usually did, it laid in soft waves. His fringe was long enough to cover his entire forehead, which conveniently hid some of his scars. He supposed there wasn't much to do about hiding the scar on the right side of his face. He'd already tried to remove it with magic before. Harry's green eyes were shining and even brighter than usual behind his new glasses. They were expensive, but Harry liked the way that the silver frames matched his green eyes. He didn't normally care how he looked, but today was the day. For once in his life, he wanted everything to be perfect. Harry chose a pair of his new jeans, a black t-shirt that had a band logo for Queen on it, one of the bands Professor Snape swore his mum loved, and his red trainers. He knew that he had nicer and newer trainers and boots now, but he felt a little possessive of his red ones and thought they'd be the best to wear today. Properly satisfied that he looked as good as he was going to, he inspected his room to make sure he packed everything. He had packed his trunk last night and had left out his satchel, which had a couple of his new books, journals, and one of his school robes in it. He sighed happily as he pulled his bag over his shoulder and grabbed the handle of his trunk. Today's the day. When Harry came through the entrance to platform 9, 3-4 magic brick walls must be a thing for wizards, and saw the Hogwarts Express for the first time, he gasped. It was beautiful. A huge scarlet-coloured train that proudly stated Hogwarts Express in gold letters on the side. There must be at least a dozen carts attached to it for seating. All around the train there were children running, students laughing, and parents fussing over them. Owls hooted to one another in a disgruntled sort of way over the babble and the scraping of heavy trunks. The first few carriages were already packed with students, some hanging out of the window to talk to their families, some fighting over seats. Harry pushed his cart off down the platform in search of an empty seat. He found one at the end of the train and discreetly pointed his wand, which felt bloody weird to use, at his trunk and whispered, Wingardium Leviosa. He grinned to himself, pleased the now floating trunk was much easier to push into the baggage compartment. He took a seat in the corner of the compartment and watched the families surreptitiously out the window. He felt the same bitter longing now that he used to when he would watch families at the playgrounds. He wondered if his dad would brag about him to the other parents, or if his mum would tear up at the thought of him leaving. Emotions get you killed. Harry cleared his mind and turned away from the window. There was no use in wondering about what might have been. Thinking about the past and what-ifs was just a way to make yourself weak, and weakness was a vulnerability. Vulnerabilities get you killed. After Harry heard frantic parents and siblings yelling their final goodbyes through the window, the compartment door slid open. He raised his wand and leveled it towards the chest of a red-headed boy, who immediately paled beneath his freckles and raised his hands. Oi, I was just gonna see if I could sit here. The other compartments are full, the boy said, but I can leave if you want to be alone, he added hastily. Harry studied him for a moment. The boy had on black robes and dusty white trainers. His hair was a shocking shade of red, although orange was really a closer colour match and an insane amount of freckles. He was a good few inches taller than Harry, like most bloody people, he thought bitterly, but held his arms out awkwardly as if he wasn't quite sure of himself yet. Yeah, go ahead. Harry jerked his head towards the seat opposite him, hoping the boy would get the hint not to sit next to him. He lowered his wand to his lap, although he didn't feel comfortable enough to put it away just yet. Thanks, the red-headed boy kept a wary eye on him, but moved to the seat Harry had indicated. I'm Ron, by the way. Harry nodded at him as Harry. Ron eyed him carefully. He held his composure, hoping he wouldn't ask for a surname, then nodded. Are you a first year? Ron asked. Yep, Harry nodded. Got my letter a couple months ago. Me too, Ron grinned. Course my brothers already told me all about what it would say, but it was wicked finally getting it. Are your brothers wizards too? Harry asked curiously. The other boy nodded. Yeah, my whole family is. I think my mom has a second cousin or something that's a squib, but they don't talk to us much. How many brothers do you have? Harry always wished he'd had an older brother. He thought it would be nice to have someone to talk to and hang out with that would understand him. Dudley had been about a year older than him, but he was the least brotherly person imaginable. He had met a set of 3 boys at a food pantry once who were brothers, and they all worked together to get food and sleep and supplies. He'd been jealous of the easy way they talked and joked with each other. The older one had kept a protective eye on the younger two, and in turn Harry saw the younger ones watching the eldest with admiration. He was glad he only ever saw them the one time. It was pointless wishing for things you could never have. I've got 5 brothers and 1 sister, Ron said, breaking through Harry's thoughts. Bill's the oldest and he's already graduated and works for Gringotts as a curse breaker. Then Charlie, he's out of school too, except he dropped out and he's a dragon tamer out in Romania. Next is Percy, he's a 5th-year prefect for Gryffindor. Then there's the twins, Fred and George, they're in 3rd year, both Gryffindor. Then me. Then my sister Ginny, she won't start Hogwarts until next year. Harry's jaw nearly dropped. There are 7 of you. Ron nodded, looking embarrassed for some reason. Yeah. That's brill, Harry said. I bet you guys do loads of stuff together. Wish I had 6 brothers and sisters. Ron perked up a bit when Harry said that, but grinned ruefully and shook his head. No way, it's a nightmare, mate. All my brothers have done something brilliant while they were students. Bill was head boy, Charlie was Quidditch captain, Fred and George are really funny and have loads of friends. If I even want to be noticed as more than just another Weasley, I'll have to do something insane. Plus, you never get anything new either with 5 brothers. I've got Bill's old robes, Charlie's old wand, and Percy's old rat. Harry was surprised Ron owned Charlie's wand. He seemed like a soft kid, but clearly he'd misjudged him. Interesting. Harry eyed Ron with a bit more respect and wariness.
What'd you do to Charlie? Ron looked at him and scrunched his brows together. What do you mean? Well, Ollivander said you won't get any good magic if you use someone else's wand, and then I read how a wand only lets you really use it if you beat the owner in a duel, or kill M. He narrowed his eyes at Ron. You didn't kill him, did you? Harry had no moral dilemma against killing anyone, especially if it was in self-defense, but thought it would be a bit much to kill your brother just so you could have his wand, especially if you could do magic without it. Ron's blue eyes widened and he looked at Harry in shock. I bloody hell I didn't kill Charlie, Ron sputtered. He got a new wand when he graduated, 'cause his was worn out and he gave me his old one. Oh, Ron just got a little less interesting in Harry's opinion. Sorry, just figured you wouldn't want to use it since it didn't pick you, or whatever tosh that creepy old one maker was tellin' me. Ron looked a little surprised still, but relaxed back into his seat. I mean, you don't get as good results, I guess, but it'll still work. Lots of families like mine pass down wands if they can't as a tradition. Ron's ears pinked up, as if embarrassed about his family not having enough money for new wands for all of them. Harry figured maybe Professor Snape was right, and that people in the wizarding world did care quite a bit about money. Harry shrugged and told Ron casually, this is the first time in my whole life I ever got to wear clothes that are just mine. He grinned a bit. Should have seen me a couple days ago, wearing clothes I found in a dumpster, was I? Ron looked at him in surprise again, and was about to open his mouth to comment on that, when the train compartment slid open. Harry had his wand aimed right at the new arrival's head, before he realized who it was. Oh hey, he grinned at Susan, who was glaring at him. Harry Potter, she put her hands on her hips while she glared. What did I say about us being friends? Harry glanced in Ron, wondering if he knew what she was mad about. He groaned out loud when he saw that Ron just now realized that he was the Harry Potter. He turned back to Susan quickly, hoping that Ron wouldn't turn out to be crazy about him like other people he met were, and shrugged. Dunno, did you say we were friends? Susan rolled her eyes and sat down next to Ron. Yes, she said primly, you and I are friends, and do friends point their wands at each other? No, they do not. Harry felt a bit pleased at the thought that Susan wanted to be his friend. They hung out quite a bit over the last 2 weeks, but she didn't say they were friends until now. Well, I didn't bloody well know it was you, did I? Susan rolled her eyes again and turned to Ron. Hello, I'm Susan Bones. She stuck her hand out to him, just like she did to Harry in the library when they met. Ron Weasley. They shook hands and both turned back to facing Harry. Have you shown Ron all the stuff you can do? Harry shook his head but internally preened a bit. Susan sounded like she was bragging about him already, which was a nice feeling to have. Before he could even answer, the compartment door opened, again. Susan giggled as Harry pointed his wand at the newcomer, a girl with bushy hair pulling along a boy Harry met at the Quidditch supplies store in Diagon last week. Ugh, Harry groaned out loud. Why are there so many bloody people opening this door? Ron and Susan both laughed out loud at his dismay, while the girl who Harry still had his wand pointed at looked indignant. Well, she huffed, I was going to ask you if you've seen a toad on the train, but clearly you don't care about helping your fellow students. She narrowed her eyes at him, and I'd appreciate it if you would lower your wand. Harry ignored her, keeping his wand pointed at her, and looked at the boy beside her. Nellie, right? The round-faced boy shook his head. Neville, he whispered. Close enough. The girl puffed up a bit at being ignored. Well, if you haven't seen Neville's toad, then we'll just be going. She spun around to walk off when Susan spoke up. I bet Harry can summon it. Neville looked at Harry with hope written all over his face. See, could you? My Gran will be mad if I lose him. The girl in the doorway started talking again, in a brisk tone. Of course he can't. We aren't allowed to do magic outside of Hogwarts. We aren't allowed to use our wands outside of Hogwarts, Susan corrected her, winking at Harry. Ron looked from Susan to Harry and gaped. Can you do magic without your wand? Harry shrugged, not enjoying the feeling of all the students in the compartment looking at him in shock. Some stuff, he mumbled, avoiding their eyes. He lowered his wand from the girl's face, pocketed it, and focused on his magic. I want to find Neville's toad. I want the toad to come to me. Harry remembered how a book said that a lot of magic was based on intent and visualization, so he focused hard on how a toad would look and feel in his hand. Might wanna move, he smirked at the girl.
Wah, the girl's question was cut off as a toad came zooming past her to Harry's outstretched hand. Bloody hell, Ron whispered reverently. Susan clapped enthusiastically while Harry handed Neville his toad, who whispered a quiet thanks, and the other girl stared at him with her mouth wide open. That's amazing, she said. I'm Hermione Granger. This is my first year at Hogwarts. Harry swore then and there that he would never call her Hermione. For one, she'd been rude. For two, it was a bloody mouthful. Ron and Susan introduced themselves, while Harry just nodded and tacked on Harry after they were done. Neville and Hermione were standing in the doorway still, awkwardly, and Harry sighed. "Do ya wanna sit?" They both quickly scrambled to sit, as if worried Harry would take it back after he offered. Hermione sat next to Susan, while Neville sat on Harry's side, but the opposite end of the bench. Hermione leant forwards towards Harry and clasped her hands together eagerly. "You must be very powerful. I read that wandless magic is incredibly difficult." Harry cringed. He'd liked when Susan sounded like she was proud of him and bragging a bit, but Hermione sounded more like all those strangers on the street who wanted to shake his hand and worship him. "Harry," Susan said slowly, "why are you threatening everyone with your wand? I thought you said that spells were easier for you without it. I'm all for you defending yourself, obviously, but wouldn't you rather do it the way you're better at?" "Dunno, habit, I guess." Harry shrugged, trying to sound casual and clenching his fists to keep them from shaking. Harry knew exactly why he was pulling his wand. It was pure instinct. He stored his wand and held it, just like he did his pocket knife on the streets. After a year or so of being defenseless, he finally got the knife from a crazed old drunk in London. The fact he only got the knife from the old man because he had stuck it in his leg wasn't important. What mattered was that it saved him from being attacked more than a couple times. He couldn't always stay calm enough to call on his magic, but most people, or at least most kids, left him alone pretty fast after he got out his knife. Adults never cared if he had a knife or not, but he tried not to think of those incidents. Susan didn't look like she bought his lie, so he quickly changed the subject. "Do ya have any siblings that are witches or wizards?" Harry asked Hermione. "I don't have any at all, and Susan don't either, but Ron got 5 brothers that are wizards and 1 witch sister. Isn't that bloody brill?" Ron shot him a grin, clearly pleased that Harry was so impressed by his large family. Hermione sat back in her seat and shook her head. "I'm an only child," she explained, "and my family isn't magical at all. My parents were shocked, but ever so pleased, when Professor McGonagall came and explained it all to me." Harry was surprised that Professor Snape didn't go see her, since he was the one that came after him, both times to deliver his letter. Neville quietly said he didn't have any siblings either, although he looked a bit sad about it. Harry thought maybe Neville would have liked some brothers too, so he gave him a small smile of understanding. "What do your families do for jobs?" Hermione asked the other students. "I think there's so many amazing careers. I can't wait to research more about them." Ron was explaining what all his brothers and his dad do for work. Apparently his dad was in charge of Muggle items that have been tampered with by magic. Harry thought that sounded pretty cool, and told him so. Susan was explaining what her aunt does at the DMLE when the door slid open again. Harry jumped to his feet this time and bit out a growled, "God damn it," and pointed his wand at the next intruder. "Next time I'm locking the bloody door after I get on," Harry thought angrily. Ron and Susan clutched onto each other, their different shades of red hair clashing together, laughing their heads off. Hermione looked scandalized, whether it his language or him pointing his wand at another student he didn't know, and Neville just talked softly to his toad, seemingly not worried about the commotion. Harry liked that about Neville quite a bit. Calm during a commotion, that's a good trait to have. Harry glared fiercely at the person standing in front of him, recognizing him from Diagon Alley, but struggling to remember his name. "Oh," he said, lowering his wand and sitting back down. "Malfoy, Draco Malfoy," Harry drawled, imitating Draco's tone from when he introduced himself. Draco looked dazed for a moment, before expertly wiping the look off his face and appearing to be almost bored. "Potter," he said, extending his hand to Harry, who shook it quickly before letting go. "I saw a toad flying down the train, and somehow I guessed you were involved." "Harry summoned it wandlessly," Hermione gushed. "Of course he did," Draco scoffed. "He's one of the most powerful wizards in the world." Harry made the mistake of making eye contact with Susan when Draco said that. Susan's lips twitched a bit at Draco's compliment, and she winked at Harry again, which sent Harry into a laughing fit. Draco rolled his eyes and politely asked Neville if he could sit next to him. I'm Malfoy, Draco Malfoy, Draco said to the rest of the compartment. They each introduced themselves again, except for Harry since Draco clearly already knew him. Draco grimaced slightly when he shook hands with Hermione, but Harry figured it was probably because the girl was still looking around the room in wide-eyed wonder. Ron didn't even try and shake his hand, he just nodded at Draco coldly when he said his name. Maybe they already knew each other. Hermione turned to Neville. Your turn, Neville, she said brightly, bringing the conversation back to its previous topic. What do your parents do for work? Harry saw that Susan winced a bit at Hermione's question, and worried that Neville's parents were dead too, like his and hers were. You don't gotta answer, Nev, Harry said, hoping the question wasn't going to upset the boy. It's fine, Neville said softly. They were Aura's BB, but they don't work anywhere now. Blimey, Harry moaned. Are all of you related to the bloody police? Hermione looked confused, and Susan giggled, but Ron muttered darkly, not Malfoy. Harry turned to Draco. What about you then, huh? Is your mum or dad a cop? Oh, what's a cop? Draco asked, bewildered. Muggle auras, Susan replied. Oh, Draco shifted a bit, glancing around uncomfortably. Oh no, Potter, my parents are not auras. Harry nodded at him in approval. Good to know, they got their priorities right, don't they? Ron made a choking sound and looked a bit pale, while Susan nearly fell on Hermione's lap. She was laughing so hard. Hermione looked as confused as Harry was, but Neville's lips twitched in amusement. What's so bloody funny? Harry asked Susan sharply. She shook her head at him and shot a sideways look at Draco, who had gone rather still, and was avoiding eye contact with Harry. Nothing, she said. Just funny how much you hate police officers and auras. Harry was pretty sure she was lying, but he let it pass since she let his lie pass earlier. Draco let out a relieved sigh and quickly, clearly hopping to change the subject, asked Susan, "And idea what house you'll be sorted into, Susan?" She shook her head, her dark red hair swinging as she did. "Nope," she said brightly. "Auntie Amelia was in Hufflepuff though, so I'd be pleased with that. Although I'm sure Harry's going to Ravenclaw, so I think that would be fun as well." Hermione lit up. "Harry, do you think you're going to Ravenclaw?" Before he could answer her, Ron scoffed. "Course he isn't, Harry's going to be in Gryffindor." Harry turned to Draco and Neville. "What are they talking 'bout?" Draco looked appalled. "You don't know the Hogwarts houses." Harry just shrugged. "I keep hearing 'bout but I dunno what any of it means." Hermione bounced in her seat a bit. "Well, there's 4 houses you can be in at Hogwarts. You get put in a house based on your personality. It's so you can spend time with witches and wizards who value the same things you do. I read all about it in Hogwarts A History." "So I'm gonna be with a bunch of kids who are like me?" Harry asked, not really understanding. Draco sighed from beside him. "Sort of," he said. "Basically there's 4 houses and each house has its own sleeping area and common room. Each house has different ideas and traits it values. For example, there's Hufflepuff, where they value hard work and fair play," Susan interrupted. Draco glanced at her and nodded. "Yes, then there's Ravenclaw, where they value knowledge and wit," Susan interrupted again, smiling brightly at Draco. Draco sighed, clearly not enjoying the interruptions, and continued. "Plus there's Gryffindor." He glanced at Susan, but this time it was Ron who spoke up. "Where everyone's brave and courageous," Ron said, puffing out his chest a bit. Draco rolled his eyes at him. "Then there's Slytherin, the best house, which values ambition, cunningness, and resourcefulness." Ron snorted and all of them looked at him. "Oh, come of it, everyone says Slytherin is evil. That's where you know who was." Harry was glad that Neville spoke up just then, because it looked like Draco was gearing up to fight with Ron, and Harry wasn't sure whose side he would take. "Merlin was a Slytherin," Neville whispered, blushing furiously as they all looked at him. "Really?" Hermione's eyes were bright. "Merlin was in Slytherin. Well, that makes sense, of course. After all, he must have been very ambitious to become one of the most famous wizards in the world." Draco, who hadn't seemed very fond of Hermione when she first introduced herself, gave her a smug look. "You're right, Granger. People think it's bad to be a Slytherin, but I think it just means you want to be great. Which house would you prefer?" "I think I would do best in Ravenclaw," she said seriously. "I enjoy learning quite a bit, although I suppose Gryffindor would be pleasant as well." Ron nodded. "I'm probably going to go to Gryffindor." Harry looked at him curiously. Why do you think that? Ron scratched his nose, then shrugged, while Draco sniggered quietly. All my family was in Gryffindor. I'm sure it's in our blood. Harry looked at him nonplussed and cocked his head to the side. But I thought they said that it's based on the personality, not blood, ain't it? The tips of Ron's ears turned pink again. What, do you think I'm not brave? He said, sounding a bit indignant. Harry quickly shook his head, hoping he didn't make him too angry. No, I dunno if you're brave or not. Sayin', ain't you pretty ambitious, wantin' to be better than all your brothers? Harry wasn't sure why Draco and Ron both looked so horrified, but Harry and Neville laughed at it. Well, you might be a Hufflepuff, Harry, Hermione said suddenly. You must be a very hard worker to be able to do wandless magic. Susan shook her head. You should have seen him in the library. He's a Ravenclaw for sure. But he defeated you-know-who, Ron stated. That means he's really brave. Neville responded, or he's very cunning. Draco nodded eagerly. Yeah, Harry, you could be in Slytherin. Harry, who felt rather itchy at all of them studying him, as if they were trying to divine what house he'll go to, shrugged. I think they're all brill, Harry said honestly. I don't care where I go. Privately, though, he thought it would be nice to be with Susan, since she had declared herself to be his friend. They changed topics to discuss their future classes. Neville, Susan, and Draco debated on which courses would be most useful for different careers, while Hermione listened eagerly, and Ron put his opinion in occasionally. Harry scooted closer to the wall and further from Draco, and watched the countryside go by. Around 12:30, there was a great clattering outside in the corridor, and a smiling, dimpled woman slid back their door and said, "Anything off the cart, dears?" The smile quickly slid off her face as Harry had his wand pointed across Draco at her. Why, I never, she gasped. You young man have appalling manners. Ron, Draco, Susan, and Neville all started roaring with laughter. Draco even had tears of mirth pooling in his eyes, and the witch glared at them and slammed the door. Harry, Hermione hissed, you can't keep threatening everyone who opens the door. Harry shrugged, pocketing his wand, can too. Neville laughed even harder at that and clutched on to Draco. Harry felt rather irritated and hot around the collar at them all laughing at him. He glared at them and told them coldly to cut it out. Draco sat up, wiping the tears off his face, and took a few breaths to compose himself. Merlin, he said, apologies, Potter. It's just, he chuckled again, she just told Harry Potter that he has bad manners. Oh, Hermione started giggling now too. Apparently the laughter of the other four was contagious. Harry rolled his eyes and tried not to give in, but eventually, when he pictured how the trolley lady would react if she knew who she had just refused to sell candy to, he started laughing along with the rest of them. Eventually it began getting dark outside. The scenery had turned more into mountains with dark skis, rather than the blue skis fields it started at. The girls temporarily left the compartment to go get changed, while the boys pulled their robes on. When the train slowed down, a voice echoed through the train. We will be reaching Hogwarts in 5 minutes' time. Please leave your luggage on the train. It will be taken to the school separately. Harry's stomach was fluttering with nerves, and the rest of his classmates sitting with him looked like a mixture of nervousness and excitement when the train finally stopped and they all walked together to the exit. Today's the day. Chapter 11, The Sorting Hat. Oh, you may not think I'm pretty, but don't judge on what you see. I'll eat myself if you can find a smarter hat than me. You can keep your bowlers black, your top hat's sleek and tall, for I'm the Hogwarts sorting hat, and I can cap them all. There's nothing hidden in your head the sorting hat can't see. So try me on and I will tell you where you ought to be. You might belong in Gryffindor, where dwell the brave at heart, the daring nerve and chivalry set Gryffindors apart. You might belong in Hufflepuffs, where they are just and loyal. Those patient Hufflepuffs are true and unafraid of toil. Or yet in wise old Ravenclaw, if you've a ready mind, where those of wit and learning will always find their kind. Or perhaps in Slytherin, you'll make your real friends. Those cunning folk use any means to achieve their ends. So put me on, don't be afraid. And don't get in a flap. You're in safe hands, though I have none. For I'm a thinking cap. Bones, Susan. Another Bones to follow in the family footsteps, eh? That would be wonderful, please and thank you. Good luck, Miss Bones, enjoy, HUFFLEPUFF. Granger's Hermione. Oh, very smart, young woman. You certainly enjoy a research-based challenge, don't you? Yes, I really do. But you're quite ambitious as well, are you not? Big dreams of exciting careers and helping to change the world. Yes, exactly. But not very cunning, are you? Too much trust and reliance on authority figures. Well, they are here to help, why wouldn't I trust them? Ha, well reasoned, a dashing bit of bravery in there, isn't there? I suppose so, yes. You are a brave and ambitious girl, but above it all you treasure knowledge and intelligence. There's really only one option, IVNCLAW. Longbottom, Neville. Gryffindor, Gryffindor, Gryffindor. What? Be quiet, Longbottom, I'm reading your mind. Please, Mr. Hat, I want to be BB in Gryffindor. But look how loyal you are, and goodness, you are a dedicated and hard worker, aren't you? You do so well in Hufflepuff, lad. My G-Gran will KK kill me if I'm in Hufflepuff, says it's for duds. Tell your grandmother she's an idiot. Hufflepuff is filled with the best sort of people. Please, I can be brave. Well, you certainly are chivalrous, and there is some bravery in you. I suppose it'll grow nicely in GRFFINDOR. Malfoy, Draco. Don't say anything, Hat. My father said to tell you that I will either be in Slytherin, or he will curse you into a flowered bonnet. Ah, Lucius, son, you don't have a drop of the subtle cunning that your father held, but you do possess quite a bit of self-preservation and determination, don't you? Enjoy, SLYTHERIN. Weasley, Ronald. Another Weasley, eh? I know just were. I am not another Weasley. My name is Ron, remember it. Awfully determined to stand out from your siblings, aren't you? What? I'm not determined. Don't get any Burke ideas. I'm bloody chivalrous and brave, got it? Ha, bloody chivalrous, good one, lad. Oh no, you're plenty brave but ambitious as well. Head boy, Quidditch captain and prefect. I don't think that's even possible. Well, that's what I'm gonna do, okay? I'm gonna be all those things and more. Then nobody's gonna call me another Weasley ever again. They'll say, oh, that's Bill, Ron's older brother. Course they will, lad. You can accomplish all your goals and more in SLYTHEIN. The Great Hall held its breath when Potter Harry had been called forward by Professor McGonagall. Headmaster Albus Dumbledore looked at the child gravely, only he could see the marked similarities to another young boy years ago. Black hair, hard eyes, small and lithe stature, shoulders squared as if he were facing a guillotine, but with a glint of appreciation for the magic that surrounds him, the magic that is his birthright. Yes, he could see the similarities right down to the tilt of the boy's head and the white-knuckled grip he held on his wand. The hall was silent as the Sorting Hat sat on the child's head, everyone desperately wishing they could hear the mental conversation being shared, but sure they knew of his eventual placement. Minerva hoped the child of two of her favorite students would grace her house. At the same time, she wasn't sure she wouldn't be a little relieved not to have the Weasley twins and the next generation Moirader in Gryffindor at the same time. Susan Bones at the Hufflepuff table remembered Harry's fevered expression as he pulled out stacks of books at the library and knew he would be in blue and bronze any moment now. Hermione Granger sat primly in her seat and wondered if Harry had worked very hard to become so powerful or if he was simply born that way. She was sure he would go to Hufflepuff, but now that she thinks about it, he didn't seem to value fair play very much. Severus Snape swirled his drink around in his hand, a bored look on his face. He wished Potter would hurry up and be sorted into Slytherin so they could continue the sorting. 3 minutes down and whispers began breaking out in the hall. 4 minutes and students were standing on the benches to better glimpse the tiny kid seated on the stool. 5 minutes in and there it was, famous Harry Potter is a hat stall, the first one since Albus Dumbledore himself. Professor McGonagall was starting to shift on her feet slightly. Merlin himself took only a little over 8 minutes, Albus had taken 7, and Potter was now at 10. She glanced at Albus and raised an inquiring brow. He waved his hand slightly, an indicator that they should just wait. At 12 minutes and 42 seconds, the hat opened its brim wide and announced, SLYTHEIN.
Chapter 12, The Welcome Feast. Slytherin. Harry peeked out from under the hat and immediately wished he could hide his face again. The entirety of the Great Hall was staring at him, most with mouths wide open in shock. Harry gulped and stood on shaky legs to hand Professor McGonagall back the hat. He was debating on just fleeing and heading back to London when he heard a single person clapping. He looked around and locked eyes with Susan, at the Hufflepuff table, standing up and clapping with all her might. This was followed almost immediately by Draco at the Slytherin table, then Hermione with the Ravenclaws, and finally Neville with the Gryffindors. He grinned and shot Susan a quick wink, hoping she'd take it as the thank you it was intended as, before walking with his head held high to the Slytherin table. "Don't let them see your fear." Draco immediately scooted over and cleared a space next to him for Harry. "Way to go, Potter," Draco said. "I think you've broken 2 records tonight." Harry cocked his head at him in confusion. "Yeah, what I do?" The girl with short black hair and a small pug nose laughed. "Well, first you were under the hat longer than anyone in history ever has been," she drawled, looking at him with a mixture of amusement and disdain, a look Harry didn't quite appreciate. Then the wonderful golden boy of magical Britain went and got sent to the snake pit. Draco rolled his eyes at her, then grinned at Harry. "This is Pansy Parkinson. She's acting like a troll, but she's got the right idea." Pansy puffed up indignantly but smiled sweetly at Draco. Harry was pretty sure her smile was as fake as possible, but he had to give her props for her acting skills. "Excuse me, Draco," she said sweetly. "I didn't realize that your father would be so pleased with your association with the boy who lived." Harry valiantly attempted to ignore her whiny and reading voice as she argued with Draco over associating with him. He watched the rest of the sorting and played a game with himself trying to guess where someone would be sorted before the hat said it. "Weasley, Ronald." Harry perked up to watch the red-headed boy from the train walk up to the stool, pale-faced but determined. Ambitious like a Slytherin, and really even his determination to be in Gryffindor is more like a Slytherin. But the hat said it takes your request into consideration, so maybe Gryffindor. He grimaced, knowing the hat had a hard decision to make. After a minute or so, the brim split wide and announced, Slytherin. Harry clapped politely, but saw he was one of the few who did at the Slytherin table, and there were some red heads at the Gryffindor table who looked like they had been struck dumb. He admired how Ron kept his head held high through the lack of applause. Harry hadn't felt nearly that confident when he walked through a silent hall to their table. Ron plopped down in the seat to the left of Harry, causing him to shift to the right a bit, and gave him a grin. "All right, mate, we're both snakes now, eh?" Harry nodded distractedly, watching as Zabini, Blaise was sorted as the final Slytherin student. "All right there, Potter," Zabini asked as he sat on the other side of Harry. Harry scowled, annoyed to find himself completely surrounded by other students. "Fine." Zabini leant across him to smirk at Ron. "How's your family gonna feel about you being in green instead of red?" Ron's ears turned red, but he still did a good job of trying to look unconcerned. He raised a shoulder and said, "Guess we'll find out tomorrow at Owl Post, right?" Zabini laughed, a bright and cheerful sound. Draco, directly across from Harry, snorted, and the boy sitting on the other side of Draco, not maybe, his lips twitched in amusement. Zabini turned his attention back to Harry as they all ignored the headmaster's speech. "So what took so long under the hat? He fall asleep?" he whispered. Judging by the glimmer in the darker boy's eyes, Harry got the feeling that he was looking for good gossip and was determined not to give him any. "Bloody hat said he wanted to chit-chat and took up all my time moaning about his boring life," Harry whispered fiercely to him, lying through his teeth but daring him to contradict him. The brunette boy, who Harry is 75% confident is named Not, next to Draco, scoffed and gave him a look. "Leave him alone, all right," Draco said. "He doesn't have to tell you lot if he doesn't want to." Harry nodded at him in appreciation, not totally sure why Draco was defending him, but still appreciative. He clapped politely when the headmaster's speech ended, even though he honestly had no idea what the man said, then almost fell out of his seat when about 50 different platters of food popped up out of thin air on their table. He narrowed his eyes harshly at Parkinson, who snorted at his flinch. "Something funny." He was not going to be scared of these kids. He refuses.
They can't hurt him, and if they try, well, he knows a ton of curses and jinxes. Nothing, Potter, she spat, her fake smile not matching her tone. It's just interesting that the oh-so-amazing golden boy is afraid of a little magic. Ron, who had been rather quiet up until now, actually snorted out loud and looked at her incredulously. You're joking, right? I bet Harry has more magic in his little pinky than you do in your whole bloody body. Parkinson just rolled her eyes and smirked at Harry, even though he wasn't the one to issue the challenge. Prove it. Draco, who had been listening while he loaded up his plate, looked up eagerly and winked at Harry. Potter, can you get that plate of corn down from the end of the table? Harry glanced at Ron, who nodded with his eyes glittering mischievously, and shrugged. Sure. He looked at the plate Draco indicated, clear at the other end of the table, and tugged on his core, focusing on the sight of the plate levitating and flying to his hands. The entire Slytherin table went dead silent, as they all watched the platter carefully zoom straight to Harry's outstretched hands. Merlin, an older student, whispered, their face pale. Did you just do wandless and wordless magic? Not asked, gobsmacked. Harry was preening at the sight of all his classmates staring at him. This kind of attention was different than it was when he was being called up for sorting. Then, they had only stared because of a little scar on his forehead. Now, they were admiring his magic. He shrugged, attempting to show some humility, then offered the dish to Parkinson. Corn, Parkinson, he asked politely while smiling sharply. Zabini and Ron both started laughing, while the rest of the table broke out into whispers, intermixed with sharp looks thrown his way. On the gods, Potter, this is going to be amazing, Zabini gasped between his laughter. Harry hummed in agreement, even if he wasn't sure what Zabini was referring to. He knew he was sick of being the victim of bullies and monsters. He had more magic in his pinky than jerks like Parkinson had in their entire bodies. He was better than her, and if his classmates' reactions were anything to go by, he was better than most of them. This is going to be amazing, and nobody could take it from him. Chapter 13, Welcome to Slytherin. Adding Potter to his house was not a surprise. The Weasley boy was. Potter silently and wandlessly, summoning a dish across the lengthy Slytherin table, causing his housemates to immediately silence themselves, was not a surprise. Seeing his godson goading him into doing it, all but giving up any chance of becoming the top of the hierarchy in Slytherin, was. Honestly, Severus wasn't sure whether to smirk in amusement or sigh in exasperation, a feeling he assumed he should become accustomed to now that Potter was officially his problem. Life may have been simpler if Potter had been a mini James and went to Minerva's house, creating chaos and mischief, and been the headmaster's little golden boy. Instead, they were all faced with an immensely powerful and traumatized Silver Prince. He would have laughed at the idea until he saw the look of utmost terror on Albus' face. Albus stared at Potter as if seeing the ghost of Tom Riddle. Nothing good could come of Potter making an enemy of the headmaster. Severus had tried, fruitlessly, to speak with Albus the day after taking Potter shopping about the suspected abuse. He attempted to downplay the child's power and cynicism, but once an idea has taken root in the headmaster's mind, it was impossible to change it. Stubborn fool. Albus believed that Severus' grief over Lily Potter's murder had caused him to turn from the Dark Lord to his Order of the Phoenix, which was only half true. He had indeed turned from the Dark Lord. He had no wish to serve a man intent on murdering infants and destroying over half of the magical population. Yet he also had no interest in serving Albus either. His bond was carefully worded to protect Potter Lily's beloved child, and that was what he intended to do, regardless of where the threat to the child came from. He once read a passage on the oath of enlistment that American soldiers made, and thought that his vow to Potter was similar. He would defend the child against all enemies, both foreign and domestic. The fact that the child was undeniably powerful, intelligent, ambitious, and if his readings were anything to go by less than completely light-oriented, did not hurt Severus' dedication to the cause at all. He carefully watched his older Slytherins during the feast, knowing many of them will not take kindly to the boy who lived being sorted in their house. He caught some glares and mutters being shot from the older Travis, Dolohov and Lestrange boys aimed at Potter. Unsurprising, considering their kin were in Azkaban for acts committed during the Dark Lord's reign. Unsurprising but unacceptable. He would need to speak with them quickly and carefully to shut down any notion of revenge on Potter. He continued watching his snakes carefully until the end of the meal, when the headmaster made his customary speech, highlighting the common rules of Hogwarts. Curiously, Albus merely made the third-floor corridor a footnote. Closed for repairs, indeed. I thought you intended to stress the importance of avoiding the corridor, Minerva murmured to Albus under the cover of the evacuating students. Albus shook his head grimly. No need, my dear, no need. Curious. Severus waited his customary 5 minutes outside the Slytherin portrait, giving the prefects time to seat everyone in the common room for his welcome speech. When he swept in the room, he almost snorted in his absolutely unsurprising shock that there was a wide berth around Potter. Only Draco and the Weasley boy stood on either side of him. The rest of the students stood at least 4 feet away from the trio. Fear or reverence, a mixture of both. Severus stood in front of the students, a mixture of the first years clear to his snakes in their final year of studies. He fixed them all with a hard stare, attempting to make eye contact with each student for at least a moment. Slytherin is the home of the cunning, the determined, and the ambitious, Severus said softly, knowing his words were punctuated with a sense of importance. When you search through history, you will find that our house has created the most politicians, theorists, publishers, and the overwhelming majority of past ministers of magic. A few students grinned at that, shooting each other smug looks. However, Severus continued, you will also find that our house is often considered to be the darkest house in Hogwarts. We are discriminated against, bullied, targeted, and treated universally as budding Dark Lords. Make no mistake, Slytherin has its share of dark wizards who have taken their prejudice and ambition to extremes. Yet nobody speaks of Sirius Black, a mass muggle murderer from Gryffindor, nor of Esme Hughes, an infamous Black Widow from charming Hufflepuff. And history is littered with bodies from Oliver White, the muggle-born murderer from Ravenclaw who killed over 20 witches and wizards before taking his own life. Severus eyed them all. Knowing his older students have heard this before, but it would be a first telling for the first years. And goddamn if Potter didn't have his head cocked to the side with the most intrigued look on his face. I tell you all this to remind you that the prejudice of others does not need to dictate your actions, Severus said. When the other students call you evil, turn the other cheek. When your professors ignore your successes and harp on your failures, stand out more. Most importantly, and this is the #1 law in my house, outside of this portrait you will operate as a single unit. He made sure to make eye contact with his older students, knowing the difficulties Potter is sure to bring in this rule. Severus lowered his voice subtly, adding to the severe effect he hoped to give. You will not fight, mock, tease, bully, or exclude another student wearing these green robes outside of this room. Ever. I say this is the law, and you should know that I will be the judge, jury, and executioner shall you decide to ignore it. A few students shifted uncomfortably. Severus was interested to see Weasley's chin lift, as if being issued a challenge. First years will know that within the next 2 weeks they will have mandatory scheduled physicals. Anyone wishing to play Quidditch this season shall speak with me about one as well. You are unable to try out, join, or rejoin the team without a current physical on file. Turn to your prefects for assistance, and seek me out for any difficulties you may have that I can assist with. You will find your life here in Slytherin more comfortable if we are able to communicate clearly and effectively. Is that understood? The older students dutifully responded with variations of, yes sir, while the younger ones nodded with mixed looks of awe and fear on their face. Damned Potter still looked amused. Severus nodded sharply at them and strode to the door where he turned and told them all, welcome to Slytherin. Chapter 14, The First Night Power Plays. As soon as the portrait closed behind Uncle Save, the atmosphere in the room shifted. Draco had been expecting this. His father warned him when he told him about the Slytherin politics. He told him what to expect on the first night, as alliances were created and hierarchies were sorted. Sure enough, the 7th-year female prefect, Farley, stood and eyed the room. If anyone wishes to refrain from being challenged, I suggest you retire to your dorm now, she barked rather bossily. Harry shot Draco a quick glance, impressively communicating his confusion to him without announcing it to the room. Draco raised a brow at him and hoped to indicate patience, knowing all would be explained once those wishing to avoid conflict left. Crabbe and Goyle immediately lumbered off in search of their dorm, no surprises there. Their fathers likely told them to avoid the power struggle and to simply attach themselves to whoever came out on top. Very few of the older students left, many, like himself, staying just to observe the incoming conflicts. After the passive students cleared the room, less than a dozen leaving in all, Farley addressed the silently tense room again. I will only explain this once and quickly for our new students. Slytherin produces the most politicians partially due to our ambition, but also because politics play an important part in our house and our history. Your name means nothing here if you lack the strength to back it up. Power is what matters. If you want to be powerful in our house, then this is your chance to prove it. Challenges are public and may be issued by anyone to anyone. However, once a duel is finished, it may not be rehashed until the next year. Seconds are on a volunteer basis only. We do this on the first night, so that the rest of the year can be completed in peace with power plays already finished. We can focus on our studies and extracurriculars. If you are challenged and refuse, then you must leave for your dorm. Understand that this is one of the highest forms of dishonor in our home, though. She fixed a steely gaze on them all before grinning sharply. The first challenger may speak up. A sixth-year Alexander Lestrange stepped forward immediately. Draco had a gut feeling he knew where this was going. Sure enough, Lestrange announced clearly, "I challenge Harry Potter." Most of the room sucked in a shocked breath. It was considered bad form of the highest degree for a student past fourth year to challenge a first year. Draco's father had reassured him that the only students who might challenge him would be fellow first years, and he taught him a couple spells to ensure he could beat them. Draco assumed that Potter's fame and history likely led to this confrontation. His display of power at dinner probably pushed it as well. Potter had a blank look on his face, belied only by the glimmer in his eyes that looked positively delighted by the challenge. "Brill," Harry said, accepting the challenge simply with his odd slang. Draco was about to volunteer to be his second, a position he would rather not be in, but knew would help establish himself within Potter's circle, when Weasley beat him to it. "I'm his second, who's yours?" Weasley said, addressing Lestrange gruffly. Lestrange laughed, a blood traitor pairing with the brat who lived. How surprising. Daniel Travis, a seventh-year student, spoke up, volunteering himself to be Lestrange's second. Draco saw the look on Potter's face, his absolute bloodthirsty eagerness unhidden in his gaze, and shuddered, his sympathies switching swiftly to the older boys who looked so smug and so self-assured. "He's going to kill them." Almost as if Farley read Draco's thoughts, and perhaps she could, there were legilimens all through the house, she spoke up. "Non-lethal curses only," she told the boys. "We have our healers in training on hand to cure injuries and curses, but we will not be aiming to kill. Unforgivables are generally forgiven, within reason. Anyone who attempts to inform a teacher on the use of these curses will be shunned a highly unpleasant fate for any student. Understand?" Potter, Weasley, Lestrange, and Travis all nodded. The other students began whispering about the odds of Lestrange crucioing Potter into insanity like his uncle and aunt-in-law did to the Longbottom Aurors. The rest of the students backed away swiftly, forming a circle around Potter and Lestrange. Weasley and Travis stood behind their mates, just on the outside of the shield Farley put up. "The duel begins when I shoot up the white spark, and ends when one opponent yields." Lestrange stood stiffly, holding the standard dueling pose that he no doubt learnt from his incarcerated uncle. His feet were shoulder-width apart, his dominant hand holding his wand vertically in front of his chest, and his other hand taut at his side. His face held a ruthless kind of determined expression on it, confident, arrogant, and wrong. Draco knew the moment Potter summoned his ratty jacket in Diagon Alley that he was a force. When he left, the witches and Draco had been silent, still feeling the after-effects of his magic. Draco told his father about the interaction, lamenting on how he'd never felt someone's magic so potently before. His father had been thoughtful when he advised him to stick close to Potter, that power was something to follow, and Potter seemingly had it in spades. Draco watched Potter eagerly now. He saw his relaxed pose and grin on his face. He wondered how Lestrange could possibly be feeling so confident when faced with Potter's sharp smile and eager eyes set in a face scarred with marks that showed he had battled before and won. Farley shot up a single spark and the room fell silent, except for Zabini, who Draco heard placing bets on Potter's imminent win. It sounded like good odds. Draco would have to place a bet quickly next year. Lestrange laughed, a cruel mocking laugh. "Where's your wand, little Potter? Did you give up already?" Potter cocked his head to the side, looking like a confused child. Sorry," he said softly, a mocking tilt to his accented voice. "Suppose I forgot you must need yours." Weasley snickered, while Draco was sure it was Blaze's obnoxious laugh he heard behind him. Lestrange snarled, a vicious look overcoming his aristocratic features at the subtle insult, and struck. "Finestra," he shouted, his wand aimed right at Potter. who danced to the side of the incoming curse, so easily he might as well have been waltzing. "Ooh, scary," Potter said mockingly, his smile growing until too many of his teeth were visible to be considered anything except deadly. "Bombarda incarceris reducto." Potter waved one hand dismissively in front of him, a corporeal shield protecting him from the curses. He could cut glass from the sharpness of his smile. "Weak," Potter taunted Lestrange, his green eyes laughing at the older student. Draco knew exactly what was going to come out of Lestrange's mouth before he said it. He crossed his fingers and prayed to Merlin that Potter could resist screaming too much when Lestrange shouted, "Caucio." Time seemed to slow down, as the whole room watched the red curse fly towards the fey-like child who twirled elegantly to the side of it, laughing. Potter was mad, absolutely brilliantly, terrifyingly mad. "My turn?" Potter asked, his head still cocked to the side, as if curious about what would happen when he did. He gazed hard at Lestrange and merely whispered, "I want you to hurt." Lestrange never could have dodged the spell as quickly as it flew to him. He hit his knees and cradled his head in his hands. His ear-splitting shrieks would haunt both Draco's worst nightmares and his most giddy dreams. While he was still screaming, Potter waved his hand and all of Slytherin watched in shock, as a black-handled wand flew from the older boy's hand, straight to Potter's empty one. Draco was sure that Potter was about to offer Lestrange the opportunity to concede. He ended the curse he placed on him anyway, but then he danced right up to the other boy and placed a knife against his throat. "Do ya give up, little boy?" Potter asked quietly. Lestrange lifted his head to answer, but before he could, Potter struck again. Viciously, vindictively, aggressively. Potter slashed his knife across Lestrange's face, causing blood to spurt from a gash that went from his forehead down the right side of his face to his lips. Lestrange shrieked again and began babbling, "I yield, I yield." Travis immediately jerked into action as Farley dropped the shield. He drugged the bleeding Lestrange off to the 7th-year students who were apprentices at St. Mungo's for treatment. Farley eyed Harry, her face uncharacteristically showing her surprise. "Winner Potter," she said quietly. Draco burst into applause, pleased that he was not the only one. Weasley clapped Harry on the shoulder jovially, although Potter flinched minutely at the contact. Draco hoped the rest of the house wrote it off as the adrenaline crash from the duel, instead of a vulnerability. Potter smirked at the room as he pocketed his knife, seemingly indifferent to the influx of the impending alliance offers he would soon have. "Am I done?" Potter asked the room, eyeing Parkinson roughly, as if she had the nerve or idiocy to challenge the boy while he was covered in the blood of a 16-year-old. When no one spoke up, Potter laughed, "G-night then." And in the most casual display of indifference yet, Potter turned his back to the room and slowly strutted to the staircase, his head high and his bloodied hands empty. Draco made shocked eye contact with Weasley before they both immediately made for the dorms behind Potter. Draco had been told his whole life to find power and do what he had to follow it. Never bow, Malfoys, never bow if it can be avoided, but if you find power, follow the power, make yourself indispensable. Potter was the most powerful Wixen he'd ever seen in action before. So Draco followed him. Chapter 15, A Caged Hornet. Severus watched his snakes warily as they all trickled slowly in for breakfast. He knew the first night was one filled with duels, power plays, and alliances being forged. He himself had not gotten involved in the politics of Slytherin until his 4th year, when he was challenged by an older student who hated his blood status and his ratty cloaks. Nobody challenged him again after that. He nodded to Farley, who surely would have came to him if there had been any problems, and kept a close eye on the others. He almost spat out his coffee when Lestrange, one of the older students he had marked down to speak with, came in with a grisly scar down the side of his face, and his eyes lowered to the ground. Someone clearly got the best of him. Arrogant boy. When the first years trickled in, he was surprised to see them to allow Potter his first choice of seating, and then arrange themselves around him. Even third-generation pure-blooded bigots Crabbe and Goyle sat near him, scowling and cracking their knuckles at any other student who dared look at him. Not that they did. They all seemed to avoid looking at Potter. Severus wondered what led to this display of fear and respect towards the scrawny child. Draco, Weasley, and Zabini held no qualms about engaging Potter in a conversation, though. Potter himself looked bedraggled, irritated,
but with a smug twist of his lips that made Severus wonder what he had missed last night. Severus waited to leave the head table until after the owl post arrived. Slytherin students were always swarmed with missives from parents advising their heirs on the best alliances to make after hearing of the opening night clashes. He smirked when he saw Draco pouring tea for Potter after finishing his letter from his parents. Smart boy, Lucius was advising him well. Severus slowly approached the Slytherin table with his stack of timetables prepared for the students. He gave the 5th through 7th year schedules to Farley and Flint to distribute casually, erecting a privacy charm when he was near Farley. "Professor," she said, nodding respectfully, "how can I help you?" "Good morning, Miss Farley. I wanted to ascertain that there were no problems last night." Severus sent a pointed look at Lestrange's mutilated face. Farley laughed, with only a small amount of hysteria detectable in her tone. "Well, we only had a few challenges," she said slowly. "Alexander went first and made one that he clearly lost." Severus scoffed, "Arrogant child. Who did he challenge, and what curse left so deep of a scar?" He pretended that he was asking in his capacity of head of house, but he need not hide his curiosity. Farley was more than happy to share the inner house gossip with him. One of many reasons why Severus chose her as prefect and had nominated her for head girl, not that Albus had agreed with his nomination. She smirked and leaned closer to him, needlessly with the privacy spell still in place, and told him with a gleam in her eyes it was Potter, with a knife, after he dodged all of Lestrange's curses and tortured him. She laughed again, showing glee at Lestrange's misfortune. "It was amazing, Professor. Potter didn't even have his wand." Severus sucked in a breath. It was disturbing that Lestrange had challenged a first year, but more so that Potter had clearly cut him open so easily. He glanced again at the smaller boy, assessing for any visible injuries. Farley laughed again, entirely too gleeful given the situation. "Everyone's intrigued, Professor," she confided. "Potter's power practically rolls off him. Most of us want to see what's going to happen." Severus raised a brow at her. "And those who do not wish to see what may happen, I trust you will inform me when they become louder." She nodded, shooting a look of awe to where Potter was seated. "Of course, Professor. Nobody challenged him after he finished Lestrange, so we're all watching now." "Indeed." With a nod of acknowledgement, Severus dropped the privacy spell and began handing out the schedules to the younger years. As he approached the first years, he overheard Draco reassuring Potter about a schedule, and decided it was as good as any time to insert himself in the conversation. "Rest assured, Potter, I have your schedule rig. What in Merlin's name are you wearing, child?" The little monster was sitting there with wide eyes, wearing his clothes from last night, bloodstains on his collar, hair mussed up worse than usual. "Did you lose your mind this morning?" Severus hissed at him, the arrogance of the child, sitting at his table, representing his house, looking like some unclean ruffian. "Sir, it wasn't his fault," Weasley spoke up. "Quiet," Severus snapped at Weasley, without taking his glare off the fidgeting hooligan in front of him. "Draco, distribute the remainder of these schedules. Potter with me now." "Brash, idiotic, arrogant child." As if Albus were not already watching him like a hawk, and likely encouraging Minerva to do so as well. "Showing up in bloodied clothes, Merlin." Severus stalked to his office, with Potter trailing behind him like some sort of kicked and terrified puppy. Innately evil indeed. Albus has lost the plot. Severus threw open his office door and pointed Potter to a seat. The child sat with his arms tightly crossed across his chest, tremors lightly shaking his hands, despite the fists he had them balled in. Severus slammed the door behind him and Potter flinched. "Ah, so he will be dealing with the Potter who cringes at close contact and loud noises today, as opposed to the Potter who cut open another student in front of 40 witnesses." "Explain," Severus said stiffly, watching the child's bowed head. "I'm sorry, sir," Potter whispered to the table. The magical potential of one of the greatest wizards to walk this earth, with the confidence of a newborn Niffler. Severus pinched the bridge of his nose, praying for the patience to have a single conversation with the child without terrifying him. "I do not wish for apologies at this time, Potter. I happen to know that you own perfectly clean and acceptable clothing. I would like to know the reasoning you had which prevented you from utilizing them this morning." He did not purposefully speak sharply, but the child still inched backwards in his chair and looked upwards enough to flick his eyes wildly around the room, seeking an escape route. "Foolish child. There's too many boys in the dorm. I see couldn't W wash or CH change with them all there,"
Potter stuttered, face down and cheeks flushed. I do not know what sort of accommodations you expected at a boarding school, Potter, but shared washrooms are expected. This was clearly the wrong thing to say because Potter looked up at him, eyes full of some type of misery Severus could not identify. Then I wanna leave, Potter whispered sorrowfully. What the fuck, Potter? To hell with it. What the fuck, Potter? Severus asked out loud, bewildered. Why on earth should lack of a solitary washroom prevent you from obtaining your magical education? He wouldn't say this to the child, it would be unspeakably cruel, but why would the child wish to return to the streets? Homeless, alone, and fighting every minute of the day just to survive. Potter curled in a little more on himself, bowing his head again, and shrugged his shoulders. So there's 6 of 'em, Potter whispered desperately. I ain't tarkin' my clothes off with them there. Draco said we could make a schedule for washin', but they were all starin' at me, and I didn't want to take my clothes off where they could see. Oh, for Merlin's sake. Pity and fury threatened to overwhelm Severus once he realized the child's stresses in the situation. He took a deep breath to calm himself and spoke gently. Potter, nobody here is going to assault you. You are perfectly safe to change and bathe around your peers. Potter scoffed at him, straightening his back as he narrowed his eyes at his professor. Excuse me, sir, but I dunno how you could say that. I was attacked last night for no reason. This child lives his life believing that mostly sanctioned duels are in the same realm of reality for him as sexual assault. Lily's heart must be broken if she could see this. Severus knelt down by the child in front of the desk to keep something tangible between them. What schedule is Draco procuring? Severus inquired softly, having no desire to traipse down Potter's traumatic memory lane at this moment. Potter shrugged and fixed his eyes on the wall beside Severus' head. Dunno, told him I ain't tarkin' my clothes off with them all watchin', didn't I? And he said he'd make time so we can all have proper privacy, Potter said, mimicking Draco's ostentatious manner of speech. It was an acceptable arrangement. Very well, Severus conceded. There is no need for hasty withdrawals from your rightful education if Draco has the problem well in hand. Potter looked over at him, hope in his eyes, before twitching his gaze away again quickly. Kay, he said simply, incorrectly assuming the conversation to be finished. I am surprised that you were unable to clean your robes yourself. I heard that you put on an impressive display for your housemates last night. He smirked at Potter's nervously twitching form. Surely a little cleansing spell would not be too difficult for you to accomplish. Potter shrugged, then went unnaturally still again. Am not so good at thinkin', up spells when am thinkin' 'bout other things am I. Which Severus knew was easily translated to, I cannot control my magic when I am feeling threatened or scared, even if those were not the words Potter used. Severus responded softly, hoping to prevent the child from further upset. If you would like, I can use a charm to clean both your robes and your hair. And if Draco does not complete his schedule tonight, please inform me, and I will create one on his behalf. Harry eyed him in the suspicious way Severus was begrudgingly becoming accustomed to. Why would you do that? He asked sharply. Save me from the constant paranoid inquisition of a mentally ill, prepubescent boy. He sighed and stood back up. Because any blight on your person is a blight on the house of Slytherin, which is a blight on me. If an exceedingly quick and simple charm will prevent my colleagues from believing I tolerate anything less than perfection in my house, then it is a price I will happily pay. Understand? Emerald eyes met his obsidian ones, searching his face for falsehoods, threats, or other hidden implications. Eventually Potter nodded tersely, and with his fists clenched and his eyes tightly shut, he whispered, "Just do it." He expects every action towards his person to be filled with pain. Has he ever known anything different? Can he ever learn different? He pointed his wand at the child's hair and robes and quickly murmured, "Scourgify, Turgio." The black locks of hair ruffled with the charm then lay flatly on Potter's head, sufficiently cleaned. His robes once again looked brand new and unstained. "I am finished, Potter," he spoke lightly. The boy opened his eyes, and his body seemed to slump minutely in relief. Thanks, sir." Severus waved off his gratitude, informing him it was not necessary. "It is time for us to return to the hall, so that you may join your companions in your first class today." Potter stood and began edging towards the doorway when Severus cleared his throat to regain his attention.
I would like to inform you that your physical examination will be on Friday afternoon, after dinner. You will report to my classroom for it unless you would prefer a more public examination by Madame Pomfrey." He raised an inquiring brow at the child. He always offers private examinations to the Slytherins whom he suspects have physical histories to hide. With Potter's specific, disturbing history, however, he would leave the option to him. Potter studied him with an artful tip of his head, his green eyes an uncomfortable mixture of hard and vulnerable. It left Severus with an altogether unsettled feeling. "I'll be here, sir," he eventually said politely, continuing his shuffle to the doorway without ever once turning his back to the professor. Severus made an impulsive decision, his curiosity overcoming his typical propriety. "Why did you accept Lestrange's challenge last night?" The chaotic monster turned and looked right at him, his eyes sparking and his lips twitching, all fear and submission fleeing him as his entire body radiating a mischievous sense of satisfaction. "You gotta hit hard, Professor. Can't show no fear, it'll get you killed." He grinned, a truly feral thing, and walked out the door as he added, "I'm sure you understand, Professor." Severus cradled his head in his hands. He prayed to any god that may exist to listen to him, that he could convince the other professors that Potter is simply a talented and traumatized child, and not a budding Dark Lord. Don't let them inquire too deeply into the scar he gifted Alexander with. Chapter 16, the first week. Hogwarts was absolutely mad. Everything about the place was mad. The building itself seemed to be designed as complicated as possible. For starters, he would have been miserable his first day, running around hopelessly lost with his classmates, if it hadn't been for his second problem with Hogwarts, the other students. They were everywhere. Every bleeding corridor he turned down there's some kid standing there staring at him, whispering, watching. He thought the Slytherins would leave him alone after the first night, but no, they were all always there, watching, staring. The only silver lining of them being every damned, where was that Draco, had no problems, demanding they give them directions to their classes. The older Slytherins seemed especially eager to guide them around and attempt to start conversations with their group. Draco puffed himself up, pleased with the extra attention they were receiving. Ron was someone with the right priorities, though he would glare and keep his wand in his hand whenever they were being followed by groups of other students. Zabini, who seemed to integrate quickly and easily with them, laughed every time Harry shot a curse off at anyone who tried to approach him. The very first class he had, History of Magic, was just more proof, as if he needed it, that Hogwarts was mad. The class itself was taught by a ghost, an honest-to-God, can't-hold-anything solid, see-through ghost. Harry suspected when the original Professor Binns died that he didn't even realize that he had died, which is why he's a ghost teaching history now. He certainly didn't realize when the other students tried to spend a good portion of the class by whispering about Harry. Disgusting was a whispered clip he heard from one of his housemates. Millicent Bulstrode. Unwanted was a word he heard through piercing insult from Parkinson. Evil came from a Gryffindor boy that Harry thought was named Finnegan. Neville and Draco, on either side of him, had clearly heard the whispers and taunts as well, judging by their stiffened shoulders and stony faces. Oi, Ron, who was seated behind Harry's table with Zabini and Nott, hissed at the Gryffindor boy, "Why don't you shut your mouth before I shut it for you?" Harry had no idea why Ron was defending him. He didn't know why he'd offered to be his second last night either, for that matter. He'd need to talk to him soon and find out what kind of game he's playing, because Harry isn't going to owe him favors later. "Yeah," the other boy whispered back, "bet you're just as bad. Heard your brothers talk about how there's never been a Weasley in Slytherin before, so how come you are?" "Sod off," Ron whispered, turning back to the front with his ears becoming a shocking shade of red. All in all, History of Magic was not Harry's favorite class. Transfiguration, though, that class left him with what is probably the most genuine smile of his life. When he entered the classroom, he made for a table in the back until he heard someone shout his name. He had looked up and saw Susan at a desk up front, and she was gesturing to an empty seat beside her. He walked over to her, slowly and carefully avoiding coming in contact with the other Hufflepuff students who were openly gaping at him, and gave her a shy grin. "You want me to sit here?" Susan rolled her eyes and sighed at him. "Harry, I told you, we are friends, and friends sit together in classes." He shrugged and sat his bag down. "Kay," he said happily. Susan chatted a little and told him about her potions class she had before this one. Apparently Professor Snape was really very strict,
but awarded her 2 points for knowing when the best time to harvest moonweeds was. Harry was saved from telling her how history went badly when Professor McGonagall had came in the room and immediately called for attention. She was a rather intimidating witch, straight-backed, steely gaze, mouth set in a firm line. Welcome to Transfiguration. This class will, undoubtedly, be some of the most dangerous and difficult magic you will encounter during your studies here. Anyone found to be messing about in my classroom will be sent out and unable to return. Is that absolutely clear? She stared hard around the room, her eyes touching on each student as it passed. Harry didn't think he was being dramatic when he saw her eyes narrow slightly more as she met his. He put his head down after that and traced his thumb across the grain of the table while he listened to her lecture on the theory behind the day's lesson. Eventually, Professor McGonagall handed out matchsticks to everyone and taught them the incantation to change it into a needle. Susan giggled when he simply pointed at his and let his magic switch it immediately. Mr. Potter, Harry looked up and paled at the look of annoyance on the professor's face. He asked softly. Where is your wand? She asked him, her voice as hard as her eyes. My pea pocket, he all but whispered. Some of the kids behind him chuckled at his response. He heard a boy whisper, "What a moron," and his face heated up at the insult. He knew he sounded weak, he hated it. It was so easy to not care when it's kids and bullies, but he's never had a good run-in with an adult, especially any adult in authority. Snape wasn't so bad, but he was a bit of a bastard altogether, so he didn't really count. Professor McGonagall scoffed at his answer and slammed another matchstick on his desk, causing him to flinch towards Susan. I have no tolerance for cheating, Mr. Potter. That's 5 points from Slytherin. Do it again. She stood beside his desk with her arms crossed. Harry paled and could feel his hands trembling as the rest of the class whispered about him being a cheater. He could feel their gazes at his back, and the thought of all their eyes on him made him want to crawl out of his skin. I can't do it when they're all staring. He could feel his breath starting to accelerate, and he tried in vain to clear his mind. Don't be weak. He felt a warm and small hand briefly touch his shoulder, and was jolted from his panic with his flinch at the contact. He looked over to see Susan giving him an encouraging smile. Her teal eyes had a determined glint in them as she nodded towards his matchstick. Harry took a steadying breath, ignoring the glaring professor and nosy students, and turned his attention to the matchstick. He thought of Susan's determined gaze and tried to make himself give off that same level of confidence. He pointed his finger at the match and pictured a needle, and he gave a small tug on his magic. It immediately worked. It really was one of the easiest bits of magic he'd ever done. Healing his broken ankle when he was 9 was much more difficult than switching that tiny little match had been. Susan clapped, and the whispers of the rest of the class raised exponentially. The professor didn't appear to be impressed with him at all, though. She just sniffed and told him he needed to work on using his wand for the rest of the class before striding off to the other side of the room. Harry slumped over his desk in relief. He wasn't sure what he had done to make the professor dislike him so early on in class, but he hoped that the rest of the not-ghost teachers would be different. Beside him, Susan put her hands straight up in the air, her matchstick ignored on the desk. Miss Bones, McGonagall acknowledged. Do you need assistance? Susan shook her head. No, ma'am. She smiled at the professor, and even though her face looked nothing but polite, Harry could see the hard look in her eyes that made her seem slightly older than she was. I was simply wondering if you were going to give Harry back his 5 points since he proved to you that he didn't actually cheat. Harry ducked his head, not wanting the professor's gaze to fall back on him. The rest of the room went silent, all waiting to hear the professor's response. Very well, Mr. Potter, I will add the 5 points back to Slytherin, since it appears you did not actually cheat. Harry was so surprised by that he picked his head up and looked at the teacher in shock. He had been sure that she would refuse. However, she continued, holding her grey eyes on Harry's green ones. I am subtracting 5 from Slytherin for not following the clear instructions I gave to use your wand and speak the incantation out loud. Further, she switched her gaze to Susan. I am subtracting 3 points from Hufflepuff for interfering in the disciplinary methods of a teacher. Yeah, that was actually more of what he expected. Harry felt bad that Susan lost points on his behalf, but he also felt warm inside that she had tried to go to bat in his defense. He gave her a small grin, as much of one as he could at the moment, and almost laughed to see the look of pure outrage on her face. Sorry, Susan, he whispered to her later, towards the end of class after they both had turned the matches into needles using their wands. Susan rolled her eyes when she leant closer to him and whispered back, "Don't apologize, that was bullshit." Harry sputtered and choked when she said that. He'd never heard her curse before. It sounded hilarious coming from the same mouth that usually spent most of its time giggling. He gave her a crooked grin and she winked at him. When the bell rang for the end of the class, Harry was more than ready to head to lunch, and when Draco and Ron spent the whole walk there disparaging McGonagall, he had hardly listened. He kept replaying the ways that Susan had helped him in the class, and had a genuine smile on his face, as he realized this must be what it means to have a best friend. The rest of the week seemed to pass by quickly. While the whispers and stares didn't die down by much, Harry had gotten more used to ignoring them. And much better at tossing silent jinxes at the ones that didn't send his thoughts in a spiral. He was becoming more comfortable in the Slytherin dorm room, and appreciated Draco's efforts with the washroom schedule when he was able to take an actual hot shower every morning. He had no idea that it would feel so amazing. Apart from Transfiguration, which Harry had on Mondays and Wednesdays, the rest of the teachers seemed excited by his magic, and nobody else made him use his wand. In fact, Professor Flitwick awarded him 15 points for his Lumos charm that created a floating ball of light, and Professor Quirrell stuttered his way through an invitation for private dueling lessons. The astronomy teacher, Professor Sinistra, was thrilled that he knew most of the constellations by heart. She spent 20 minutes after class eagerly recommending books on the different histories of the constellations to him, apparently pleased to have a student who knew so much about the stars. He didn't bother to tell her that he spent a lot of sleepless nights in the outskirts of London, with nothing to block his view of the sky from his park bench. His first potions class on Thursday after lunch left him with mixed feelings. On the one hand, it didn't require him to actually use magic, so he had to work just as hard as the other students to get a good result, which was fine by him. His other classes were boring. The real problem in that class was Finnegan. Harry had no idea why the boy was so determined to bother him, but he seemed to have some sort of natural instinct that led him to pushing until Harry nearly broke. In the potions cupboard, Finnegan hissed, "Freak," in his ear as he crowded up behind Harry, close, too close, under the guise of reaching for the same ingredients Harry was. Harry didn't say anything about it, but Draco volunteered to get the rest of the ingredients for them when he got back to their cauldron. When Neville made a mistake that class that blew his and Finnegan's cauldron up, Harry could have sworn he saw Neville shoot him a wink after Professor Snape assigned them both zeros for the day. Like he said, he had mixed feelings about potions class. Friday morning, Harry woke up early, a scream strangled in his throat, blankets tangled around his legs, and his skin shivering in sweat. He sat up in his bed and ripped the blankets off and sucked air in desperately. It was a dream, just a dream. You're at Hogwarts, it's not real, not anymore, never again. Across the room, Ron's red head peeked out at him behind his canopy hangings. "All right then, mate," he asked sleepily. "Fine," Harry clipped, "go back to sleep." Ron gave him a curious look, then shrugged and laid his head back on his pillow. Harry still hadn't talked to him yet about why he was acting so nice towards him. Twice now, in classes, the other boy had sniped at kids who were being jerks. Once in herbology, Ron had even thrown a handful of mud at Bulstrode when she tripped Harry outside the greenhouse. Hermione had giggled next to him when Bulstrode turned an alarming shade of purple at the mud on her robes. Wondering about Ron's intentions helped him to clear his mind of the nightmare he'd had. He checked the time and saw that it was 500. Nobody was scheduled for the shower for another hour, so Harry decided he might as well get up and get ready now. He felt like a zombie all through his shower, and his review of his potions essay due this morning, and during his walk to breakfast with the other boys. His mind was fuzzy and his eyes felt heavy. Idly, while he nibbled on a corner of toast, he wondered how much trouble he would be in if he skipped classes to sleep all day. He was about to ask Draco just that when a large tawny owl landed on the table in front of him and stuck its leg out importantly. He glanced around carefully at the other kids sitting near him. "Is that for me?" The owl gave him a look that clearly told him what it thinks about his mental capacity and shook its leg right in his face. "Well, open it up," Draco crowed from beside him, peeking over his shoulder. Harry shot him a look that had the other boy scooting away a little, with a sheepish look on his face. He carefully untied the thick scroll on the owl's leg, opened it up, and then stared at it blankly after reading the first few lines. "What the fuck?" he whispered,
a new phrase he got from Professor Snape, which never fails to make Neville laugh and Hermione turn pink with indignation. "What is it?" Draco asked, carefully not coming too close to Harry. "Dunno, it says invite to a lie, then a lot of bullshit," Harry told him. Draco, Ron, and not all perked up at that. Zabini just kept eating his eggs. "Really?" Not asked, "What family is it from?" Harry looked at the bottom of the letter, where the signature was. Juliana Zabini. The other boys all turned and looked at Zabini, who shrugged indifferently and continued poking at the eggs on his plate. "Mother read my letters about Potter and insisted we send a formal offer of alliance between him and my family." Ron scoffed, "That's such a pure-blood thing to do." "You are a pure-blood as well," Zabini replied. Interrupting the oncoming argument, if Ron's ears were anything to divine by, which by now Harry figured they were, he spoke up. "What's an alliance?" he asked Zabini. Zabini looked thoughtful at his question, but it was not who answered. "An alliance is a bond between individuals, but can sometimes be between families. It means that you've agreed to fight for and defend each other from outside parties and assist each other in reaching your goals when you're able to." Harry considered this for a few moments and finally came to an understanding. "Oh, like a gang." He'd had a lot of experiences with gangs in London. At first he spent a lot of time and energy in avoiding them. They had seen him as a tiny and easy target for beatings and muggings. Then, after he went a few rounds with a couple gangs and left his marks, he spent his time avoiding offers to join. He didn't want to be a follower in a gang, but he wouldn't mind being in charge of one. There was a lot of power and protection in gangs if you have the right people. "What's a gang?" Draco asked, his nose crinkled at the unfamiliar term. "It's like not said in it, people who will fight with you and help you." Zabini nodded at him. "Exactly." "How is an alliance or gang different than being friends?" Ron blurted out, his eyebrows furrowed together in confusion. Draco heaved an enormously dramatic sigh before he answered. "An alliance?" Harry coughed and gave him a pointed look. Draco barely refrained from rolling his eyes at his interruption. "Sorry, a gang is much more formal. Friendships can be broken, but allier gangs have more consequences if you break them." Harry nodded agreeably with this explanation. He'd seen a lot of kids being found in rivers and dumpsters after supposedly trying to back out of their gang. That was one of the reasons he never wanted to be a follower of someone else. Nobody was going to hold the power of his life over him and his choices. "Well, that's dumb," Ron said, continuing his debate with Draco. "Me and Harry are mates, and I don't think I got to send him a fancy letter saying that I'd fight for him." Harry looked at him incredulously, thinking back on all their interactions. "When did you say we're friends?" He was positive that Susan was the only person so far who had declared herself to be his friend. Sure, some of the other kids, like Hermione and Neville and all them, were nice enough to him, but that didn't mean they wanted to be his friend. Draco and Zabini snorted, while Not hid his smile behind his charms textbook. Ron huffed and crossed his arms defensively across his chest. "Well, I dunno, maybe I didn't say it out loud, but I just thought we were," he muttered, his cheeks staining a light red. "Maybe you should have sent a fancy pureblood letter," Zabini suggested in an innocent tone that was given away by his smirk. Oh, Harry thought he finally understood why Ron kept defending him in their classes. "Is that why you yelled at Finnegan and threw mud at Bulstrode? Why didn't you just say you wanted Tarby in a gang with me? I was thinking, you were gonna try and ask me for some favor." Ron looked uncomfortable, but Harry admired how he kept his head up and his eyes on Harry. He was stubborn a skill that could save his life if he lived like Harry did. "I mean, I dunno much about gangs, but if it means that we hang out and do stuff for each other just 'cause we're mates, then yeah, I want to be in the gang too." Harry considered him carefully, weighing the pros and cons of adding Ron to his gang. So far there had only been pros to being around Ron, but he wasn't so sure that there would never be any cons. "'Kay," he eventually said, "you can be in, but if you try and pull a fast one later then I'm done with you." Ron nodded eagerly and gave him a smile before shooting a smug look at Draco. "Wicked," he said before turning back to his breakfast. "Potter, I would like to be a part of your gang as well," Draco said, with a pouty look on his face. "I can't extend the offer on my entire family, yet because Father's always careful about joining in with others," Ron snorted, as if finding something funny with Draco's statement. "But I was given leave to join with anyone I chose as long as I can properly explain myself," Draco continued, ignoring Ron's interruption. and I believe father will be pleased to hear of me joining you." Harry shrugged. Draco was a little posh and proper, but overall he wasn't a bad bloke. He'd made that schedule for the washroom, and gave him a chocolate frog after their last class with McGonagall as a no-strings-attached, pick-me-up. "Sure, Draco, but don't forget that I'm not owing any favors to anyone in my gang." He glared at both Draco and Ron, his eyes flashing dangerously. "Of course," Draco said, his posh tone not covering the way his pale face had paled more at the look on Harry's. "Gangs help out because of their commitment to each other, not for favors." Ron nodded and quickly agreed. Harry turned back to the letter in front of him and thought more about it. "Zabini, why would your mum want to be in a gang? Are you both trying to join or just her?" Zabini answered in the casual, "I barely care about this conversation," way that he typically spoke. "Mother would tie herself to you and your causes, but I would be the formal representation for the Zabini family." He didn't know much about Zabini besides he never really got worked up about much, loved to compare gossip with Neville, was always trying to gamble, and seemed to be a dab at astronomy. "Why should you be able to join?" Harry asked curiously. He knew most gangs had initiation rites, but as he had never actually pursued one, he didn't know what they usually were. Ron looked at Zabini as well, as if he was also curious about how he could prove his worth to their gang. "Where do you stay in the summers?" Zabini asked, apropos of nothing. "None of your damn business," Harry snarled viscously. "Freak, dirty, orphan, vagrant, whore." Harry's head spun with the insults he imagined he would hear if the other boys heard about his life outside of Hogwarts. He curled his head down towards his chest, placed his hands flat on the breakfast table, and rubbed his thumbs against the grain of the table, desperately trying to center himself by the soothing action. "Hey, Potter." He peeked up at Zabini's chagrined expression and flicked his eyes away, quickly assessing the other students nearest him, then towards the doors to the main hall, and finally back to the table. "I apologize, I didn't mean to upset you." Harry put his face back down, but watched Zabini through his eyelashes carefully, and did his best imitation of an indifferent scoff. "I'm not upset," he lied, "just ain't your business, is it? I was just going to say that if you could get permission from your guardians, then you could come stay with me and Mother at our manor in Italy sometime this summer. And if I was a part of the gang, then Mother would grant you access to our family's library." He lowered his voice and leaned closer to Harry. "We have a lot of tomes you would never find here at Hogwarts." Harry's head snapped up, and his mind cleared at this new information. "Really?" he breathed, "and I wouldn't owe you nothing, I can just stay and read." Zabini grinned sharply at his breathless excitement. "If I'm in the gang?" Harry nodded at once. "Yep, you can be in, Zabini. Same rules as Draco and Ron, though." Ron snorted and Draco laughed outright at his quick enthusiasm and acceptance. Zabini raised his goblet in a tiny salute with a wink towards Harry. "Cheers, call me Blaze, please." "Guess that's all of us then," Ron said happily. **. Draco cleared his throat and sent a pointed look at Nott, who shrugged from behind his book. "I'm not allowed to join a gang without father's approval," he said simply. Harry thought that sounded reasonable and assured him that if he changed his mind and could come up with a good reason why he should join, that he could be in with them. Chapter 17, Charming Like a Snake. Severus thought, foolishly, that he would be able to speak with his colleagues before Albus poisoned them against his newest star snake. He had hoped that the other professors would see the wide green eyes, the scars, the tremors, and recognize a shell-shock survivor in a child's body. An underweight and pitifully short child's body at that. His ridiculous optimism was burst at their first staff meeting of the year, on Wednesday after dinner. The Hogwarts professors were all congregated in the staff room prefects knew to monitor the halls and come for one of them in case of an emergency. Severus himself was seated between Filius and Quirinius. The former was carrying on a one-sided conversation he had lost track of while focusing on the queer feeling of wrongness he was getting from the latter. Something was different about the stuttering defense teacher this year, and he was determined to find the cause of it. "Well," Albus said from the front, genially calling for the beginning of the meeting, "I believe you all have now had at least one class with each year." He gazed around and clasped his hands together when none contradicted his statement. "Wonderful, how are our students settling in? Any difficulties, Poppy?" "So far I have had one fifth year show up with burns on her fingers from a lesson on salamanders."
Sylvanus Kettleburn muttered, "Silly girl," under his breath. "But I fixed her up right as rain," Poppy continued, giving a look of agreement to Sylvanus. "I've also had a first year with a bad case of homesickness. And of course, Mr. Flint needed a few potions to fix him up from his summer." Severus held his mask of indifference but sighed internally. Marcus Flint was one of the students that he has tried carefully, and repeatedly, to have removed from the care of his relatives, to no avail. He simply does not carry the weight, the power, or the credit to sway the ministry into investigating Marcus home. Albus waved off her comments with nothing more than a "very well, my dear. It sounds as if you have the situation well in hand." If that man cared one iota for the Slytherins, as he does his precious lions, he could prevent a lot of pain and gain powerful loyalty, Severus thought with a sneer. He carries the weight and power to simply sweep in and save some of these kids, if he gave a single damn. "Has anyone experienced any difficulties with any of our newcomers?" Albus asked, his blue eyes twinkling as he looked around the room. Aurora, who had previously been slumped over and half asleep, took a quick sip of her coffee and spoke up. "Not difficulties, headmaster, but I would like to say that I finally happened to have 2 prodigies in my class." "Oh," Albus inquired, "from your first years?" She nodded eagerly, her face alive with a rarely seen sense of excitement. "Oh yes, Mr. Zabini and Potter seem to have memorized the entire night sky. It's brilliant. I've recommended further reading for them both so that they are not bored in my class," the witch gushed. "Ooh, Potter, the child is simply marvelous. You should have seen his charm work, wandless and silent." Severus watched Albus, face closely as Phileas spouted off Potter's, apparently numerous charms. "There it is." Albus' eyes flashed, temporarily losing his customary twinkle to a much darker look of consternation. Surprisingly, it was Minerva who spoke up against Potter's achievements, with a derisive snort drawing the eyes of the rest of the staff to her. "The boy is a disappointment," she said simply, clearly not reading the air of enamor that the other professors were oozing over Potter. "Oh," Severus asked silkily, "do explain." Minerva ticked her complaints off as she listed them. "He refuses to follow instructions. He incites the other students into acting out. He believes himself to be above even looking at me when I speak to him. I've heard complaints from my students that he is starting fights with them, and for all that he looks like James, he certainly doesn't share his personality." Severus huffed out a humorless laugh as he leaned towards Minerva. "And yet," he said with a curl of his lip, "I find that you described the late Potter perfectly. Breaking rules, dragging others into trouble, arrogant, and needlessly initiating fights with his fellow students." "James is dead, as you are clearly aware," Minerva said sharply. "Get over it, Severus." He refused to acknowledge the hit. He sat back and raised a brow at her. "Then how do you expect the child to share his personality? Tusk, I thought you would understand nature versus nurture better than that, Minerva. Potter wears green robes instead of red. Get over it," he drawled. Aurora cleared her throat lightly and nodded at him. As his only fellow Slytherin on the staff, she knew all too well about the bigotry that can be held against the young snakes. He doubted she would understand the fear, anger, and discrimination that Minerva and Albus held towards any reminder of another Slytherin, 50 years ago, who walked these halls and became one of the fiercest Dark Lords in history. Albus interceded before Minerva was able to retort. "As some of you may be aware," he made eye contact at Minerva and Severus both, "I have had some concerns regarding the boy. I requested that Minerva keep a close eye on him to gauge his disposition." He sighed heavily, as if let down by the fantasy of the savior he had built for himself. "I hope that, in time, he comes to open up with his professors and works diligently on controlling his wild magic." Which Severus could roughly translate to, "I want Potter to depend on me, and I want Potter to not be so blatantly powerful, and I want you all to think he could be dangerous." He heard a tiny scoff, which was immediately covered by a cough, and glanced curiously at Quirinius. "Something amusing," he murmured quietly, returning his gaze to his tea, while keeping the other man's face within the corner of his vision. "NN not at all, SS Severus," Quirrell whispered back. "JJ, just don't SSC all the F-fuss about PP Potter's power." Severus inclined his head minutely, silently agreeing with the stuttering professor's assessment of the asinine conversations happening around the room. It seemed that Minerva and Albus were in a hushed conversation on their own, while Phileas, Aurora, and Pomona were comparing notes on Potter's behavior in class. Severus rubbed his forehead at the complexities of the Potter problem, as he dubbed the child in his head. Judging from his reports from the older Slytherins, Potter was a constant target for abuse from the other houses in the halls. They said there were times he struck back viciously, never being caught, but no other explanation covered the silent hexes thrown casually at the perpetrators. Then there were times where some hissed insults, shoves and bullying made him stutter and sweat anxiously. Now here Severus sits, in a room of some of the brightest educators the Wixen world has to offer, seeing a clear divide in opinion. Albus, and by apparent extension Minerva, seem prepared for the child to bring about the next great war. They mistake his difficulties as insolence, and his prowess as something to fear. The rest of the professors who had him in class were stoutly defending him amongst themselves. "So sad," Pomona said. "Magical prodigy," Phileas responded. "Something off but so sweet," Aurora said softly. They were clearly charmed by the talented and polite pupil, misty-eyed over his tragic status as an orphan, and impressed by his immense power. And Severus had no idea how to proceed. Potter would need to tread carefully. Making enemies of Albus and Minerva would ultimately be catastrophic for his life. The child needed to be talked with about his interactions with them, told to keep his head down, shown how to tamper the charismatic power he radiates. Yet he can't silence the voice in his head that whispered, why should Potter change to appease them? They don't see who he is. They should change and reach out to the child instead of simply writing him off. Eventually, after receiving a dismissal from Albus, and with a final sneer to Minerva, Severus set off for his quarters, still pondering the best way to approach the Potter problem on Friday evening. Friday morning during his class, Severus kept a close eye on Potter. The child clearly wasn't sleeping well. His complexion was pasty, he had dark circles beneath his eyes, and his tailored robes looked loose on his skinny frame. He kept his head down and interacted minimally with his peers. He avoided stepping too close to the other students, and waited patiently by his cauldron for the storage closet to empty before going for his ingredients. He measured, diced, and stirred adequately with steady hands. He gave small grins towards some of the other boys in his house. Potter sat by the desk he had in his first lesson, in the back corner, and brewed amicably with Draco, soft whispers going back and forth. Severus silently crept up beside them, hopping to overhear some of their conversation. "Not Granger," Draco whispered, before quelling beneath the chilling look of disdain Potter gave him. "Piss off," Potter whispered back fiercely. "Language," Severus murmured, startling both boys with his proximity. Potter swiveled in his seat, subtly scooting towards the wall until his back was touching the rough mortar wall. "Sorry, sir," he whispered, ducking his head. Severus peered at their potion, a precise shade of mid-brewed hiccuping solution, and awarded them points for their accuracy. Before he left to go observe the other pairs, he leant close to Potter and spoke a quiet reminder of their appointment after dinner tonight. Potter watched him sweep away with his head tilted, and his green eyes narrowed in thought. At precisely 7:30 that night, Severus had a soft knock on his classroom door. "Enter." Potter stepped inside the door and glanced around the room warily. "Am here, sir," he said. "I can see that, Mr. Potter." Severus' lips twitched at his unnecessary declaration. "Please, close the door and have a seat." He glanced around the room once more, before slowly closing the door, and making his way to the chair Severus indicated. Potter sat on the edge of the chair, with a white-knuckled grip on the desk, and blinked up at him. I dunno what exactly I'm doing here, sir." "Have you ever received a physical examination when you resided with your relatives?" "No, sir," Potter mumbled. "Hardly surprising. Very well, I will explain to you what to expect this evening. Every student who enters my house is subject to a mandatory physical exam, as I explained on your first night. I will have you change into a hospital gown. This is done to ensure the charm is able to fully assess you. Then I will cast the diagnostic charm that will inform me of any major injuries, past or present, and of any current ailments or injuries, no matter how minor. Afterward, if there are any that require healing or treatment, I will do so." He peered closely at Potter, and saw that he had a look of wild fear in his eyes. How do you complete a physical examination on a child with a mortal terror of physical contact? "Potter," he spoke gently, "I do not anticipate there being any reason for me to lay a hand on you. However, you can see Madame Pomfrey instead, if for any reason you wish for a female attendant." No, I dunno her. Potter's voice was hoarse, but he took it as a good sign that he was able to answer at all given the anxiety he was clearly filled with. Severus also took it as a step in the right direction that Potter voiced an infinitesimal bit of trust in him. Or does he believe he is unable to argue with me due to my status as both an adult and a figure of authority? If you would please follow me then. Severus got up and waited for Potter to follow behind before gesturing towards his office door. I have been completing physicals in my office to afford more privacy. If you would like to step in there is a gown on the cot. You may simply change and alert me when you are prepared for my entry. Potter gave no verbal indication he heard him, but he inched himself around Severus and through the doorway, closing the door firmly behind him. Severus paced around his classroom for 3 minutes, 5 minutes, and finally at 7 minutes he felt his patience wearing thin. Potter, he knocked on the office door. May I enter? Yes, sir. Potter's voice was soft, but it did not shake, tremble, or stutter. Maybe they would make it through this without any undue hardship on the child's part. Which was an incredibly naive thought, and he recognized it as such as soon as he saw Potter's face after entering the room. He was seated on the cot in the hospital gown, clutching his robes to his chest. His face was pale, throwing his facial scars out in a harsher light than usual. He could also see more of Potter's body than what was typically seen beneath his robes, and found that there were a great deal more scars decorating his scrawny limbs. Why does a child of a mere 11 years have more scars than most adult werewolves? What Severus found most discomforting, though, was the absolute emptiness in his expression. Gone was the wild fear or the ever-flickering gaze. His green eyes were wide, pupils dilated, fixed on the ground, and completely devoid of emotion. Potter, he sighed, I am not going to hurt you. Potter whispered, K, causing Severus to sigh again. Why didn't I make Poppy perform this physical? I believe that this exam may be better served for both of us if I simply perform it quickly. I am going to begin, and I shall inform you of each step I take before I take it. Do you understand? Yes, sir, Potter said to the floor. Severus approached him slowly, with his wand held out in front of him. I am going to lightly tap my wand on your head while I speak the diagnostic charm now. The child did not respond, so Severus grit his teeth and decided to follow through on his decision to get this finished as quickly as possible. Even chaotic and aggressive Potter was preferable to this vacant gaze and vulnerability on a blinding display. Aggratudo. He knew the report would be lengthy. No child survives 7 years in an abusive home and 3 living on the streets without a decent amount of injuries and illnesses, as his scars would tell. He was not prepared for the actual length of Potter's report. The child could burn every muggle he encountered in his life to ashes, and I would assist him in the scattering, he thought viciously. He skimmed quickly through the major injuries in recent years, and felt a horrible mixture of grief and rage tearing apart his insides. How are you alive? He breathed, quite losing himself in shock of the report. Age 5, broken femur. Age 6, left shoulder dislocation, concussion, 3x3x2 laceration right shoulder. Age 7, 3 open fractures right hand, 2nd-degree burns right arm. Age 8, traumatic brain injury, blunt force trauma, closed fracture ribs x3. Age 9, bronchitis, open fracture left ankle, anal fissure, closed fracture rib. Age 10, closed fracture right orbital socket, 4x6x3 laceration left thigh, anal fissure. And on it went. The fact that Potter is more than a shell-shocked invalid speaks both to his immense magical and mental strengths. Severus desperately occluded his mind, seeking fortitude in the mental shields he conjured, and pursued any current injuries and illnesses. Current diagnoses. 1. Anemia. End of report. Anemic. Potter was anemic. That's it. Severus almost laughed at the absurdity of Potter surviving all those injuries to only be diagnosed with easily treated low iron. The reminder that there was no current charm to diagnose mental illnesses quickly sobered him. The dark-haired orphan did not come through with one physical illness. Rather, he carried a host of internal illnesses that were neither easily diagnosed nor treated. Severus cleared his throat, hopping to catch Potter's attention to no avail. The child still stared blankly at the floor. It was an eerie sight, not unlike the victims of Dementors, a body without a soul. "I have finished my report, Mr. Potter," he said quietly, not wanting to startle him after the last several silent minutes. "Can I go?" Potter didn't even look up as he quietly asked. "Please, sir." It was tempting. The gods only knew how tempting it was to allow the child to escape. Ultimately, though, they would need to address some of these issues, the potions regimen for the anemia at a minimum. And Severus believed he would be doing Potter no favors by releasing him while he was clearly stuck in a trauma response. "I am going to allow you to leave very soon, Potter. First, though, are you able to look around and tell me 3 things you can see?" The child did not even lift his head when he tonelessly replied, "Your boots, the desk, and my trainers." "Very good," Severus, uncharacteristically, attempted to put as much warmth as possible in his voice. "And what are 2 things you can smell?" A little flicker of life came in the green eyes as he cautiously inhaled deeply. Lemon and maybe knotgrass." "Indeed, minute students have begun using knotgrass to attempt to brew polyjuice potion." Potter nodded and made a hum of acknowledgement, which was truly the most alive he had seemed since entering the office. "What do you taste right now?" Severus asked him, speaking in a slightly louder tone than he had previously been using, hoping it would help ground the child in the present. "Copper," was the rapid response. "What an absurd thing to say. Why do you taste copper?" Potter shrugged, and damned if Severus wasn't relieved to see that infernal shrug indicate that he was once again moving his muscles. "Bit my tongue, didn't I? 'Spect it was bleedin' and blood tastes like copper." "Obviously. Would you like me to heal it, Potter?" The child shook his head, black hair swinging wildly. "No thank you, sir, I already did." Of course he did. What's a little healing charm when compared to the whims of Harry Potter's erratic magic? "Very well," Severus told him. "If you would like to get back into your robes, I will meet you in the classroom to go over your results." He left the office and returned to his classroom, immediately heading for his bookcase. Anemia, while painfully common, was not an illness he has treated often in children, and it would be remiss of him to not confirm the recommended course of potions. While he was pursuing the relevant information, he heard his office door slowly open. "Please have a seat, I will be with you momentarily," he called out, without looking up from his page. After verifying that all the child would need is a month's worth of iron and vitamin B supplements, followed by a checkup to ensure the diagnosis has corrected itself, he went to sit with him at the desks. Severus sat behind his desk and studied him carefully. Potter looked mildly more himself. His cheeks had a bit of color and his eyes were no longer lifeless and empty. They had returned to their typical wary flickering state. He still looked exhausted, and was chewing his lip in worry, but an improvement overall. "Mr. Potter, while your report shows a truly disturbing amount of prior injuries and illnesses, I am pleased to inform you that the only current physical illness you are suffering from is anemia." Potter's gaze quit roaming and latched on to Severus. "Nemia," he asked, butchering the pronunciation with his deplorable accent. "What's that?" "Anemia is a lack of healthy red blood cells in your body, brought on by low iron, and likely in your case, caused by a vitamin deficiency due to your malnourishment." The child looked pensive when he answered. "Am I gonna die?" Severus snorted at his frank question. "No, Mr. Potter, you will not die. You will undertake a potions routine, and within a month I feel certain of a complete recovery." He eyed the child speculatively and made a shrewd guess. "Your headaches and constant fatigue will also diminish with this treatment." The child sat up slightly at this and looked pleased at this information. "Anemia causes nightmares." "No," Severus replied slowly. "Are you unable to sleep due to nightmares?" "Dunno," Potter looked off to the side of the room. "Sometimes, I suppose. I'm sure everyone does. Not like there's nothing to do about it, though." "Silly child. You are aware that this is a school for magic, correct? I think you will find there are very few problems that Wixen experience that cannot be treated with magic." Potter sputtered and looked back at him with his big green eyes. "But I looked everywhere, didn't I? First thing I checked, but I couldn't find any spells for it nowhere, and I searched the whole bleedin' library. Closest I found was a clumency, and it just said to clear my mind like I ain't been trying that for years." "Well, that's concerning. Firstly, I would like to express my concern that you clearly suffer from nightmares,
frequently enough to have searched the whole bleeding library for a solution. Potter flushed and looked away again, but Severus continued on. Secondly, there is no spell to absolve a person of nightmares. However, there is a potion called dreamless sleep that would ease your slumber. Really, Potter breathed, that's brill, sir. Severus held up a hand to request momentary silence and contemplated him for a moment. I will administer and monitor the prescription of this potion. I do have 2 requests of you beforehand, though. He got a side-eyed glare and a huff from the child at that. Course, Potter grumbled, what do you want? Severus silently raised a brow until Potter tacked on a rather ungracious, sir. I would first like to offer you the invitation to partake in occlumency lessons with me, once every fortnight. Dreamless sleep can be addictive, and it would benefit you greatly in the long run if you were able to clear your mind before you rest as opposed to relying on a potion. Potter cocked his head to the side, as he tends to do when he is considering something, and nodded in easy acceptance. Excellent, he stalled for a moment to decide on the best way to word his second request, before deciding that Potter would likely appreciate bluntness. My other request is that you inform me of the nature of your nightmares. It tends to lighten the load on oneself when they are able to discuss them. Potter let out a sharp laugh and returned to glaring at the wall. No, he said simply, as if believing that Severus would cave to his refusal. No, very well, you are dismissed, he bluffed. He knew that strong-arming the small boy was not necessarily the most genteel method, but Potter is possibly the most reticent child he has ever met. Wait, okay. Potter glared at him, his green eyes narrowed in dislike. You're a bit of a bastard, you know that. Severus snorted, he was well aware of that. However, 2 points from Slytherin for language, Potter. Potter just rolled his eyes and shrugged. McGonagall's taken loads more than that, sir, and I didn't even call her a bastard. Did I? An excellent opening to warn him about the dangers of provoking Minerva and Albus, if he ever saw one. What is Professor McGonagall's reasoning behind the point loss? She says I ain't listening, says M. Rude, and took points from me when Susan was laughing, cause I made my needle do a little dance. Severus himself tends to be a bit biased in the points system, but he justifies it with the factual knowledge that his Slytherins are unjustly deducted points for minor things, and he tries to even the scores. Minerva, pre-Potter Jr., had usually never been so blatantly biased in her pointing. Potter, I need you to listen to me very carefully, okay? He said seriously. He waited until those green eyes settled on his in utter fixation before continuing. There are those within this castle who may not understand you. They see your skills and they fear them because they do not understand them. It is unfair, it is unjust, but I have no need to tell you that so is life. Potter sneered, a cold thing on such a young face, but his gaze remained attentive, so Severus continued. When you are faced with those who do not understand you, you must keep your head down, he hissed, not unkindly. I do not say this to frighten you, but to warn you of the dangers of creating powerful enemies of those who have never understood the type of resilience that survival skills like yours produces. Do you understand what I am telling you? Potter's mouth thinned into a flat line, and he nodded sharply. I figured it wouldn't be any different here, why would it? I just got different kind of people not licking me, don't I? Severus inclined his head. Just so, Mr. Potter. You do, however, have seemed to gain something that you did not have prior to this allies. And damn if the chilling smile that Potter gave him at those words was not eerily reminiscent of a younger Tom Riddle, in the height of his power when Severus first joined him. It was not until Severus was preparing for bed that he realized he had, quite uncharacteristically, gotten sidetracked with Potter's crude language and discussion of Minerva, and never did receive an answer on the nightmares that plague his sleep. And now that he is recalling it in his mind, there had been a smug look in the boy's eyes when he left the classroom with his dosage of the potion he desired. 5 points to Slytherin for an excellent example of cunning, he murmured as he climbed into his bed. Chapter 18, Halloween, Trick or Treat. Time at Hogwarts seemed to go by quickly for Harry. He spent a decent amount of time in classes, and even more time in the library. Apparently, being able to complete the spells without using his wand or an incantation did not mean he didn't have to write essays on the theories behind the spells. Which sucked. He didn't mind the research and reading, that was something of a second nature to him, and he really enjoyed getting to spend the time with Susan, Draco, Neville, and Hermione. Sometimes Blaise, Nott, and Ron joined them, and they would push 2 tables together so they can all study together.
His real problem with the essays were that they were boring, pointless to write if you can master the magic, and handwriting had never been a particular skill of Harry's. He had left school in primary year 3 and had never went back to any formal education until joining Hogwarts. He already knew how to read when he was 5, and continued to sharpen and expand his reading and vocabulary skills through the libraries he frequented, but writing had never seemed very important to him before, and he was paying for it now. He spends extra time on his homework and essays for Professor McGonagall. He doesn't want to give her any extra reasons to disapprove of him in classes. He stopped sitting up front with Susan in their Transfiguration class, opting for a more reclusive table in the back. Draco, who seemed to have taken on the job of defending Harry quite personally, moved himself and Blaise to the table directly in front of him, which shielded him nicely when the professor is at her desk. Susan had simply rolled her eyes and moved to the back with him with no more fanfare than just a knowing gleam in her eyes. He was trying to keep Professor Snape's words in mind when he did have to cast spells in class, but they were just so easy. Ever since last month, when the potions professor warned him about keeping his head down, around people that wouldn't understand him, Harry had understandably been much more wary in his Transfiguration classes. Besides McGonagall and writing, Harry was finding himself enjoying Hogwarts much more than he thought he would. His gang had decided to begin exploring the castle after Ron swore that his brothers knew all sorts of secret passageways that they refused to share with him. They haven't found many secret passageways, but the boys still enjoyed running around the castle together. He has also had 2 occlumency lessons with Professor Snape so far. All they've done is discuss the theory and worked on clearing Harry's mind, but the professor said that soon he would be able to begin building mental walls which can keep out unwanted intrusive thoughts, which Harry figures is the adult way of saying nightmares. Which is actually a pretty sneaky way of saying it, without sounding weak, and Harry had committed that description to memory in case he needs it in the future. Harry, did you have a nightmare? Nope, just some unwanted and intrusive thoughts. Brill. Before he knew it, the castle was prepared for Halloween. There were over a dozen giant pumpkins decorating the Great Hall. Ron told him that the groundskeeper, Hagrid, grew them himself behind his hut on the lawns. There was an aroma of baked goods that managed to get into every classroom that day. Ron and Draco spent the day talking about the feast and the treats that would be available, while Blaise told Harry all about the entertainments that Dumbledore set up for past Halloween celebrations, dancing skeletons, Harry, and bats that can speak in riddles. Madness. In Charms class that day, Harry sat with Ron and smirked at Draco as he went to sit with Hermione. Ever since Draco had said he didn't want Hermione to join their gang, he's been making him partner with her in charms and herbology to see for himself why the witch should be included. The Ravenclaw girl was bossy, and could be a bit of a teacher's pet sometimes, but Harry could see that she was clearly one of the smartest witches in their year. She'd never make it a month on the streets, but Harry doubted there were many at Hogwarts who could. Any kid who thinks it's an everyday occurrence for food to magically pop up in front of you is clearly not going to take a peek in dumpsters for their next meal. Posh tossers, the lot of them. Professor Flitwick told them that today they would all be learning the levitation charm. Most of the class was excited, but Ron rolled his eyes when he saw Harry pull out his potions homework. "Is there anything you don't already know how to do?" he muttered. Harry just shrugged. If there was, he wouldn't be telling anyone. During the class, Harry heard his classmates all yelling Wingardium Leviosa, with different levels of success. Hermione, unsurprisingly, had earned Ravenclaw 10 points when she made her feather float on her second try. Blaise and Nott seemed to be in some sort of a mock duel with their feathers. Ron's feather remained firmly on the table, refusing to float so much as an inch off the surface. Flitwick came over and shook his head at Ron in disappointment, and peered curiously at Harry. "Let's see it, Mr. Potter." Harry grinned shyly at the friendly professor, and focused on his potions textbook, ignoring the lightweight feather beside it. "Float," Professor Flitwick squeaked in excitement, a noise Harry has heard from him often in class. "Very good, Mr. Potter, just amazing. 15 points to Slytherin," he squealed. "Professor Snape is a lucky man to have you in his house." Harry grinned at him and released his textbook back to his desk. "I'll tell him you said that, sir." Harry liked Professor Flitwick. So far the excitable man had been nothing but kind and complimentary towards him. It didn't hurt matters that he's not nearly as scary as the other teachers, since he's one of the few people that Harry is taller than. Of course, now that he thinks about it, he's pretty good at magic, so maybe a lot of power can come from a small body. Something to consider anyway. Flitwick had circled back to Hermione and Draco's table and was urging Draco to complete the spell. Harry could hear Hermione whispering encouragement to Draco, but he still wasn't getting it. He was getting frustrated, though. Harry could see his cheeks pinking and his light grey eyes narrowing. "I don't need help from a prissy little mudblood like you, Granger," he whispered after Flitwick walked away. The effect of his whispered words was instantaneous in the tables around them. Ron stiffened and glared at Draco while Nott groaned out loud and put his head on his desk. Blaise, strangely enough, shot a beseeching look at Harry before covering his face as if embarrassed by what Draco said. Hermione looked as if she had been struck. Her eyes became watery in a way that made Harry's stomach clench uncomfortably, and she scooted her chair as far away from Draco as she could without actually moving. As soon as the professor dismissed them for the feast, Hermione bolted, tears leaking down her cheeks. Harry made to follow her, but Blaise stopped him. "Give her some space," he said. Harry would have argued with him, but he knew that Blaise lived alone with his mum and thought he probably had some good ideas when it came to girls. Outside the classroom, Nott whispered something softly to Draco, who looked at Harry, then nodded at Nott and took off towards the dungeons. "What's mudblood mean then?" Harry asked Blaise on their way to the Great Hall. "Shhh," Ron hushed him, glancing around to make sure nobody could overhear them. "You don't want people hearing you say that, mate. They all already think you're evil." Harry rolled his eyes, but he knew Ron was right. He wasn't being tripped or whispered about nearly as much, not to his face anyway, but that doesn't mean people weren't still thinking it. "Well," Harry whispered to him, "what's it mean then?" Ron gave Blaise and Nott a look that clearly said, "Help me." They both just shook their heads at him, though. Ron sighed. "It's a really foul word for Muggleborns," he whispered. "It means dirty blood, cause some purebloods think they're better than anyone with Muggle blood." Harry felt his stomach ice over, and he stumbled as his vision started to go grey around the edges. "You're just a dirty freak, dirty bum. Stay away from here, you dirty brat. Nobody cares about a dirty slag." "He said she's got dirty blood," Harry hissed. Ron's face went rather pale beneath his freckles, but he nodded. "It's archaic and stupid," Blaise drawled. "Only the most ridiculous purebloods still subscribe to those beliefs. We've all seen Granger trounce Draco in classes." Nott, who had been rather quiet up until now, smirked. He was embarrassed that he couldn't make his feather float like Granger was. Now he's hiding from Potter. Harry, who had been focusing on controlling his own spiraling thoughts, zoned back into the conversation at Nott's words. "Nowhere he can hide really, is there? I'm gonna see him when we get back to our room." Nott laughed and Ron smirked, a rare sight on his normally joyful face. "Two sickles that Draco pisses himself," Blaise whispered to Nott as the boys entered the Great Hall. 1,000 live bats fluttered from the walls and ceiling, while 1,000 more swooped over the tables in low black clouds, making the candles in the pumpkins stutter. The feast appeared suddenly on the golden plates, as it had at the start of term banquet. Harry was just helping himself to a baked potato when Professor Quirrell came sprinting into the hall, his turban askew in terror on his face. Everyone stared as he reached Professor Dumbledore's chair, slumped against the table and gasped, "Troll in the dungeons, thought you ought to know." He then sank to the floor in a dead faint. There was an uproar. It took several purple firecrackers, exploding from the end of Professor Dumbledore's wand to bring silence. "Prefects," he rumbled, "lead your houses back to the dormitories immediately." Prefect Farley shared a panicked look with Prefect Flint, who had hissed, "Is he fucking mad? Our dorms are in the dungeons." Farley stood and ran to the neighboring Ravenclaw table and talked quickly with their prefect before coming back and announcing, "We will be going to the Ravenclaw tower. Follow me quickly, please." The boys all quickly followed her out of the hall when Nott stopped and stared blankly at the floor. "Draco is in the dungeon," he said. "I told him to just go to the dorms earlier to avoid Harry." Harry rather thought it would be fine by him right now if Draco got bashed by a troll. Then he had an even worse thought. "Myoni," he groaned, "she don't even know about the troll. Where's she at?" The 4 boys ducked out of the crowd headed towards the tower. It was easy enough with how many students the 2 houses were made up of. Harry looked at Blaise for an answer, but was surprised when it was Ron who spoke up. "When my sister Ginny is upset, she always locks herself in the bathroom to cry." "Kay," Harry said, glaring at the other boys. "Go to the tower and cover for me. Tell Farley about Draco, though. I don't want a troll to find him before I do." I'm gonna go get my Oni. Blaze and Knot took off, trying to catch back up to the group. Ron, however, stayed where he was. He stuck his chin out and gave Harry a fierce sort of look. I'm going with you, we're sticking together. Harry didn't have time to argue with him. He just nodded his head and took off towards the closest girls' bathroom to the Charms classroom. They had just turned the corner when they heard quick footsteps behind them. Get back, hissed Ron, pulling Harry behind a large stone griffin. Don't touch me, Harry hissed back, yanking his arm from Ron's grip. Peering around it, they saw Professor Snape running quickly through the hall. He crossed the corridor and disappeared from view. What's he doing? Harry whispered. Ain't he supposed to be with the other teachers? Search me. Quietly as possible, they crept along the next corridor after Snape's fadding footsteps. He's going to the 3rd floor, Harry whispered, but Ron held up his hand. Can you smell something? Harry sniffed and a foul stench reached his nostrils, a mixture of old socks and the kind of public toilet Harry used to hide in to wash up in private. And then they heard it, a low grunting, and the shuffling footfalls of gigantic feet. Ron pointed, at the end of a passage to the left, something huge was moving toward them. They shrank into the shadows and watched as it emerged into a patch of moonlight. It was a horrible sight. 12 feet tall, its skin was a dull granite grey, its great lumpy body like a boulder with its small bald head perched on top like a coconut. It had short legs thick as tree trunks with flat, horny feet. The smell coming from it was incredible. It was holding a huge wooden club, which dragged along the floor because its arms were so long. It's the troll, Ron breathed in shock. They stayed against the wall as the troll ducked in through a doorway in the hall. Let's go, Ron whispered. Harry was about to do just that when they both froze as they heard a terrified, familiar, high-pitched shriek come from the room with the troll. My Oni. Harry sprinted through the doorway with Ron groaning, but right behind him. He was a decent bloke. Not many other kids would follow him into a room with a troll in it. Inside the bathroom, Hermione was shrinking against the wall opposite, looking as if she was about to faint. The troll was advancing on her, knocking the sinks off the walls as it went. Get her and go, Harry yelled to Ron, as he himself ran towards the troll. Oi, he shouted at it, trying to take its attention off the other students. Get out of here, you wanker. It seemed to work for a moment. The troll stopped swinging its club and turned to look at Harry. Ron was desperately trying to drag Hermione away, but the girl seemed to be frozen with fear. After sizing him up, the troll just grunted and turned back to the other kids, as if deciding Harry wasn't worth his time. Which Harry took a little personal. Hermione, he yelled, catching her attention. Go. She stumbled, but Ron grasped her arm, and they were almost to the door when the troll smashed its club against the wall, where they had just been standing, driving them to dodge it, and back to the other corner of the room. Bastard, Harry muttered. Let's see how you like that. He focused as hard as he could on his core, pulling and pulling on his magic until he could feel his whole arms filled with it. Blow his club up, he thought harshly. The troll and Ron screamed as the wooden club exploded, sending giant splinters all through the room, including, Harry noted thankfully, in one of the troll's eyes. It screamed and groaned and clutched its eye before turning and roaring spittle at Harry. Guess he's got its attention now. The troll raised one of its fists, clearly going to substitute them for its burst club. Harry sized it up quickly and decided that, based on its scream after its eye was pierced, the troll had the same weakness as most people he'd fought, its eyes. He grabbed his penknife out of his pocket and took a running leap, landing directly on the troll's back. He quickly used the momentum to shove his knife straight through its remaining good eye, trying to drag it downwards as he did. Cutting someone straight in didn't hurt nearly as much as dragging the knife down through the opening. He knew this from experience. The troll started spraying rancid-smelling blood from the gash Harry made, his knife lodged into a spot somewhere above its cheek. It shrieked a horrible sound before it swayed and crashed to the ground, Harry still clinging precariously to its neck. He carefully got to his feet. He was shaking, out of breath, and was the room spinning. Ron was standing there with his wand uselessly raised, staring at the troll dumbly. It was Hermione who spoke first. Is it dead? I dunno, said Harry with a quaver in his voice. Hope so though, eh? He bent down and yanked his knife free from the troll's cheek. Urg's troll blood. He wiped it on his robes, after noticing he was covered in blood anyway. A sudden slamming and loud footsteps made the three of them look up. They hadn't realized what a racket they had been making, but of course, someone downstairs must have heard the crashes and the troll's roars. A moment later, McGonagall had come bursting into the room, closely followed by Professor Snape, with Quirrell bringing up the rear. Quirrell took one look at the troll, let out a faint whimper, and sat quickly down on a toilet, clutching his heart. Harry could have sworn he saw his eyes flash red, but since the room was still spinning a bit, he decided he wasn't a reliable witness. McGonagall was looking at Ron and Harry. Harry had never seen her look so angry. Her lips were white. Hopes of staying at Hogwarts were slowly diminishing in his mind. His breath was coming quicker and quicker, and his hands were shaking. Professor, he gasped, hoping Snape could talk him through the breathing thing he did during their first occlumency lesson. Professor Snape was at his side almost instantaneously. Breathes, he murmured quietly. Smell the flowers while I count to 3. Harry inhaled through his nose while he counted, ignoring the looks of confusion from his friends and the seething glare from McGonagall. Good, now blow out the candle slowly while I count to 5. He blew the air out of his mouth shakily. The room was no longer spinning, even though his stomach felt cold, and there was still a grey hue around the edges of his vision. Good job, Potter. Do it again while I cast a diagnostic for injuries, Snape said quietly. Harry breathed slowly, appreciating the man's trick for calming his racing heart and panicked thoughts. He hardly noticed as the professor tapped his head with his wand, using a different charm than he did during the physical. If you are quite done coddling the boy Severus, I would like to know what exactly happened here, McGonagall said harshly. Harry locked his shaking muscles in place, refusing to flinch away from the woman, even as he ducked his head. It was Hermione who spoke up first. Please, Professor McGonagall, it was because of me. Harry and Ron saved my life, she said in a trembling voice. Weasley, explain, Snape snapped. Sir, we were headed for the Ravenclaw Tower with our house when Harry remembered Hermione wasn't at the feast yet. We were worried that she didn't hear about the troll, and so we came to find her only the troll beat us here. Harry tried to have me grab Hermione and run while he distracted it, but by the time we were to the door the troll blocked it. So then Harry made the club explode, which was wicked, and it blinded the troll in one eye, but it tried to smash Harry with its fists. And then Ron glanced at Harry, who shook his head minutely. Then he threw one of the pieces of the sink at its face, cutting it. Then it fell, he ended lamely. Quirrell looked up after Ron's story, shooting Harry a piercing look of disbelief, but thankfully the man didn't say anything. He was an odd professor, but not a bad bloke. Miss Granger, McGonagall said, turning to Hermione, is this the truth? Hermione nodded. Yes, ma'am, that's what happened. Well, in that case, said McGonagall, staring at the three of them. Miss Granger, you foolish girl, why were you dawdling in a restroom instead of joining the feast? Hermione hung her head, and Harry's earlier rage was starting to return. He needed to get back to the dorms, quickly. 5 points from Ravenclaw, McGonagall contributed, and 10 points from each of you boys for failing to track down a professor when you realized Miss Granger was absent. Harry's anger was growing. They lost 20 points for saving Hermione. He glared at the floor, keeping his head ducked to avoid showing her how angry he was. Don't create powerful enemies, the voice in his head whispered, repeating Snape's instructions. Weasley Potter with me, Snape instructed. Minerva, I trust that you can return Miss Granger to her dormitory. Without waiting for the other professor's response, Snape swept out the doorway with the boys trailing behind him. As they went through the halls, Harry jogging lightly to keep up with the other two, Professor Snape spoke quietly. The troll was sliced open, eerily similar to Mr. Lestrange. Is that a coincidence, boys? Ron, who Harry was really starting to appreciate letting in his gang, responded at once. That's what I said, sir, his voice just on the edge of disrespectful. Very well, Snape didn't even look back at them. I expect, if you are questioned again about the events of tonight, that your story remains unchanged. Harry could hardly believe it. Professor Snape clearly knew they'd been lying, and was telling them to continue the lie. The man was a bastard, but he was wicked awesome too. When they arrived at the entrance to the common room, Professor Snape stopped them. 30 points to Slytherin for rescuing a damsel in distress, he smirked. Harry grinned at him, pleased he'd recognized the injustice of McGonagall taking so many points when they'd risked their lives to save Hermione. As they were climbing in the loud room, Snape had one more thing to say to Harry. Keep that knife on you, but only for emergencies. Harry nodded at him. He had no plans on putting it away ever again anyway. The common room fell silent as the boys entered it. Harry wasn't sure why until Ron cleared his throat and sent a pointed look at his robes. "Oh right, the blood. Thank Merlin," Draco said, breaking through the Gawkers to approach them with Blaise by his side. "I thought you guys got killed by the troll." Harry had him pinned to the door by his robes with one hand and his knife under his chin with the other, before the blonde could even process what was happening. "This is your fault," he hissed, his eyes flashing furiously. "Why'd you have to say that to Maione, huh? He shook the frozen boy once, called her dirty-blooded, did ya?" He shoved the tip of his knife into Draco's chin, just enough to nick the skin and ooze out a droplet of blood. "Looks like you got the same blood she does, doesn't it? Do ya want to see more to prove it?" "Harry, I'm sorry," Draco gasped. "Please, I didn't mean it." "Yeah?" Harry asked, smiling his worst smile. "Good, then tomorrow you can tell her that in front of the whole hall, can't ya?" Draco nodded frantically, and Harry threw him away from him. "Final warning, Draco, then you're out," he said cruelly to him as he scooted away on the floor. "And you won't like that much, will ya?" Draco shook his head and sputtered out more frantic apologies. Harry ignored him and turned to Blaise, who was reluctantly handing 2 silver coins to Not. "There anything to eat? I'm bloody starving." Ron laughed a hysterical laugh, bent over clutching his stomach. "Go shower, Harry, you stink." Blaise plugged his nose dramatically. "Then you can come back and eat and explain to us all why you're covered in blood." Harry smirked as he headed to the bathroom. Blaise was clearly another good asset to have in their gang. "Kay," he called back over his shoulder, "see if you can find some of that treacle tart, it's brill." Chapter 19, Halloween PT 2. After depositing the boys at their dorm, Severus quickly made towards the headmaster's office. A fucking troll, he thought irately. Gee, I wonder who could have let it in. Quirrell, with all his dramatics, had recovered quickly enough from his fainting spell, once Severus cornered him outside the entrance for the 3rd-floor corridor. "I don't know what you're insinuating, Severus," he had mumbled. "I thought the TT troll was maybe a diversion, so I came to CH check." The man's stutter gave Severus a migraine. After the amount of time he'd spent around Potter in one of his timid moods, he was beginning to suspect Quirrell's stutter was as fake as his excuses. Although, what blasted reason would someone have to sound like an idiot? At least Potter's only made an appearance when he was feeling vulnerable or threatened. Thank Merlin for small mercies. When he arrived at the headmaster's office, he saw that Minerva had beaten him there. Her and Albus had similar grim looks on their face. "Severus," Albus said solemnly, "how are your charges?" "They are as well as can be expected," he informed him. "Potter was still quite shaken, and Weasley was consoling him when I left." He was stretching the truth until it nearly broke, but it wouldn't hurt for the headmaster and deputy to hear of vulnerability from Potter. "Ah yes, Ronald comes from an excellent family," Albus mused. "I believe it wouldn't hurt to speak with Molly about his progress here." Severus kept his face emotionless while he seethed internally at the blatant manipulation. He could imagine what Albus planned on telling Molly. Would it be instructions to have the young Weasley drag Potter to Team Dumbledore, or a blunt directive to have her son sever his acquaintance with the other boy? "Albus, I am telling you, the bathroom was utterly destroyed. Potter was standing there glaring at the troll as if it had personally offended him somehow, and it was dead. Its face was sliced right open. The boy was standing beside it with cold eyes, covered in blood. It was chilling." Minerva sounded hysterical. Severus absolutely loved it. Potter was suffering from shock. You witnessed him needing assistance to fight his way back through a panic attack, he jeered at the witch. And I believe the troll did offend him when it attempted to smash him and his friends' heads in with a club. Albus held his hand up, silencing Severus' rant. "Insufferable coot. Do you believe the child purposefully killed the troll, Severus?" he asked softly, studying Severus closely. "I do not," he replied, lying through his teeth. "I believe that he intentionally blew apart the club, then got an incredibly lucky throw-in with a busted pipe." He attempted a sneer, as it would do neither him nor Potter any favors to appear too fond of the child. He was clearly terrified, as his anxiety indicates. The child was all but in tears on the walk back to the Slytherin dorms. He mentally apologized to the child for making him sound so weak and playing up his mental illnesses, but this could very well be the difference between life and death. Albus sat back in his chair, and stared at the ceiling contemplatively with his hands steepled. "Very well," he eventually said, "we will say no more on this matter." Severus almost let out a sigh of relief, except he could hear the silent, but that was surely about to come out of Albus' mouth. "Sure enough, however," Albus continued, "I would appreciate you both keeping a closer eye on the boy. Tom was able to gain favor and affection from his peers based on the preferential treatment he received from the professors who refused to listen to my warnings. I will not see this happen again." Minerva sniffed haughtily. "The boy receives no special treatment from me." Severus inclined his head, as if in silent agreement. In the safe privacy of his mind, though, he was disgusted at how the headmaster was all but outright requesting that they treat Potter as if he were already an irredeemable Dark Lord. If this is how Albus treated a young Tom Riddle, then Severus was not truly surprised that he had turned into an angry and dark adult. Merlin knows how hard he will have to work to ensure Potter does not follow his footsteps. The next morning Severus was seated at breakfast, enjoying his morning ritual of coffee and disparaging the daily prophet, when his godson approached him. "Sir, may I make a quick announcement?" He had his chin out defiantly, and his back was ramrod straight. He looked as if he had something to prove. Severus shared a glance with Pomona, who was listening in curiously, and raised a brow at Draco. "Certainly, although you shall regret it if anything unbecoming comes out of your mouth." "No, sir," Draco assured him, before turning outward to face the student tables. "Excuse me," he called out to quiet the hall, unnecessarily, as most students had already been watching him with interest after he approached the head table. "I would like to apologize to Hermione Granger." Severus looked at Granger, who had turned red with the sudden attention of most of the students and staff. "I called her a terrible name yesterday, and she did not deserve it. Granger, I hope you accept my deepest apologies." Draco bowed his head to her and stepped down with a graceful stride, returning to his table with his head held high. "Interesting." Severus could infer from Draco's carefully worded speech that he had likely insulted her heritage yesterday, something to dock points for later, and judging by Potter's cold smirk, he had apologized publicly at his command. Command or threat, he wondered idly, not truly caring one way or another. Draco spouting off Lucius, rhetoric was problematic. If Potter was taking the matter personally, then all the better for Severus. "What was that about, you reckon?" Pomona asked him, her voice muffled by the whispers and laughs tearing across the hall. "No idea," Severus lied. "You know that Draco leans towards the theatrics." Pomona laughed while Severus eyed Potter's group closely. He was seated with Weasley, Draco, Theodore Nott, Blaise Zabini, and for some reason Miss Susan Bones of Hufflepuff, an odd group. The grouping got even more odd midway through breakfast, as Severus watched Granger and Neville Longbottom join them at the end of the Slytherin table. None of the older Slytherins even appeared to try and scare away the first years from other houses, which was quite unlike them. He assumed their quiet acceptance of the children had everything to do with the scar decorating Lestrange's face and the whispered gossip, "Potter killed the troll," that was floating through the hall. Potter's group all had their heads bent together, were talking amongst themselves eagerly. The others appeared to refer to Potter, who was seated at the head of the group throughout the conversation. The boy who lived, two sole heirs of stout Death Eaters, two sons of some of the lightest families Severus had ever met, the only child of the infamously grey-aligned Zabini widow, a Muggle born, and the niece of the head of the DMLE. Very curious. It appears as if Potter has managed to bring together an extraordinarily unnatural group of students that were all willing to follow his lead. It was encouraging to see such a mixture of backgrounds in the group. Yet, it was also dangerous to see that Potter's compelling power had already publicly drawn in many dedicated followers. Friends, not followers, he corrected himself. Severus spared a glance at Albus to see if he was watching Potter's group, which of course he was. The Potter problem had clearly grown exponentially in the last 24 hours, and Severus needed to stay alert to protect the child. He ordered another cup of coffee, black. Chapter 20, Dueling. The last week of the term, Harry was finishing up some end-of-the-year work with his gang, Susan, Hermione, Neville, and Nott. Or more accurately, they had taken up a corner of the library to sit and hang out together. Only Hermione looked like she was actually writing anything. Ron, Nott, and Blaise had their heads together, and Harry thought he heard the distinctive clink of coins, which meant that they were gambling. Again. Apparently Ron had a knack for it. Draco and Susan were whispering together about their plans over Christmas break. Draco's family was going to the same posh Yule ball that Susan would be attending with her aunt. "What are your plans for the holidays, Harry?" Neville asked him politely, out of the blue. The rest of their group suddenly ended their side conversations. They all leant a little closer, trying to appear casually interested in his answer. "Staying here, signed up last weekend." "Won't your family miss you?" Hermione asked quietly. Harry shrugged, rubbing his thumbs across the tabletop. "My family's dead, ain't they? 'Spect they can't miss me much." A few of the kids shifted uncomfortably, but Blaise still looked curious. "What about the family Dumbledore sent you to live with? Will they not miss you?" "What?" Harry stared at Blaise hard. "What the fuck?" he hissed at him, ignoring Hermione's gasp of outrage at his crude language. "Dumbledore sent me to live with the Dursley, as in the bloody headmaster." Blaise glanced shiftily at Nott, who grimaced and shook his head. "I mean, I don't know who the Dursleys are, but everyone said Dumbledore dropped you off with your relatives after he got you from your parents' house," Blaise responded carefully. Harry kept staring towards Blaise, but his thoughts were miles and miles away. Dumbledore was the one who dropped him off with the Dursley. It was Dumbledore who left him with those people, who gave him the right. "Harry, are you all right?" Draco patted his arm and Harry jerked it out of his reach. "Don't touch me," he snarled, refocusing on the group. Fine. Just didn't know they let headmasters of schools decide where orphans live. Ain't there any kind of magical social services or something?" Hermione got an eager light in her eyes that Harry had associated with her Ravenclaw mind in action. "Ooh, I bet there's a book about it if so," she whispered. Susan laughed at Hermione's fervor. "Don't bother," she waved her hand. "Of course there is, they have a whole department at the ministry." Draco and Ron, surprisingly, both nodded in agreement with her. "Susan's right, my dad told me there is. I dunno why Dumbledore didn't let them do their job though," Ron said in a thoughtful tone. "Father tried to have you live with us," Draco said with his upper lip curled. "We are related through your godfather, so Mother thought we would have a good chance at getting custody, but apparently Dumbledore had already hidden you away. He stuck his nose up in the air. We could have been brothers." Harry didn't miss the way that despite Draco's pretentious pose, he still sounded regretful. Harry would have liked to have had him for a brother. He was about to ask who his godfather was, probably someone who died in the war, or they would have came and got him, when Ron jumped in. "Well, we're brothers now anyway, aren't we, Harry?" Ron asked. "I mean, with the gang, it's like we're all brothers." "Gang? What gang?" Hermione looked at Ron with wide brown eyes. Harry groaned, completely distracted from his previous thoughts on Dumbledore and his godfather. Ron really needed to work on shutting his mouth. Although it did make Harry's stomach feel warm that he just implied he was Harry's brother. "Don't wish for things you can't have," his mind whispered. "It's a weakness and weaknesses get you killed." "It's supposed to be a secret gang, Weasley," Blaise said sharply. Susan looked at Harry with a look in her eyes he couldn't interpret. "Harry, tell me you didn't start a gang," she sighed. Harry shrugged and grinned weakly at her. "Why, you don't want to join, do you?" "No, she does not want to join a gang," Hermione whispered fiercely. "Gangs are really dangerous." "Oh, come off it," Ron scoffed while Blaise huffed. "They are not." "Yes, they are," Hermione insisted. "They kill people and do all sorts of illegal things." "Guess you don't want to join then," Harry clarified curiously. "I told Draco that it would be good if we had the smartest witch in our year in it, but guess not." Hermione blushed and Nott laughed quietly. "Really?" She glanced at Draco, then back at Harry. "You actually said that?" Harry shrugged and twirled his wand between his fingers. "Yep, but if it's too dangerous, that's all right." He tilted his head to the side as he thoughtfully added, "Course you didn't mind danger when it was me and Ron Savin from that troll." "Ron and I," Blaise whispered. "Fuck off," Harry whispered back while Ron and Neville laughed quietly. Susan poked him in the shoulder, and he gave her a small glare, which she ignored. "I want to join," she said brightly. "Brill," Harry grinned at her. "You're in," he decided quickly. "What's a gang?" Neville asked quietly. "It's an alliance," Nott said quickly before Hermione could respond. "It's just a formal alliance to Potter and his causes." Neville gaped as he looked at the other Slytherin boys. "Your parents let you join an alliance with Harry Potter?" he asked, bewildered. Not lifted one of his brows at Neville. "Father is actually most pleased with me joining Harry," Draco scowled. "I've told him about how powerful he is, and he told me I would be dim not to join. My father would like me to wait before formally joining. He said that joining too early may tie to me undesirable causes, not added on." Neville looked thoughtful. Maybe I should ask Gran if she wants me to join." Harry agreed easily, checking the time. Neville was a calm sort he'd be good to have on his side. "Susan, Draco, Ron, Blaise, you guys are all in. Hermione, Neville, not you are. Let me know if you change your minds." "Wait, why am I not and everyone else gets their first name?" Not asked indignantly. "I've known you just as long as Blaise has." Harry gave him an incredulous look as he packed up his supplies. "You didn't bloody ask me to, now did you?" Blaise did, "and you still call me Potter most of the time." The other kids snickered while not muttered, "Touché." "Where you going, mate?" Ron asked as Harry slung his bag over his shoulder. "Gotta go see Quirrell, don't I? Said he'd teach me how to duel tonight." "Ooh, really?" Hermione squealed. "I bet it'll be really interesting." Susan smirked. "Quirrell, interesting. I'd lick a slug if that ever happened." The rest of the group laughed and waved as Harry headed towards the defense classroom. Harry knocked cautiously on the defense teacher's office door. Quirrell hadn't believed Ron's lie about how the troll got its face cut. His face at the time had made that obvious, but Harry didn't know what his reason was for not calling them out. Even though Professor Quirrell seemed pretty harmless so far, until he knows his motivation, then he needs to be careful. He was happy when they had set up a time for a private dueling session, but he had a suspicious that Quirrell was going to ask for the real story of how the troll died. "CC, come in," the professor stammered through the door. Harry stepped inside confidently. He had his hands in his pockets, appearing unconcerned, while clutching his knife in one hand and his wand in the other. "Hello, Professor, here. P.P. Potter, so pleased you could make it. Have a seat." "Thought we were gonna duel, sir," Harry said, eyeing the seat he indicated warily. Quirrell chuckled, a sound Harry had never heard from the professor before. "Eager, P. Potter." Harry just shrugged. He was actually quite eager to duel and didn't much feel like making small talk beforehand. They studied each other silently for a moment before Quirrell broke it off by chuckled again. "Be back up," he said, standing and raising his wand. Harry clutched his more securely in his pocket as he backed towards the wall. With a quick and silent wave, the professor had cleared all the desks and chair to a neat pile against the far wall. "Come, stand across from me," Quirrell said, pointing where he wanted Harry to stand. He walked to his spot, never taking his eyes off his professor. "We face each other now, Potter, with our backs straight and our wands out." Quirrell sounded different, softer somehow, and Harry noticed that his stammer had all but disappeared. Which he thought to himself was pretty bloody weird, unless maybe Quirrell didn't like large groups, so he gets nervous and stutters when there were a bunch of students or professors around. Harry could understand that. Harry stood with his back straight and pulled his wand out. He held it in front of himself, mimicking Quirrell's position. "In a formal duel, we bow to each other." Quirrell demonstrated by bending his back, but keeping his head straight and his eyes on Harry's. Harry quickly did the same thing, not enjoying the submissive feeling of bowing to another person. "So now we begin." Harry definitely wasn't imagining the red hue in Quirrell's eyes this time. "We will only be attempting to disarm each other, Potter." "Yes, sir," Harry muttered. As soon as Quirrell began firing off spells, silently, Harry knew that he could be a dangerous person to cross. This was the man in his element. He sent multiple jets of different colored spells directly at Harry, who had to quickly duck, dive, and twirl to avoid them. "Fire back as you move, Potter. Don't let me continue my attacks." Harry thought that was good advice, and he quickly pocketed his wand to begin directing his magic through his body and towards the professor. Stun him, tie him up, knock him out, take his wand, put boils on his face. He was pleased when he had to turn away from another beam sent towards him, and saw that Quirrell was now having to pause his attacks to erect a shield. Hurt him, burn the shield, take his wand. Then Harry made a rookie mistake, the kind of mistake
that he'd seen other people die, for during fights he paused. Quirrell's shield had indeed burnt up. It looked like a parchment lighting on fire as it crumpled around him, and Harry grinned sharply. Unfortunately, that little pause to watch was all the time the older man needed to have his wand and penknife fly from his robe pockets to his hand. "Excellent, Potter," Quirrell praised, twirling Harry's knife through his fingers. "You have good instincts." "Not bloody excellent if you got my wand, is it?" Harry snarled. He couldn't believe how stupid he'd been. He knew better. Quirrell smirked as he floated Harry's wand back to him. "You lasted over a minute before I was able to disarm you. That is no small victory." Harry pocketed his wand and eyed the professor pointedly. "My knife, sir." Quirrell continued looking at his knife and twirling it. "I will give this back to you if you tell me the true events that happened on Halloween." Harry eyed him shrewdly. "Why?" Quirrell quirked an eyebrow and hummed thoughtfully. "I am curious as to how a petite and young child such as yourself managed to kill an adult mountain troll. I thought Weasley's version of events was ill-fitting of the damage to the troll." "Who do ya like more in this school, Professor McGonagall or Snape?" Harry asked carefully. The defense professor didn't seem to be partially close to any other professor that Harry had seen, but he knew there could be bonds formed away from students' eyes. Quirrell laughed sharply and looked at Harry with a smirk. "You are excellently placed in Slytherin, aren't you?" Harry responded to his deflection with a sharp smile. He had no idea. "I find Minerva to be annoying and Severus to be a continuing conundrum," Quirrell finally answered thoughtfully. "So while the true answer is neither, I do prefer to be in the company of Severus as opposed to Minerva." Harry considered this and nodded, deciding to take a small leap of faith. "Cut it open, didn't I? Used that knife," he said curtly with a nod towards the knife still in Quirrell's hand. "So I want it back, sir." Quirrell tipped his head to the side, as if weighing the truthfulness of Harry's statement. "As you wish," he said softly, floating the knife back to Harry. Harry grasped it and held it firmly in his pocket. "Prepare yourself, Potter, we will begin again." Harry barely had a chance to straighten his back before Quirrell started firing off spells. "Shield me," he thought quickly, pleased when his solid shield came like it did his first night. He sent back as many spells as he could, as quickly as he could, hopping to make the professor hesitate this time. He hissed angrily when one of Quirrell's spells left a shallow cut on his arm. Rain and wind, he thought desperately. None of his standard curses were getting anywhere near Quirrell. He knew it was a long shot, but he hoped the man didn't know how to fight as well in the rain as Harry did. "Ugh," Quirrell groaned, using one hand to clutch his turban to his head. "Quick thinking, boy, but a little rain won't get my wand from my hand," he taunted. Harry smirked and sent a flash of lightning directly at the professor's head. "Don't call me boy," he hissed. Quirrell waved his wand, and Harry's lightning bolt dissipated right above his turban. "That was a neat trick. Let's see if he can do it again." Harry twirled away from a group of incoming curses, while flicking his hand out towards his professor, sending half a dozen lightning bolts directly at him. His smirk grew into a grin when Quirrell had to duck and roll away from the bolts of lightning. Apparently his trick didn't work on more than one at a time. Harry concentrated as hard as he could on his core and let the power fill his whole body before commanding it, "Give me his wand." He cheered outright as he leapt in the air to grab the bone-white wand flying towards him. "Gotcha," he crowed. Quirrell straightened up and leveled him with a dangerous glare. "My wand, Potter, now." Harry smirked and floated it back to him, much like the teacher had when he had Harry's wand. "Come," Quirrell said abruptly, "let us have tea and talk." Harry shrugged with acceptance. The man wasn't so threatening now. He would just send lightning at him if he tried to pull anything. He sat in the chair placed in front of Quirrell's desk and watched as Quirrell poured them both tea and handed Harry a cup. "Thanks," he murmured, sipping it slowly. "How are you enjoying Hogwarts?" Quirrell asked him. "It's brill, ain't it? Just magic everywhere. Wicked," Harry said enthusiastically. Quirrell smirked at him, a look that didn't fit his face the same way it fit Snape's. "And what of Slytherin? Are you enjoying being in the House of Snakes?" He thought about it for a moment before shrugging. "Well, I dunno what the other houses are like, do I? But Slytherin is home, so I like it enough." Dumbledore was disappointed when you were sorted there, you know. Harry looked up sharply at the mention of Dumbledore and scowled. Good. The professor studied him closely before letting out a cold laugh. Is the famed boy who lived not a fan of Albus Dumbledore? He wasn't quite mocking him, but Harry felt it was close. Quirrell leaned forward with a thirsty look in his red-tinged eyes. Tell me, he said softly, what has Albus done in so short a time to earn your displeasure? Harry wasn't an idiot. Professor Quirrell was a weird bloke for sure, but he still can't rage against the bleeding headmaster of the school to one of the professors. Am not displeased with him, he said carefully, just don't know him, do I? Quirrell leaned back in his seat and seemed to be weighing the truth in his statement. Liar, he finally said, I can see it in your eyes. Does it have anything to do with the third-floor corridor? Harry stilled. What? Do know much about the third floor, do I? There's something up there, he guessed. Quirrell smirked and shook his head, but just like he knew Harry had lied about Dumbledore, Harry could tell he was lying as well. Wicked. Well, Harry drawled, I should get back to my dorm, curfew's comin' up and I don't want to get caught out in the halls. Quirrell glanced at the clock, then chuckled. It appears that our time is up this evening, Potter. I would be interested in another lesson after the holidays. I believe I have much I could teach you. Harry hummed non-committally. He wasn't sure if he liked the defense professor much, but dueling was the most fun he's had since his first night. Watch your back, Potter, Quirrell called as Harry was walking out the door. He turned and looked at the professor, and saw his eyes were glittering with a look of both amusement and danger that made Harry shudder. There are many enemies for the boy who lived in this castle. Harry nodded and closed the door behind him. He was already well aware of that, thanks. Chapter 21, Barriers. The second to last day of classes before Christmas break began, Severus had scheduled his last occlumency appointment for the year. Severus knew that Potter would be staying at the castle, as he was himself, but did not want to schedule anything while the child would be enjoying the holiday. It was, quite likely, the first holiday that Potter would be able to enjoy. A rather troubling thought, considering the child was 11. Here, sir, came Potter's standard greeting, interrupting Severus's maudlin musings over the holiday. I am aware, Mr. Potter, he responded, as was becoming his own customary and dry response. Please come in. Are you prepared for what we will be attempting today? Yes, sir. Gonna put my walls up, and you're gonna see if you can bust M. Exactly, Severus agreed. And have you been practicing at night before you sleep? Potter nodded, his green eyes shining with honesty. Potter looked rested enough, clean, perhaps had even begun to gain weight from the regular meals. Yes, sir, and it's helpin' too, Potter said, just on the right side of cheerful. Been keepin' out intrusive thoughts when sleepin' most nights. Excellent, Severus stood and drew his wand out, hopping for proof of Potter's success. If you are quite prepared then, we shall begin. He slowly pointed his wand at Potter and whispered. Legilimens. Severus admired the blank expanse of darkness that the child created behind his barriers. There were no floating memories to snag, no emotions coloring his mind, and no thoughts to be overheard. Severus wondered what the child's mind was like without the barriers, likely a hurricane-riddled area of pure chaos and silent fear. What the child used to make his walls would be rather telling. The stronger the metal wall, the stronger the fortitude against intrusion. Severus silently crept over to the edge and saw that Potter had fashioned his mental walls with brick. It was not the absolute strongest, but rather well done for his age. I am going to test the strength of your barrier now, Potter, Severus spoke aloud, knowing the child would hear him. If any thoughts or memories break through, then you must focus and repair the walls. On the count of 3, prepare yourself. 1, 2, 3. Stress, he suggested to his mind in a silent whisper. Severus felt the walls immediately crumple beneath his hand with hardly any pressure. As quiet and dark as it had been, Severus was then assaulted by a torrent of memories and thoughts belonging to Potter. Potter, no more than 4 years old, being lashed at by his aunt and thrown into a cupboard by his uncle. Freak, he hissed. Potter withstanding cruel words and blows to his body as he desperately wished for his family to forget his existence. Potter running down a sidewalk, weaving in and out of faceless crowds. Someone behind the child shouted for him to stop, and he paid them no attention.
Faster, Potter's mind whispered to himself, don't let them catch you. Potter had been clutching a chocolate bar and jar of milk to his chest, as if they were his only belongings in this world. Which Severus thought, looking at the tattered rags the child wore, they likely were. Stop, Potter's pursuer shouted again. Potter turned his head to look behind him, briefly faltering in his steps, and it was all it took for a uniformed officer to tackle the small boy. Severus felt his own ankle twinge in sympathy as Potter's snapped, and he whimpered in pain. Whimpered, that was all. Just one small noise of discomfort, lying underneath a fully grown adult man with at least a broken ankle. No, Potter's mind echoed the mental whisper eerily. Get out. It was an echo of a thought, sinister and infuriated as Potter saw what Severus did. Put your walls up if you want me out, Severus told him calmly. Potter dodging a fist in a fight with a man in an alley, only to catch a knife in his calf. The child howled in pain, and let out a burst of magic that knocked his attacker unconscious. Severus was sure that was the very knife he would wager is in the child's pocket in the present moment. Potter's mind flashed again to a new memory, one with a different tenor to it. The lighting was different, the memory filtered through what Severus sensed to be great distress. Potter had been thin, filthy, and clearly weak in the new memory. He had been lying on his side in what appeared to be an abandoned alleyway. Truly, he looked horribly unwell. His face was gaunt, his green eyes appearing even larger than usual. Potter was shivering, wearing only a threadbare shirt and pants that were clearly too large for his skinny frame. Severus had no doubt that it had been magic itself that kept Potter alive for so long. Who knew what power the boy would wield if he had not been as focused on survival? Wanna be warm, Potter whispered pathetically, occasionally pausing to hack a gut-churning coughs. Hey kids, you all right? Potter picked his head up as a man jogged up to him in his alley. The man's face was strangely distorted in the memory, making it difficult to make out his specific features. Fine, Potter whispered weakly, glaring twice as angrily to compensate. Go away. I can't do that, buddy, the man said softly, kneeling down next to Potter. What's your name? James, Potter lied defiantly. Now go away. Don't be like that, James. The man stroked Potter's tangled locks, ignoring the child's whimpered flinch when he touched him. Come with me, love, I can get you a place to stay tonight and some food. Potter looked at him with such sudden and desperate hope in his eyes that it was painful to witness. Yeah, Potter rasped, too young to see the deceit that Severus sensed was happening, and you won't call the cops or nothin'. The man's mouth came clear after Potter asked him that, and the leering smile he gave made Severus's stomach clench. No, he crooned, still stroking Potter's hair, it can just be our secret. The memory blurred there. Static and chaotic. Deafeningly loud with absolutely no noise. Colors so vibrant that it burned Severus's eyes, even as he recognized the grayscale that covered the remainder of what played from the memory. Severus could hardly focus on the blurred memory, flickering suddenly and rapidly through images. Each changed before he could make them out. Severus was confident. He saw a cheap motel bed, though, and felt as if he would be sick. Get out. Severus was abruptly thrown from the child's mind and pushed backwards over his own desk by a powerful wave of magic. Without jumping, Severus quickly rightened himself slowly, eyeing Potter with extreme caution. Severus would be a fool to believe the child was not incredibly more dangerous in the moment than usual. Potter was gasping for air, and his eyes looked as if there were a fire blazing in them. His hair stood wildly on end, as if electrified. Even the very air around him had a hazy and heated look. Severus shot off a quick lock and ward to the door, not wanting the child to flee in panic and be loose in the castle in his state. Smell the flowers, Potter, come now, inhale. I will count, Severus said in a soothing tone, stepping slowly around his desk towards the child. 1. Severus paid no mind to the fact that Potter was still gasping air in through his mouth quickly. Come now, Potter, he murmured, breathe in through your nose. 2. Severus was unsure if the child could even hear him, as lost and wild as his eyes were. Harry, I am going to raise my wand to blow wind in your face, Severus said clearly and slowly, raising his voice to try and break through the raw fear and panic. Ventus. Potter's fiery and glazed eyes became slightly sharper after having the warm air hit his face. Severus maintained his distance. Harry, can you hear me? It took a moment, then Potter nodded his head in a single and jerky movement. Severus took a cautious step towards him. Do you know where you are? Large green eyes flicked confusedly around the room, never settling on any one thing for more than a moment. No, Potter finally gasped out, his twitching muscles betraying him. Severus continued speaking calmly, soothingly. You are at Hogwarts, your school. You are in my office for our occlumency lesson. As Severus took another step towards Potter, slow and exaggerated to show him his intentions, the child backed up 2 steps. Don't come near me. Potter's gaze was slowing down in its erratic flickering, though he still sounded feral. MF fine, just don't. Severus nodded and put his wand in his pocket, which ached fiercely to do in a room with such a dangerous child, before he held his empty hands up placatingly. I will not hurt you, see. I do not have my wand. Look around, what do you see? Leave me alone, Potter snarled. I will, Severus responded calmly. Tell me what you see first, Harry. Potter clenched his jaw and slowed his glance to take in the details of the room. Clock, he grit out between his teeth, and books and jars, potion jars. Some of the heat waves surrounding Potter diminished. Very good, Severus soothed in a murmur, his eyes watching Potter for signs of an attack. What does it smell like in here, in the potions office, where you are? Dunno. Inhale through your nose and focus on what you can smell. Do it slowly and release the air back through your mouth. Severus quickly spoke to the child as one would to a feral animal. Calming, soothing, non-threatening. Potter fixed his eyes on Severus's raised hands, as if identifying them as weapons he needed to track, then he inhaled cautiously. Severus was relieved to see the tension in Potter's shoulders recede and his jaw unclench. Smells bad, Potter's voice sounded weak as he panted from exertion of his own panic, like heat and sweat. It took a Herculean effort on Severus, part to not snort at Potter's simple response. Judging from the flush on the child's face, and the tremors that were shaking his arms, Severus would wager that the smells were coming from Potter himself. Excellent job, Severus said evenly. Do you know where you are? Hogwarts. At Hogwarts. The child inhaled and exhaled slowly, relieving the last of his tension, before abruptly clearing the emotions off his face. Potter rolled his shoulders twice before looking at Severus. Severus very nearly shuddered to see those emotionless green eyes fixate on his own dark ones. Sorry, sir, Potter said tonelessly, not meaning a syllable of his forced apology. I dunno what happened. You, quite understandably, had an adverse mental reaction to the memories that were pulled through your barriers, Severus said calmly. It is no bother and nothing to apologize for. Yes, sir, Potter nodded. Come, Severus deliberately turned his back to the child to show his non-threatening status, and gestured for Potter to follow. Let's take a break. I can tell you about the first time your mother took me to a concert. Severus walked to his desk and summoned a tea service, complete with the overly sweet caramel biscuits that Potter tended to eat during his meals. When Severus sat down, he very nearly smiled to see Potter eagerly approaching his desk, his previously emotionless eyes filling with excitement that was more befitting for a child his age. You went to concerts with my mum, Potter asked as he sat on the edge of his chair. I did, in fact every summer prior to our 5th year, your mother would drag me to a concert in Muggle London. Really? Potter sounded wistful, thinking of what he would never have undoubtedly. What ones were her favourites? Oh, easy, Severus laughed as he remembered Lily's favourite band. The summer before our 5th year, we saw Led Zeppelin, a rather famous Muggle rock band, on tour, and your mother lost the damn plot when they played on stage. Why didn't you go again after 5th year? Potter asked curiously, never one to miss a thing. Severus hesitated as he debated the best way to discuss the matter. Severus knew based on Draco's previous insults towards Miss Granger that his own transgression would not be well received. Lying would be received even less warmly, though. We had a fight, Severus said carefully. It was a terrible fight that we never recovered from during our 5th year. Potter's eyes narrowed, losing some of his prior childlike enthusiasm. Did you hurt her? He demanded. I hurt her feelings, which I believe can oftentimes be worse than a physical blow, Severus clarified. The child snorted. I dunno about that, but if you just said something mean to her, why didn't you apologize and go back to being friends? Severus studied his fingers as he occluded out memories of his multiple attempts to apologize to Lily. I did attempt to make amends,
However, we were on two separate paths and our lives took different courses. Severus sighed as he remembered how foolish he'd been. In the end, we had more differences than similarities. Potter studied him quietly for a few moments. Severus felt as if he were being judged, and he rather hoped the scales would tip in his favor. "You were on a different side of the war," Potter stated quietly. "Not asked, stated. Perceptive." "I was," Severus admitted quietly. "Why?" Severus picked his face up and eyed Potter curiously. Nobody ever asked why a person chose the wrong side. Those on the right side simply degraded them for doing so. Potter was, against all odds, rather astonishing. "I will answer your question if you answer one of mine, as mine is rather personal," Severus offered, seeing a chance to have his own queries shared. Potter must have weighed his own reluctance to answer questions against his curiosity for his professor's choice, and found his curiosity had won. "K," he nodded, first though." "No," Severus smiled lightly, mockingly amused. "I believe you will refuse to answer mine if I allow you to go first." The child was devious like that. Severus had not forgotten the question on nightmares that Potter evaded easily while still receiving his potion. "Fine," Potter sighed petulantly. "Go." Severus saw the way that the child flattened his palms on the table, and the way his shoulders became strained. "The last memory I saw," Severus said slowly, keeping an eye on Potter's reactions. "Where did he take you from that alleyway?" Potter's entire body tensed up. Severus waited calmly, breathing evenly and keeping his hands in sight, steepled beneath his chin. He leaned forward slightly in order to hear the response, in case it was whispered. "Motel," Potter grit out, his face averted and aflame with shame. Severus spared him from wallowing in his past with his response to the child's previous question. "I was a half-blood, brilliant but poor. I placed in Slytherin and was surrounded by handsome, rich, successful peers with important families. I was frequently a target for bullying and craved the acceptance of my peers. Thus, when one housemate told me of a brilliant man who was revolutionizing the wizarding world and was seeking a potions prodigy, I jumped at the chance to prove myself." Severus forced himself to look into Lily Evans's eyes and James Potter's face as he quietly amended, "It remains the single greatest mistake of my life." That was the truth, and Potter seemed to accept it as such. The child lapsed in a thoughtful silence, while Severus patiently waited his questions or commands regarding the past. Do you think good people do bad things sometimes, or is it just that bad people that sometimes do good things?" Potter asked back in a stricken voice. "What?" Severus inclined his head as he considered where the child's question had come from. Slowly and carefully, Severus responded, "I believe that people are neither fully good nor truly bad. Aside from few exceptions, I would say that most people are grey, in their own way. It is their intentions that determine how their actions should be judged." Potter nodded gravely. "I've done bad things too," he said softly, looking down at his clenched fists. "I dunno if my parents would even like me. Perhaps I will show Albus and Minerva this confession from a future Dark Lord," Severus thought sardonically as his heart ached on Lily's behalf. "Pot Harry," he stressed the child's name, hopping to be given his full attention, which he only momentarily regretted. No child's eyes should look that hollow and hopeless. "You have been fighting for survival for your entire life. You are a child who has never been given a moment's rest. The decisions you made while surviving impossible odds do not define you." For a moment Severus imagined he saw Potter's eyes glimmer with unshed tears, but the child blinked, and it was gone. "For what it is worth," Severus continued gently, "I believe that your mother, the woman who refused to back down to the Dark Lord, would be immensely proud of the fact you are a survivor. Your parents loved you a great deal. They would like you just as much." Severus was rewarded for his efforts by a small cynical grin that didn't reach the child's eyes. "Guess we'll never know, huh?" Potter asked quietly, sad and accepting of his lot in life. Severus lifted his chin mildly in agreement, in apology. "Just so, Mr. Potter." And that, for some reason, earned Severus a snort of amusement that did reach Potter's eyes. "Mr. Potter now thought I was Harry earlier," he drawled. Severus scoffed, relieved by the return of a lighter conversation. Potter likely was worried the conversation would shift back to his memories, as if Severus had any desire to delve into that. "Mr. Potter is still leagues more polite than the terms I refer to you by mentally," Severus said dryly.
That comment actually earned him a more genuine cheeky grin from the child. Told you not to get attached, Professor, Potter taunted him. Yes, well, as attached to you as I may be, Severus rolled his eyes, I believe it is time for us to conclude our meeting tonight. You should continue building your barriers before you go to sleep at night, and we can strengthen them after the holidays. Potter hopped from his chair, and Severus was relieved to see that he was moving around the office more casually than he did at the beginning of the year. Though he faltered when he reached for the door. Sir, Potter asked softly, staring hard at his trainers. You won't tell anyone what you saw, will you? Foolish boy. Potter, please look at me. Harry looked up at him, his face newly red from a blush likely born of discomfort. Our lessons here are entirely private, Severus assured him. I would no more spread your memories to others than I believe you would share the information I have confided in you. Potter searched his face, likely seeking any stray twitch or expression that would brand Severus a liar. After apparently finding none, Potter gave him an uncharacteristic shy smile. Thanks, sir, have a good one. As soon as Potter disappeared through the door, Severus summoned his emergency bourbon. The gods knew he needed a drink, if he did not wish to be thinking of the memories of a small, scared, sickly child all night. Instead, perhaps Severus should begin to plot how to sway Minerva away from Albus' influence. He also needed to work out where Potter would go during the summer. Yes, that sounded like the plan. Drink, plot. And to not think of the little boy in an alley, alone, ill, and vulnerable. Chapter 22, Explosions. After his last class of the year, Harry was sitting in front of the common room fire with the other Slytherin boys. He was only slightly bitter that they were all talking excitedly about seeing their families tomorrow. It didn't really matter that he didn't have a family to go home to or parents to send him gifts. None of it really mattered. It didn't. He was so focused on how much none of it even mattered that he almost missed Parkinson taking a shot at him. It's just so sad that some people just don't have families to go back home to, Parkinson's saccharine drawl carried across the common room. Shut up, Parkinson, Ron growled. Harry waved him off, it's fine. Weasley, why don't you see if Potter can go home with you? Surely your parents wouldn't even notice one more child, even if they couldn't afford him. Bulstrode laughed like the pathetic minion she is at Parkinson's petty insult. Pansy, is your face supposed to look like that, or is your makeup smeared? Blaise asked lazily, not even giving her more than a condescending glance over his book. Harry thought he should remember that insult to use later, when he saw how red Parkinson's face get. I didn't think you bow down to a dirty tramp like Potter, Pansy spat Blaise. The other boys froze and looked at Harry, who had leapt to his feet, once he realized what a gift she was offering him, a target to finally take his frustration out on. She's done it now, Draco whispered. What you call me? Harry snarled at her. Dirty tramp, huh? He stalked closer to her, the eyes of every student in the common room on him. He didn't notice any of them. His vision had gone red and he was focused on Parkinson. You don't scare me, Harry heard a shake in her voice that refuted her claim. You aren't special, you're just a loser little orphan, she shrieked. Harry couldn't hear them through the angry buzzing in his ears, but not whispered to Ron, one galleon he makes her blade. Harry went to grab Parkinson's robes, but Bulstrode stepped in front of her and pushed him backwards a few steps. Leave her alone, you freak, she yelled. Harry waved his hand and threw her to the wall. Don't fucking touch me. Unhindered now, he walked up to Parkinson, who was cowering rather badly against the wall he had backed her against. Freak am I, loser little orphan, dirty tramp, who told you that one, huh? Parkinson glanced frantically around the common room, searching for someone to come to her assistance, no doubt. Unfortunately for her, Slytherins value self-preservation, and they could all sense the venom in Harry's gaze. Nobody was coming to the defense of a girl who should have known better than to provoke the boy who took down Lestrange without a wand. You think Blaise bows down to me, he hissed. Make her bow on her knees, kissing the floor. The common room was filled with gasps and laughter as Parkinson was forced down to her knees, kissing the floor in front of Harry. Quit it, Potter, she shrieked, hateful even from her bent position. Stop. Make me, he taunted her. Come on, I'm just a little orphan, make me quit it. He laughed, cruel and mocking,
as she struggled to break the position he was using his magic to force her in. "Come on, Pansy," he said softly, "do something." Parkinson didn't move, but Harry was still hit with a cutting curse in his shoulder from another student from behind. He whirled around, eyes searching for the threat. "There, Dolohov." The older boy had his wand out, and his eyes gleaming with anger. In the back of his mind, Harry recalled hearing that the Parkinsons and Dolohovs were related, but he just smiled at the boy. "Whoops," he sighed as he threw Dolohov to the wall where Bulstrode had previously been. The girl must have fled after hitting the wall. Dolohov wasn't so lucky. Harry told his magic to keep him in place. Attacked him from behind. "Guess we know why you aren't in Gryffindor, coward," Draco jeered through the group of students. Harry ignored them and turned back to Parkinson, who was now openly crying. "Give me her wand," he whispered. He twirled her wand through his fingers as he bent down in her face. "Can't do anything now, can you?" "Why, you're a freak, a monster," she whined. Harry admired her ability to still be so cruel even when she'd obviously lost the fight. He was deciding between trying out the lightning bolts or relying on his pocket knife again when the portrait burst open. "What is going on here?" Professor Snape called, sweeping easily through the students up to where Harry and Parkinson were, Bulstrode at his side with a smirk on her face. Harry's eyes narrowed at both Snape and Bulstrode. Of course she ran off to tattle she was a coward, but did Snape tell Parkinson about Harry living on the streets? He hadn't made a vow, in fact, he hadn't even promised not to talk about it. She called him a dirty tramp, which was awfully specific. Did anyone else know besides Snape? "Release her at once," he told Harry sternly. Harry used Parkinson's wand to do it, grinning viciously at her as he did. "Potter with me now." Snape spoke in an icy tone, stalking back towards the entrance. Harry made to follow him, but turned back to the sniveling girl sitting on the floor. He had one more thing to do. He snapped Parkinson's wand in half, ignoring her wail of dismay as he did. "Who's not special now?" he whispered, dropping the two pieces at her feet. He turned to quickly follow the professor out the entrance, ignoring the stares from his housemates. It didn't matter if they looked terrified of him. It was better for them to be scared than for them to think he was an easy target. They didn't matter anyway, not really. None of this did. As he followed Snape to his office, he kept himself calm as he reminded himself that it didn't matter if he was being expelled. He knew how to do magic without his wand, and he was better at it now. He would figure it out, and maybe Susan and Ron and the rest of his gang would write to him. Would they be allowed to? It would be fine, really. They couldn't trap him at the Dursleys, he'd just leave. And nothing was worse than being by himself on the streets, so really what was there to fear? Professor Snape held the door open for him and spoke in a clipped tone. Harry stalked right past him, not even caring if the man had struck him. He was still feeling restless and angry, and thought a bit more fighting might make him feel better actually. "Explain yourself immediately," Snape said icily. "You explain yourself," Harry yelled. "I didn't do nothing to Parkinson, she was being a fucking arse and I noticed she didn't get drug in here." "Language, Potter," the professor snarled. "You are a student, not a common street rat." "Don't call me that, you told her, did you? About what you saw? Bet you laughed, huh? Poor old Potter sleeping on sidewalks with no way to get any food cept letting men use his body," he snarled. "Or didn't you tell em that part, huh? Why not, Professor?" He tried to push Snape, hopping to provoke him into taking a swing at him. "Were you hopping, I'd be so bloody thankful for your help that I'd let you do it. 'Cause you were wrong, weren't you? Wrong." "Stop this at once," Snape roared, finally looking angry. "Make me," Harry screamed back, pushing the professor again and no longer caring about the consequences. It felt like he had fire in his veins, and he needed a way to let it out. "Potter, do not touch me again." Harry ignored his hissed warning and hit him multiple times in the chest with his fists. "Why," he screamed. "Why not? Don't matter anymore, does it? Hit me back, hit me back." Snape grabbed both his wrists and held them above the rest of his body. Harry snarled and kicked out at him, barely able to stand on his toes from the angle he was being restrained. "Let go of me, don't touch me." He frantically continued kicking at Snape until his body had exhausted itself. He panted and allowed his body to hang uselessly by his wrists. "I don't care," he croaked out, his voice raw from screaming. "Do what you want to me, done."
Snape abruptly let go of his wrists, dropping Harry into a heap on the ground. Do you truly believe that I would lay a single hand on you, on any student, in violence? Snape asked, his face blank. Harry was sick of these games. He didn't know what the professor wanted, or why he was so nice to him, but he was going to figure it out today. Maybe it's not violence you want. He sat up and looked at the professor from top to bottom with a cool tone and a curled lip. Maybe you just want to be nice, so I'll let you do whatever you want to me. After all, who would care? I don't got no parents, no real friends, no guardian. Who would believe me if I told? He made his way to his feet and held his arms out to the side. Go ahead, sir, I don't care. Snape's face turned an interesting shade, some sort of mixture between grey and green. You are being purposefully repulsive, the older man said calmly. I have told you before I have no interest in laying a single hand on you in any way. Snape eyed him with pity in his eyes, and Harry, who thought he was too exhausted to fight anymore, found another surge of energy at that look. What do you want then? What do you want from me? Why are you being so bloody nice? I don't want your damn pity. I hit you. I cursed at you. What are you gonna do about it? Snape stepped back a few paces from where Harry was standing and drew his wand out. Harry flinched backwards, closing his eyes and preparing for the retaliation he thought he'd wanted. Open your eyes, Harry. Harry opened his eyes and saw that he had put his wand down on the desk in front of him. I was summoning parchment and a quill. The professor sounded tired. I understand this may take time for you to comprehend, but I will continue to repeat it. I am not going to hurt you in any way. You are quite safe with me. Harry crossed his arms across his stomach, tucking his trembling fists where they couldn't be seen. He was breathing hard and covered in a light sheen of sweat. If he wasn't going to be expelled before this, he certainly was now. He's pretty sure that punching the professor goes against most of the school rules. You don't care, his mind reminded himself. It doesn't matter. Sit, Snape ordered. You will begin writing a detailed account of what happened today. You will put exactly what was said by everyone in the common room, how you responded, and what your thoughts and feelings during the incident were. Why? Harry asked, genuinely confused. Was this like a confession they'd include in his file when they expel him? Snape raised a single brow at him, looking supremely unimpressed. Because it is a punishment, Potter, because I am in charge and I say so. But being expelled, Harry exclaimed. What's it matter now? Foolish, chaotic monster, the professor muttered as he walked to his desk chair, where he promptly collapsed into it. Snape looked tired and he spoke very slowly when he said, You are not being expelled. But I hit you, he sputtered nonplussed, and I broke that girl's wand. Both of the professor's eyebrows nearly disappear in his hairline as Harry realized that he just admitted something that the man must not have seen before he left the common room. Shut your mouth, idiot. Until I hear an official complaint from Miss Parkinson, I will pretend that I did not just hear you confess to such an act. Why? Harry asked, desperately trying to keep the strain he was feeling out of his voice. Why ain't you mad? Would you like me to become enraged, demand your immediate expulsion, and give you a black eye on your way out the door? Snape asked with his brows still raised. Harry shrugged when it seemed like the man was looking for an answer. He didn't really want to be in a fight now, but he knew he deserved it after how he treated the professor. You are a child, Potter, a foolish child for attacking your housemate, but a child no less. You will not be expelled for a fight. You will write this paper and I will then decide on any further appropriate punishment. He paused, holding his palm up. An appropriate punishment will be detentions, not expulsion. What about for hitting you? Harry asked. Snape mumbled something under his breath that sounded like, for Christ's sake. Potter, he said louder, sounding exasperated. Surely you do not wish to be expelled. Well, no. Harry admitted, but bloody Dumbledore ain't gonna care about that when he tries to send me back to Surrey, is he? Professor Snape looked at him sharply. Why would Professor Dumbledore send you to Surrey? Harry rolled his eyes and flopped down in the desk chair a few rows away from Snape's desk, where the parchment and quill were placed. Dunno, but he did it once, didn't he? And I ain't going again. Snape looked evenly at him for a moment, before seemingly coming to a decision and nodding his head shortly. I am going to use my wand to ward the door against eavesdroppers. Do try and remain calm. Bastard! Harry grimaced at the man's reminder of his previous weakness and made himself sit straight as he ignored the flicks of Professor Snape's wand. Now, Snape leant closer to him. Let's have an honest conversation, shall we? Harry nodded and tightened his fists at whatever was about to come out of the professor's mouth. When I warned you of people who will never understand you, I spoke of more residents of this castle than solely Minerva, Snape said with a solemn look in his eyes. Harry thought about what he was implying for a moment before furrowing his brows together and asking, Dumbledore. The professor just hummed noncommittally, but Harry saw the slight tilt with his chin. What I suggest, Mr. Potter, Snape continued casually, is that you put more of a Slytherin effort into quieting your more disagreeable peers. Harry was silent while he tried to puzzle out his instructions. A Slytherin effort to quiet my disagreeable peers. His eyes lit up and he grinned as he realized the professor's meaning. Yes, sir, he said, mimicking Snape's prior casual tone. I understand. Snape's lips twitched the smallest amount. Be sure that you do, Potter. I would be highly displeased if we had to have a much different conversation in front of our illustrious headmaster. Harry shrugged and nodded solemnly. Yes, sir, he said simply. The professor gestured to the parchment in front of Harry on the desk. Right, he said. I would like a full account of what happened this evening, sparing no detail. Harry huffed in annoyance but picked the quill up. Even though he despised writing, it was still an easier punishment than being kicked out of Hogwarts. He wrote about Parkinson taunting him, and how Bulstrode put her hands on him. He included Dolohov's cutting curse, and how he wanted to humiliate Parkinson for what she said to Blaise. He hesitated over whether or not he should include breaking Parkinson's wand and eyed the professor carefully. He said that he would pretend he never heard it, but he also said to include all the details. Which was it? Harry cleared his throat lightly, hopping to catch the professor's attention away from the essays he was marking. Yes, the man drawled without looking up. Do ya want all the details, or do ya wanna pretend you didn't hear, M? Snape's black eyes met his for a moment, considering. Include all details, he decided. I shall ensure that I am the only one who reads it. Harry nodded and went back to his assignment. Then you showed up and made me follow you to your office, and I was still pretty mad. The end. Done, sir. Professor Snape wordlessly summoned his parchment and began reading it. Harry assumed since he hadn't been dismissed that he should remain seated, so he watched the professor as his brows furrowed the further his eyes got down the page. Finally he snorted and tossed the parchment into a drawer of his desk. You do have a flair for the dramatic, don't you, Potter? No, sir, Harry carefully responded politely. Just not gonna listen to someone as daft as Parkinson say all that stuff about me. Snape raised a disbelieving brow at him. And you could be no more subtle in your retaliation than attacking her in front of the entire house. Harry tried to keep his face blank, so that the professor didn't see his glee behind making Parkinson look weak in front of most of the Slytherins. She didn't, Harry shrugged. Plus, they ain't gonna be linen up to come after me now, are they? Snape's lips did fully curl up at the edges at his comment. No, Potter, he said with his small grin. I believe they will simply do their best to attack you in a more private manner now. Harry finally allowed his own sharp grin to show when he responded. Good, cause then there ain't so many witnesses around. The professor let out a short and sharp laugh at that. You make an excellent Slytherin, don't you, Potter? Harry shrugged. He didn't get the big deal everyone made over the houses. The Hat said he would have been fine in any of them, except Hufflepuff. Bloody Hat said he was fair or honest. Which okay, yeah, that was fair. After the holidays you will have 3 detentions with me, is that clear, Potter? Harry's eyes snapped up in indignation. 3, he exclaimed, how come? Professor Snape gazed at him silently until Harry rolled his eyes and tacked on a sir. 1 for attacking Miss Parkinson in public, 1 for attacking Miss Bulstrode in public, and the 3rd for doing the same thing to Mr. Dolohov in public. Harry didn't dismiss the way he emphasized him doing these things in public, so he could fight all he wanted if it wasn't in front of a bunch of witnesses. Brill. Fine, Harry huffed, standing to leave. Guess I'll be seeing you after Christmas, sir. Potter, Snape called as Harry was about to leave the room. He gave the man a curious glance over his shoulder. Sir, I did not share a single detail about your life with Miss Parkinson, nor any other student.
and I never will, without your express permission." Snape looked very serious, which made Harry feel the tiniest twinge of guilt for accusing him of doing exactly that. Harry just hummed as he turned back towards the door. "Night, sir." The door slammed behind him before he could hear the professor's softly spoken, "Good night, child." Chapter 23, Yule Break. Severus had never been a fan of Yule, or as it was more commonly referred to now, Christmas. As a young child, the holiday had went mostly unnoticed in his home. Once he entered Hogwarts, he always chose to remain at the castle for the holidays. Loneliness was preferable to dealing with his father. Now, he typically is volunteered to remain at the castle for the holidays, to supervise the students who chose not to return to their homes. Or, he supposes, the students who had no home to return to. He really did need to begin searching for a suitable placement for Potter this summer. He allowed himself a small chuckle in the privacy of his office as he recalled his last conversation with the child. Potter truly was a wonder, about as far from his father, personality-wise, as a person could be. He wondered how James Potter would feel about his son, the perfect Slytherin. He supposed if the elder Potter had been around to judge his son, that Harry likely would be a much different child. Much less interesting at a minimum. He cleared his mind of his errant thoughts of Potter and returned to the distasteful task before him, wrapping gifts for children. It was his own small tradition. Typically, the Slytherins who remained at the castle for the holidays were the ones who had specific reasons to avoid their homes. So he had decided his first year of teaching that those students would receive a small gift from him to open on Christmas morning. He sighed at his own sentimentality as he signed Potter's with a gentle reminder that he had many allies and friends within the castle who wished him a merry holiday. "I don't got no parents, no real friends, no guardian, who would believe me if I told." Foolish child. He pinched the bridge of his nose as he rehashed the harsher parts of the conversation they'd had. Potter had a cruel, vindictive streak that much was obvious. What was much less obvious, perhaps not even to the child himself, was what had likely triggered this particular bout of cruelty. They were talking about seeing their parents tomorrow, and Parkinson said, "I don't have any family," and I got mad. He had reread that part of Potter's admission multiple times. He would be a liar if he said his heart hadn't constricted, at least minutely, at the thought of Potter sitting in the common room, surrounded by his classmates, cheerful musings on their impending time with their family. It was pitiful, really. Potter had more power than any child, or adult for that matter, should have the right to, and he would likely trade it all for a family. Maybe. The boy was awfully fond of using it to torment his classmates. Not that Severus blamed him. Harry likely would not have had a father to create him if Severus had that much power when he was a student. He sighed again. The child was a difficult puzzle to solve. However, as it is Christmas Eve and Severus' presence is required at the annual staff party, he is a problem to be worked on for another day. Severus left the gifts for the 3 remaining Slytherins on his desk, knowing the elves will relocate them to their proper places tonight, and resigned himself to making an appearance at the staff room. As soon as he entered the staff room, he immediately wished for an illness to strike him, so he could be genuine when he made his excuses to leave. Minerva looked well on her way to being pissed, as well as Rubeus and Pomona. He hated holiday staff parties. The staff believed it brewed closeness and a more familiar workplace, but Severus believed it just caused him to have to brew extra stocks of pep-up potion for Poppy's stores. He snagged a glass of fire whiskey off the table and attempted to sneak off to a corner where he could suffer in silence for an hour or so, then disappear back to his rooms. "Severus, my boy." Unfortunately, he was caught by the headmaster before he could disappear. "Albus," Severus turned towards him and raised his glass slightly. "How are you?" Albus gave him a beaming smile, as if nothing pleased him more than seeing Severus at a mandatory staff party. "So formal, Severus. Come, have a drink, tell me how your classes are going." Severus sighed internally as he followed Albus to a couple open chairs. He hoped he could drag another professor into the conversation quickly so he can make his escape. "So how are your classes going? Any prospective apprentices?" Albus asked as soon as the two sat. He rolled his eyes at the inane question that only Albus would insist upon asking him every year. "No," he drawled. I will continue my standing custom of not spending more time with any student post-graduation. One day you will find a student worth spending time with, Albus declared with a wink. Oh, Severus asked dryly, did you hear this from Sybil or have you undertaken seeing as a second occupation? Albus laughed as if he had told a delightful joke. Just an old man's intuition, he winked again. Severus could feel his own eye beginning to twitch in exasperation. The old man, intuition, has been ridiculously skewed as of late. He was saved from attempting to find a proper response by a tipsy cry, "Ah, Severus, there you are." He looked up gratefully when Aurora clutched onto his arm. "Come," she giggled, "you have to try one of these pastries. They're simply amazing." Severus allowed himself to be dragged away by her a safe distance before he whispered, "Thank you." "Anytime," she whispered back, sober as could be, before releasing his arm with a conspiratorial wink. Aurora was always an excellent actress when she was a student. He was happy to see that she continued to use those skills to assist her fellow Slytherins. He resigned himself to quickly making his rounds and exchanging pleasantries with the other staff members. The quicker they all saw him, the quicker he could escape. Eventually, after over an hour of making small talk with the other professors, and after wrenching himself away from a trip down memory lane with an inebriated Phileas, Severus was able to make his excuses and head towards the door. His bed would be much more wonderful after this charade of staff camaraderie. "Oh, Severus," Albus called from his seat by the window, just as he was about to exit to the hall. Severus turned and glanced at him with one eyebrow raised. "Do keep an eye on your snakes during the break," he said with his blue eyes twinkling madly. "You never know when they may need support from their head of house." Severus repressed a shudder at the implied double meaning, simply giving a curt nod. "That's certainly ominous." On Christmas morning, Severus watched his students closely at their table in the hall. The three remaining students, Charlie, Fawcett, and Potter, were dressed in their casual wear and eating breakfast. Well, Charlie and Fawcett were eating. Potter was just pushing his around and looking pathetically lonely at one end of the Slytherin table. Satisfied that Albus' warning from last night seemed unwarranted at the moment, he ignored the children in favor of focusing on his much-needed coffee. "Merry Christmas, Severus," Minerva said politely as she sat next to him. "Happy Yule, Minerva," he responded. He glanced at the Gryffindor table and felt a surge of jealousy at its emptiness. "All of your lions are gone this holiday," he asked her. "Must be a nice change from the usual chaos." "Yes, well, I was almost saddled with the Weasley boys, but apparently Molly decided she wanted the whole family together for the holiday this year," Minerva chuckled. "Lucky for me, eh?" Severus shuddered at the idea of the Weasley twins alone in the Gryffindor Tower for 2 weeks, and agreed that she had indeed gotten lucky. "What's wrong with Potter?" Minerva asked, apropos of nothing, eyeing the child over the top of her tea glass. "He appears subdued this morning." He glanced over at the Slytherin table and studied Potter more closely. The child did look downtrodden this morning. "I imagine it is difficult to celebrate a holiday without a family," Severus said coolly. "Potter is an orphan, is he not?" Minerva rolled her eyes as she continued staring down the small raven-haired boy. "He's made friends within his year, hasn't he? I imagine they have shown their devotion to him with plenty of gifts." Severus scoffed at her cold evaluation and thought this may be an opportunity to sway her towards a more accepting approach towards the boy. "Potter is having difficulties with some of his housemates," he said slowly. "A few of them were taunting him for not having a family to return to for the holidays. That is likely the cause for his dejected demeanor." Minerva glanced over at him, and he rejoiced to see a small glimmer of sorrow in her eyes. "Oh," she said lightly, "that's a rather cruel approach for school children to take." He sighed heavily, overplaying it just a tad, but Gryffindors are not known for picking up on subtleties. "Yes," he said sadly, "Potter was rather upset last night. I tried to talk to him, but I was at a loss of what to say when he worried over how his Gryffindor parents would have felt about his placement in Slytherin." Minerva looked up from her plate sharply with heat in her eyes. "They would have been fine with it," she said stoutly. "James may have been a touch immature when he was a student, but we both know Lily had no reservations about the Slytherin students." Severus very carefully did not glare at her for indicating that the older Potter's behavior was just a touch immature.
He'd been hospitalized 3 times by the so-called marauders, a touch immature indeed. Yes, well, he raised his hands in a supplicating gesture. I tried to tell him how much Lily would have loved him, regardless of his house affiliation, but I'm afraid there was not much I could say on the matter of Potter's opinion. He slumped his shoulders and stirred his coffee. 3, 2, don't be absurd. Bingo. He turned back towards her and was highly amused to see the warring emotions playing so obviously on her face. Her mouth was still set in its thin line, showing her current dislike for Potter Jr., but her eyes glistened with all the adoration she carried for one of her favorite students, Potter Sr. Why doesn't the boy come to his father's head of house? She asked. Surely he's aware that I would undoubtedly know more about James than nearly anyone in the castle. Severus just lightly lifted one of his shoulders and kept his face blank, with just the tiniest hint of sadness for her to pick up on. Perhaps he thought you would refuse him. It's certainly no secret that Harry is not your favorite student. Unlike Potter Sr. Minerva scoffed. Don't be ridiculous, Severus. There is quite a difference between rightfully removing points for misbehavior and refusing to tell an orphan student stories of his father. Rightfully removing, Severus internally rolled his eyes at her blatant prejudice against the child. Outwardly, though, he did his best to look pleased. I'm sure that Harry would be ecstatic to hear about his parents from you. Thank you, Minerva. He'd make sure Harry was prepared to be called to her office. Merlin forbid the first time Minerva try and reach out to him, and he suffers a full-blown panic attack in front of her. Or attack her physically like the child did him. Brett. Yes, well, Minerva looked rather flustered and spoke primly. I will attempt to reach out to him before the end of the holidays. Severus nodded and continued drinking his coffee. Perhaps he could sway Minerva against Albus' views. If Potter plays it right. He pinched the bridge of his nose as he considered the likelihood of the child not becoming abrasive and defensive when he is inevitably called to Minerva's office. He'll just have to talk with him beforehand. Easy. Not fucking easy. Where the hell is the monster? After dinner he had decided to speak with the child, perhaps inquire on his Christmas, inform him of Minerva's pending invitation, and instruct him on how to behave around her. Except he couldn't find the blasted child. Charlie informed him that he had disappeared after dinner and had yet to return to the common room. Severus had wasted no time in checking the rest of the dungeons, the astronomy tower, the library, and had even stopped by the other house's common rooms to see if perhaps Potter had made an acquaintance with one of the remaining students, which he did not. He scowled as he swept through the 2nd and 3rd floors. The Hellion had some explaining to do once he found him. It was well past curfew at this point. He was making his way up down the 4th floor when he heard the tiniest snuffle behind a tapestry he passed. He silently walked back to the tapestry and yanked the decor back to discover Potter sitting on the floor with his head bent down. "Is crying." "Potter," he called softly, gaining the child's attention. "Are you quite all right?" Potter jumped to his feet and glared fiercely at him. "Am fine, sir," he snarled. Severus snorted, clearly. The child had red-rimmed, swollen eyes, tear tracks on his face, and his hair looked as if he had been pulling at it for quite some time. "Have you been attacked?" he asked hesitantly. Potter rolled his eyes and made to shove past him. "No, sir," he said shortly. Severus allowed him to pass, and easily kept stride with him, relieved to see the child was headed back to the dormitory. In that case, detention for being outside of the common room past curfew. Potter snorted and mumbled something, no doubt unflattering and crude. Severus could feel a headache blooming. The child was truly insufferable at times. "Where have you been?" he asked him, not expecting a truthful response. "Explorin'" was, of course, Potter's sarcastic response. "What parts of the castle have you been exploring, Potter?" he grit out. His jaw had seemed to have made the decision to tense up against his will. Potter just shrugged. "Dunno, all parts, I reckon." He wondered if he could force Potter to pay for the new teeth he would undoubtedly need from how hard he was grinding them together in irritation at his responses. And exploring the castle had somehow caused you to cry behind a tapestry. Potter stopped walking and chose to glare at him with as much heat in his eyes as he could force. I wasn't crying, not weak. Interestingly, it looked as if the child was grinding his teeth together as well, if the tone of his voice was anything to go by. Maybe they would receive a discount if they both required new back teeth. He shook his head to clear his wandering thoughts, and took a couple long strides to catch back up to Potter, who was doing his best to quickly make it to the dungeons. I never implied you were weak, Potter, he said casually. I simply wondered what had happened to break your spirit this evening. Nothing, Potter mumbled. Just a long day, wasn't it? Severus hummed in response. Perhaps the child was lonely. Maybe it was just his own holiday tradition to cry on Christmas late at night. Or was it something to do with Albus, who warned him that his students would need extra support during the holiday break? Potter, you haven't seen the headmaster lately, have you? The boy stopped and gave him a curious, narrow-eyed look, before snorting and continuing down the hallway. Nope, why? The meddling old man has caused him to become paranoid. No particular reason, although I imagine that you will be called to Professor McGonagall's office soon. As he had hoped, this information completely distracted Potter from his slip-up regarding the headmaster. Why, sir? Potter looked at him with his eyes wide and his hands trembling. I didn't do nothing, I swear. Severus kept his eyes off the child as he responded quietly. You are not in trouble. Minerva wishes to talk about your father with you, and it would be best if this happened, do you understand? The child has his head down and his arms wrapped around his torso. No, sir, I don't. Severus made a sound of impatience, but truly, how could he expect the child to understand without a proper explanation? Come here. He guided Potter off to the side of the hall and into a more private alcove. He slowly went to place a hand on Boy's shoulder, only to be immediately flinched away from. Potter, listen to me and recognize this for the opportunity it is. Professor McGonagall was overly fond of your father and is under the current belief that you are pinning for stories about the man. He smothered a smirk when Potter scoffed. At least he'd broken out of his fear quickly enough. Play this right, Potter, he hissed softly. Allow yourself to be underestimated by Minerva. I suggest you present yourself as innocent as possible, weak, pliable, and desperate for stories on the parents you so idolize. The child kicked his red trainers against the floor, before looking up at him curiously. You know, I thought they were just junkies all my life, didn't even know they were dead till you told me, did I? Why would I want something I can't ever have? Wantin' won't make come back, will it? He laughed lightly, a breathless huff of air, before he answered his own question. No, it won't. It'll just make me weak, easily trapped. Severus thought back to when he believed the child would trade his power for a family. Idiot, he berated himself. He needed to read Potter better. If he could understand the workings of his mind, perhaps he could keep him from following the dark path that Albus continues to stubbornly insist he is set upon. Potter's green eyes were sharp when he stared into Severus' own black ones. I don't like Mackin myself look pathetic without a good reason, sir. How did the hat take so long to sort this tiny first year when there really was no other option? Severus allowed his amusement to shine through his gaze as he quietly asked him, is the possibility of turning an enemy to your side not a good enough reason? Potter's lips curled up into an expression that could almost be called a smile, if it weren't for the sly look in his eyes, nor the dried tears still staining his cheeks. Reckon that's as good of a reason as any, he shrugged casually. One less enemy couldn't hurt. He smirked at how easily Potter had picked up the charade he had laid the groundwork for. Precisely, now come bed, and if I catch you out this late again it'll be a month's worth of detentions. They continued the trek in silence. Severus only broke it once they were outside the Slytherin entrance. Perhaps one of the only benefits of not having your parents is that most people will expect you to want them more than anything. He glanced at the child, who looked thoughtful before continuing. If they believe that you are simply a lost child who solely wants his parents, you will not be perceived as much of a threat. Use that. You are made of stronger stuff than your enemies, but allowing them to think differently only helps you. Potter nodded in understanding. Severus assumed the boy already knew this, but his loathing of appearing weak prevented him from using it. Although he did truly seem to enjoy hearing about his mother, perhaps this meeting with Minerva will help him feel closer to James as well. He'll enjoy hearing about James' vindictive side, anyway. Poor orphan Harry will be on his best behavior. Severus almost laughed outright at the child's attempt to project innocence into his words. Go to sleep, Potter. If he could keep the insane child alive for the next 7 years, at least, he will have a source of never-ending amusement. A few mornings later, Severus was pleased to see Potter give Minerva a shy, fake smile and a small wave at breakfast. I assume you spoke with him, Severus murmured to Minerva behind his usual mug of coffee. Who, Harry? Minerva asked, smiling gently at the boy. Of course I did, I told you I would. She gazed wistfully at Potter for a moment, before turning her attention to her own coffee. Poor child, I don't think anyone ever talked much about his parents before. He was practically on the edge of his seat wanting to hear more. She sighed heavily, before adding what she apparently thought was the most tragic part. Harry didn't even know about James' talent at Quidditch. Severus just hummed in acknowledgement, but he didn't miss that Potter was now Harry. Nor did he miss the child's smug grin, apparently pleased at a job well done. The night before the students were scheduled to return to the castle, Severus was annoyed to be responding to a summons from the headmaster. Severus, Albus cried joyfully when he entered the office. I have wonderful news I wanted to share with you. Severus remained standing, hoping it would expedite the meeting, and raised his brows at the older man. Oh, do share. The Mirror of Erist has been placed in its final destination, Albus declared happily. I was not aware that the mirror was ever not in its proper place, Severus said slowly, feeling a tremor of unease through his stomach. Ah, the headmaster continued, I had moved it temporarily to test a theory. What theory would Albus need a cursed mirror to test? Severus studied his nails and attempted to adopt an unaffected tone. I admit myself curious what this theory was. Will you be sharing it with me? I will not. Severus sneered, still staring down at his nails. Not surprising, considering how tightly Albus clutches his secrets. I will, however, share the results with you. Severus looked up at him in surprise, before quickly schooling his features back into his typical blank expression. When Albus simply smiled at him silently, he prompted him to continue, and... Albus' eyes flashed victoriously when he stared plainly. Harry Potter sees his parents when he looks into the mirror. Severus very quickly occluded his mind, to ensure that none of his thoughts were tangible when he responded. Is that so? He drawled, and how were you able to determine that? Albus had the overwhelming audacity to lean towards him and smile, as if this were a wondrous discovery, and not a heart-breaking tale of a young boy gazing upon an image he could never hope to have. He has been visiting the mirror almost nightly since Christmas break began, Albus said conspiratorially. I followed him last night, and we spoke about what he saw when he looked into the mirror. And the child desires his parents above all? Severus asked carefully, saving his disbelief for his own privately guarded thoughts. He did, Albus nodded. The poor child has been distraught every time he visited the mirror. Severus looked down at his hands clasped in front of him, to avoid the headmaster seeing his rage. Is this the reason for Potter's despondency and frequently swollen eyes the last 2 weeks? A bleeding trap from the headmaster. This is why Albus warned him that his students would need support during the break, because he planned to entrap and test the emotionally frail child. How dare he use a cursed object to judge the validity of Potter's desires? Who would dare judge the worth of a soul based only on the deepest wishes of an 11-year-old traumatized child? The never-ending chess master, that's who, he thought ungraciously. This is what I had hoped for Severus, Albus continued, heedless of Severus' growing anger. This means that the boy is not lost after all. Harry can still be on the right side. On your side, you mean, Severus corrected silently. Indeed, he said aloud, choosing his words with extreme caution. A sentiment that I have said from the beginning. And you were correct, my boy, the meddling old man said agreeably. I should have never doubted your word. I hope you will accept the apologies of a cautious old man. He assumed that Potter would not be receiving the same apology, as empty as it may be. Of course, Albus, I am simply pleased that you were able to find common ground with Potter. He felt a migraine forming at the falsehood of his own words, but games must be played and shields can never be dropped, never around a possible enemy. After discussing a bit about the upcoming term, Albus dismissed him cheerily. Severus was under no misunderstanding that the sole purpose for this meeting was to inform him of Potter's discovery of the mirror.
Once he was in the privacy of his quarters, with a glass of bourbon, he finally let his thoughts wander to one of his questions from this disaster of a situation. What did Potter truly see when he looked into the mirror? Severus decided that it was prime time to make an announcement to his students and asked Farley to call for a house meeting the night they all returned from holiday. He stood in front of the fire with his arms crossed and stared them down evenly. This is a reminder that while I will not interfere with in-house politics and duels, use your brains, he said softly, knowing every student could hear him. I am going to use a popular Muggle phrase here when I insist that you do not start fights that you cannot hope to finish. He let his eyes rest on Dolohov and Parkinson for a moment, intentionally ignoring Potter, then nodded at them all. If you are idiotic enough to start a fight in front of a room of witnesses and find you have taken on more than you can handle, I will not be here to assist you. He smirked at them then. You are the house of cunning, ambition, and self-preservation. I suggest you use it. Good night. Just before he closed the portrait door behind him, he heard Potter's bright laugh. Well, he warned them. Merlin have mercy on them if they go after the boy again, because he knows Potter won't. Chapter 24, Into the Third Floor. For a while, once Christmas break was over, Harry felt disconnected from Hogwarts and everything in it. Classes were dull. The kids he hangs out with weren't interesting. The schedule was never changing. Same classes, same times, same places, same everything. He was just so tired of all of it. Tired of fighting, tired of the games, tired of pretending, and tired of having to watch his back constantly. He knew, logically, that life in the castle had improved in a lot of ways. Professor McGonagall was no longer harping on him in class. In fact, she was occasionally praising him for his technique and swore he inherited his father's natural talent for her subject. He also enjoyed a lot of freedom in the halls from the whispers and eyes that followed him, thanks to the invisibility cloak that Headmaster Dumbledore sent him after he warned him about the mirror. And wasn't that a nasty shock, that while Harry was crying like a baby in front of a mirror over an image of a life he'll never fully get, the headmaster of the bloody school was spying on him. He'd hidden all his anger and rage and sorrow down as he shyly asked the man how the mirror worked. The mirror shows us our deepest desires. What desire do you see, Harry? Dumbledore had asked softly. Harry wasn't stupid. He'd seen the burning curiosity in Dumbledore's eyes when he asked him, and twisted the truth to fit the persona that Snape told him to use. I see my parents, he'd whispered back. They're alive and happy, and we're a family again. Which was partially true. The man didn't need to know that Harry saw his parents cheering for him as he accepted the position of Minister of Magic. In the mirror, Harry was powerful, adored, strong, loved, protected, free. The only time he could break out of the cold disconnect he currently was drowning in was when he remembered how Dumbledore had smiled so brightly at Harry's false confession. And he wasn't sure if violent anger was any better of a feeling. Harry, my boy, I know your parents would be so pleased to know they are what you desire the most. They truly loved you, and they sacrificed themselves in an effort to rid our world of the dark magic that Voldemort tried to infect it with. Harry saw right through that blatant manipulation. He didn't give a damn about dark magic or light magic, and he doesn't know why his parents did either. These people were forgetting that they were all magic, and who cares what shade it is. None of them had any appreciation for the fact that they could heal themselves of sickness, disappear across the country, or kill their enemies with just a snap of their fingers. Ungrateful. Not him. He was so thankful to be special and magical, he would never take it for granted. If he could convince himself to care about anything at all, ever again, that is. He was poking at his breakfast one morning, ignoring the conversations from the other students, when Susan slapped her hand down on the table, startling him. "What you do that for?" he asked her, since she was glaring at him. "You," Susan said indignantly. "Something is wrong with you, and I'm sick of pretending that you're fine." Harry rolled his eyes and crossed his arms. He was fine. "Mostly. I'm fine, I'm just bored," he told her. Hermione looked up from the textbook she was reading, scandalized. "Bored? How can you be bored? We have exams coming up soon." Harry just shrugged. He didn't owe her an explanation, and he wasn't worried about exams in 3 months that he was sure he would pass. "Want to go for a walk?" Susan asked him quietly. Harry shook his head,
They'd already seen all the grounds and it was still cold out. "We could go prank the Gryffindors," Draco suggested with a smirk towards Neville. "Or we can borrow the twins' brooms and go flying," Ron said. Harry almost considered that one flying class had been fun, but ultimately he shook his head again. "Nah, fine," he sighed. "Want to go see what's hidden in the third-floor corridor?" Blaise asked casually. "What?" Harry felt the first stirring of excitement that he'd had since before Christmas. "No," Hermione whispered fiercely, leaning towards him to prevent eavesdroppers. "Professor Dumbledore said it was closed for repairs." Blaise just scoffed and kept his eyes on Harry. "We have magic," he drawled. "Do you really think repairs would take 6 months?" The others looked thoughtful at that remark, and Harry remembered that Quirrell had implied Dumbledore was doing something on the 3rd floor. "Ooh, let's go investigate," Susan said, her eyes glittering with excitement. Draco quickly glanced at Harry before saying, "I'll go if Harry is." "Draco, you can't," Hermione wailed. "You guys will be in so much trouble." Blaise ignored her and leant towards Harry. "How about it, Potter? Wanna go see what Dumbledore is keeping secret?" That wasn't much of a question, was it? "Yeah," Harry said firmly, "let's do it." Susan and Blaise cheered while Neville and Not exchanged nervous glances. "Well, I'm not going," Hermione declared haughtily. "I'm not going to be breaking the rules." I dunno guys," Neville said softly. "It might be dangerous." Ron rolled his eyes. "Do you think Harry would let you get hurt?" he asked around a mouthful of waffle. "Come on, it'll be fun." "Professor Dumbledore didn't say that we couldn't go there, he just said it was closed." "See Nev," Ron gestured at Not with his fork. "He's right, so come on, it's something to do that isn't studying." "Whoever's common, meet me outside the Slytherin door in 10. I gotta grab something," Harry told them, interrupting the arguments for and against it. He was about to stand up when he thought of something. "And whoever's not going better keep their mouths shut." He sent a pointed look at Hermione before heading for the door, missing her resentment at being labeled a possible snitch. He rushed down to the dungeons, hopping to grab his dad's cloak quickly just in case they needed it. He was running so quickly that he nearly ran into Professor Quirrell, only noticing him at the last minute and stopping to avoid a collision. "Potter, slow down," he told him, in that confident voice Harry had only heard once before from the man. "What are you up to, boy?" Harry glared at him defiantly, hatting that word. "Nothin'," he spat. "Just want to get some homework done, do I, sir?" "You're sprinting to your common room in an effort to do homework," Quirrell drawled, giving him a look of disbelief. "Tell the truth." "That's the truth, you don't gotta like it for it to be true," he quipped, quoting something Susan had said once. Quirrell laughed, a high-pitched laugh that didn't match him at all. "Very well, have fun studying." Harry shrugged off the interruption and resumed his jog to the Slytherin rooms. This is the most alive he's felt in ages. He'll be damned if one weird teacher stops him. He hastily ran up to his dorm and grabbed his invisibility cloak and his wand both. He had no idea what he might need the wand for, but better safe than sorry. Once he made it back to the hallway, he was surprised that less than half of the kids from breakfast were waiting for him. "Where's Blaise?" he asked them. This was his idea. "He said that he would safely wait for us to tell him about it later," Draco said with a roll of his eyes. Harry eyed Draco, Ron, and Susan carefully. Clearly they were the better ones to rely on in the gang. "Whatever, come on then. Going in my cloak, I don't want to run into Quirrell again," Harry told them, swinging his cloak over his shoulders. "Ooh, me too," Susan cried, grabbing an edge of it and covering herself. "No fair. How come she gets to be invisible?" Harry could see Draco and Ron both pouting while him and Susan laughed. "You guys have already had a turn," she told them. "It's my turn, so shush up and lead the way." "And don't act so suspicious," Harry hissed at them. Ron and Draco led them up the stairs. Ron looked stiff and awkward, but Draco could have been taking the most boring stroll of his life. One day Harry was going to master that casually disinterested look. They made it up to the 3rd floor, unstopped, where they all just stared around the empty corridor. "There's no repairs going on," Susan whispered. "Looks like a normal hallway to me." Harry wasn't surprised that Dumbledore lied.
He was disappointed that there didn't seem to be anything exciting going on up here, though. "Come on, let's look around then," Draco said. Harry and Susan stayed under the cloak and walked carefully down the hall, peeking inside different empty classrooms. "Oi, this door doesn't open," Ron called, bringing the group back together to investigate. "Of course it does, don't be stupid," Draco huffed. He pointed his wand at the door, ignoring the red-headed boys mumbling about how it might be locked for a good reason, and cast Alohomora. The two boys nervously looked at the now unlocked door. "Someone gonna open it," Harry drawled, seeing how Ron and Draco were just staring. Ron looked up at the ceiling for a moment, then drew a deep breath. "I guess I'll have to." Harry snorted at his dramatics. Draco was clearly a bad influence on him. Ron slowly opened the door, the rest of them crowding behind him to peek inside. "Holy hell," Harry whispered as Ron slammed the door back shut, blocking their view of the bloody giant three-headed dog inside the room. Draco looked pretty shaken. Is that a Cerberus? And here Harry thought he was smart. "It's a fucking dog," he laughed. His comment sent Susan into a peal of laughter. She ducked out from underneath the cloak and leant against the door. "A Cerberus is a type of dog, Harry," she giggled. "They're supposed to be really rare and dangerous." Draco, who had looked rather pale, huffed indignantly at her. "They are not dangerous, you just have to know what to do with them. I think they're fascinating." "Did you not see the teeth on it, mate?" Ron asked. "Not dangerous, you're mad. That thing could kill us all in one bite." Harry considered the other thing he saw in the room. "Forget the teeth," he told them, shoving his invisibility cloak in his pocket. "Did you see what it's standing on?" Ron looked at him like he had lost his mind. "The floor?" he asked slowly, glancing at Susan and Draco to see if they knew what Harry was on about. Harry rolled his eyes at him. He knew that he was used to checking every detail of a room before he went in it, a long-time habit of his since he lived with the Dursley, but surely they weren't all blind. "There's a trapdoor, ain't there? Bet there's something cool down there." "Or dangerous," Susan interjected. "Or valuable." "That's the spirit," Harry gave Draco an approving nod. "But how do we get past the dog?" This is what Harry liked most about Susan. She never backed down from a challenge. Not from a rude boy in a library, or a wand constantly pointed in her face, or even a terrifying transfiguration professor. He had no idea how she wound up in Hufflepuff instead of Gryffindor. "You can't be serious," Ron cried. "That thing will eat us." Draco, who had been looking thoughtful, narrowed his eyes at Ron. "It will not eat us, Weasley. All we would need to do is play music and it will fall right asleep," he said sharply. "Have you never picked up a history book in your life?" Susan interrupted the brewing argument between the two of them, only caring about the same thing Harry did. "So we can play it music and it'll fall asleep?" she asked, with a familiar manic gleam to her eyes. "Well, theoretically, yes," Draco said slowly, "but we don't have any instruments." Ron looked strangely relieved, and started to speak when Susan laughed again. "Don't be ridiculous, we don't need instruments, we can sing." Which was almost reason enough to make Harry call the whole thing off. Not singin' to no dog," he muttered darkly, glaring at Susan. She stuck her tongue out at him, immune by now to his glares. "Draco, Ron, it's up to us," she said cheerfully. Draco scoffed and stuck his nose up in the air. "Malfoys do not sing." Harry gave him one of his sharp smiles and clapped his shoulder, a little too hard to be strictly friendly. "You do now." 5 minutes and a butchered rendition of the Hogwarts School song later, the 4 first years stared down the open trapdoor. "Gonna jump," Harry eventually said, sick of standing around. "Are you sure, mate?" said Ron. "It looks like a long drop." Harry rolled his eyes at Ron's fretting, tossed his cloak to Susan, and lowered himself through the hole until he was hanging on by his fingertips. "If I don't answer you after I land, Susan, go find Snape quick. Draco and Ron keep singing, so the bloody dog don't wake up and make me even more trapped. Got it?" The other kids agreed, so Harry gave them a wink. "See you in a minute, I hope." And Harry let go. Cold, damp air rushed past him as he fell down, and flump, with a funny, muffled sort of thump, he landed on something soft. He sat up and felt around, his eyes not used to the gloom. It felt as though he was sitting on some sort of plant.
It's okay, he called up to the light the size of a postage stamp, which was the open trapdoor. It's a soft landing, you can jump. Ron followed right away. He landed, sprawled next to Harry. What's this stuff, were his first words. Dunno, some sort of plant thing, I reckon. Draco, jump you chicken shit. Harry heard Susan's distant laugh, which was quickly followed by a soft little oomph, as Draco landed on Harry's other side. Where are we? Said Draco, squinting to see better in the dark. Dunno, got here the same time you did, didn't I? Come on, Susan, it's safe. Susan landed right on top of Ron, which set her off into laughter as she scrambled to get off him. Sorry, Ron, she giggled, I didn't. She cut herself off with a sharp inhale and began struggling to get to the edge of the room. Look at your legs, she wailed. Harry was cursing himself for being so bloody stupid now that he saw that his legs were completely entrapped by the vines of the plant. He began struggling and trying to get loose. Draco and Ron, who were both hopelessly tangled as well, were also trying to rip and kick the plant off them. Stop moving, Susan ordered from her spot of safety against the wall. It'll just make it worse. I think it's the devil's snare. Wonderful, Draco snarled. How do we kill it? Hurry, Harry choked, trying to keep the vines off his chest and neck. Light and heat, I think. Lumos Maximus. The plant immediately began cringing, crawling, and moving away from the blinding light on Susan's wand. Harry, Draco, and Ron made quick work of scrambling away from the plant over to Susan. Good one, Susan, Ron panted. Wait till Neville hears how he missed out on a man-eating plant. How are we going to get back out? Draco asked nervously. Harry didn't have an answer for him, so he just shrugged and pointed down the passageway they were in. Dunno, let's keep going, maybe we'll find something. All they could hear apart from their footsteps was the gentle drip of water trickling down the walls. The passageway sloped downward, and Harry was reminded of Gringotts. Can you hear something? Ron whispered. Harry listened. A soft rustling and clinking seemed to be coming from up ahead. Do you think it's a ghost? Dunno, sounds like wings to me. There's light ahead, I can see something moving. They reached the end of the passageway and saw before them a brilliantly lit chamber, its ceiling arching high above them. It was full of small, jewel-bright birds, fluttering and tumbling all around the room. Harry saw that against a far wall there were 2 broomsticks, and on the opposite side of the chamber was a heavy wooden door. Do you think they'll attack us if we cross the room? Susan asked. Maybe, Harry shrugged. Guess we'll find out. He took a deep breath, covered his face with his arms, and ran to the other side. He thought that the birds would swoop down and attack him, but they seemed to just be ignoring him. The other 3 followed quickly behind him. He pulled on the wooden door, but it was locked. Unlock the door, open it. He grit his teeth in frustration when his magic wouldn't open the door for him. Alohomora. Ron and Susan both tried unlocking the door, with no results. You guys aren't going to be able to unlock it. It's probably got a ward on it to only open with the key, said Draco. Yeah, Harry snarled, annoyed his magic wasn't working on the door. Then where the hell do ya think the key is? Draco sent a pointed look up at the glittering birds. Idiot. Birds don't glitter, keys glitter. Draco, grab a broom and catch the key we need then. Draco gaped at Harry. Why do I have to? Ain't you the one always talking, 'bout bein' a seeker, 'bout how good you are with flyin'? Harry asked incredulously. He figured Draco would jump at a chance to prove himself. Well, yeah, I mean yes, but I don't know which key I need, and if there are 2 brooms it's probably because you need 2 people to catch it. Ron examined the lock on the door. We're looking for a big, old-fashioned one, probably silver, like the handle. Harry silently summoned the brooms and handed one to Draco. Cheers, he said as he kicked up into the air. Flying was brilliant. Harry loved the wind in his face and the feeling of absolute freedom he had up in the air. After a few loops and spins, he finally got down to looking for the key. He weaved in and out of the keys, carefully avoiding Draco, who was doing the same thing, until he saw it. There, he cried, pointing towards a large silver key with bright blue wings. Harry grinned over at Draco. Race you to it, he cried. He shot off, ignoring the other keys, Draco and Ron and Susan, who were cheering them on from the ground.
only focusing on that big silver key. He was so close. He leaned forwards, lifted his hand off the broom, and yes, caught it. He quickly landed and laughed at the pout on Draco's face. Maybe Harry should try out for Seeker next year, Ron suggested with a smirk. Draco stuck his nose up in the air as Harry used the key to unlock the door. He should, I'd rather be a chaser anyway. Harry tried not to call him out on the blatant lie, but he figured his disbelief shone through anyway, because Draco's cheeks got pink. Just open the door, he muttered. The next chamber was so dark they couldn't see anything at all, but as they stepped into it, light suddenly flooded the room to reveal an astonishing sight. They were standing on the edge of a huge chessboard, behind the black chessmen, which were all taller than they were and carved from what looked like black stone. Facing them, way across the chamber, were the white pieces. They all shivered slightly. The towering white chessmen had no faces. "Now what do we do?" Susan whispered. "It's obvious, isn't it?" said Ron. "We've got to play our way across the room." Behind the white pieces, they could see another door. "How?" said Draco nervously. "I think," said Ron, "we're going to have to be chessmen." He walked up to a black knight and put his hand out to touch the knight's horse. At once, the stones sprang to life. The horse pawed the ground, and the knight turned his helmeted head to look down at Ron. "Do we have to join you to get across?" The black knight nodded. Ron turned to the other two. "This needs thinking about," he said. "I suppose we've got to take the place of 4 of the black pieces." Harry and the others stayed quiet, watching Ron think. Finally he said, "Now, don't be offended or anything, but none of you are that good at chess." "We aren't offended," Susan assured him quickly, interrupting Draco before he could protest. "Just tell us what to do." "Draco, you go be the bishop. Susan, you go be the castle. Harry, you should be the queen." "Where you going then?" Harry asked. "I'm going to be a knight," said Ron. The chessmen seemed to have been listening, because at these words a knight, a bishop, a castle, and the queen turned their backs on the white pieces and walked off the board, leaving 4 empty squares that Harry, Ron, Susan, and Draco took. "White always plays first in chess," said Ron, peering across the board. "Yes, look." A white pawn had moved forward 2 squares. Ron started to direct the black pieces. They moved silently wherever he sent them. Harry felt his hands shaking with unease. What if they lost? Draco moved diagonally 4 squares to the right. Their first real shock came when their other knight was taken. The white queen smashed him to the floor and dragged him off the board, where he lay quite still, face down. "Had to let that happen," said Ron, looking shaken. "Leaves you free to take that bishop, Susan, go on." Every time one of their men was lost, the white pieces showed no mercy. Soon there was a huddle of limp black players slumped along the wall. Twice, Ron only just noticed in time that Draco and Susan were in danger. He himself darted around the board, taking almost as many white pieces as they had lost black ones. "We are nearly there," he muttered. "Let me think." The white queen turned and looked at him. "Yes," he said softly, "it's the only way. I've got to be taken." "No," Susan yelled, "don't be stupid. There's got to be another way." "It's the only move," Ron snapped. "You've got to make some sacrifices. I'll make my move and she'll take me. That leaves you free to checkmate the king, Harry." Harry was trying to decide how badly he wanted whatever it was Dumbledore had hidden down here when Draco chimed up. "Weasley, what if you went to e4, then I took the queen at b2, could Harry still checkmate the king?" Ron studied the pieces, silently mouthing moves to himself before beaming at Draco. "Oh, thank Merlin, good catch, mate." Draco snorted, but Harry caught the pleased look in his eyes. A couple of moves later, and the White King begrudgingly tossed its stone crown at Harry's feet. The chessmen all bowed and moved, leaving the next doorway clear. "You would have made an excellent lion," Susan told Ron as they walked through the door. Draco and Harry laughed at Ron's look of bemusement, as if he was unsure whether it was a compliment or insult. At the end of the next passageway was another door. Harry was pretty sick of these damn doors. "My turn to open it," Susan said brightly. As soon as she opened it, a putrid stench made them all groan and cover their noses. Harry, why you're up," Ron stammered, staring at the troll in the room that was much larger than the one they faced on Halloween. Harry grinned. "Brill, step back, been wantin' to see what happens when I do this." Lightning straight to its head.
The troll roared and swung its arm down to smash Harry with its gigantic fist when it was struck by 3 lightning bolts, one after another, right to its head. The troll shrieked, a high-pitched, wounded, horrible sound, before falling to the ground with a mighty thud causing dust and debris to cloud the air. "Harry," Susan cried, "are you okay?" Harry watched the troll as it twitched and moaned for a moment. Fine," he said casually, "ready then." The other kids gaped at him, even Draco had his mouth wide open. Did you just kill a troll with lightning?" he asked. "Well, I dunno if it's dead or not, but it's good I didn't try that out on Parkinson, ain't it?" Harry smirked. Ron laughed, albeit a little nervously, and Susan got an uncharacteristic angry look in her eyes. "If she keeps bothering you, then lightning is going to be the least of her worries," she said darkly. Draco tossed his arm around her shoulders and winked at her conspiratorially. "Maybe we'll anonymously send her this memory." Susan, mad witch that she is, looked cheered by the idea. She really was a good sort to have on his side. "Come on then, let's see what's next." Harry peeked through the next doorway, and was both relieved and disappointed to see it was just a table with 7 different little bottles on it. "No trolls," he announced. Susan rolled her eyes as she stepped in with him. "Don't sound so disappointed, Harry." The other 2 boys stepped inside too, and immediately a fire sprang up behind them in the doorway. It wasn't ordinary fire either. It was purple. Without needing to check, Harry was sure that water wouldn't put it out. At the same instant, black flames shot up in the doorway leading onward. They were trapped. "Fuck," Harry whispered. He could feel sweat breaking out on his forehead. Magic fire wasn't an enemy that could be beaten. It wasn't a chessboard to move past, or a troll to kill. Fire would just burn them to death. He'd seen buildings burnt down in London, smoke thick in the air, people screaming, sirens blaring. Sometimes all they could do is let it burn out. Fire can't always be fought. Susan and Draco carefully walked up to the table, and Harry was jolted from his impending panic attack when Susan told him, "We aren't trapped." "We are," he asked shakily, stepping up beside them to inspect the bottles lined up. "No, look." Draco handed Harry a parchment that was sitting on the table in front of the bottles. "Danger lies before you, while safety lies behind. 2 of us will help you, whichever you would find. 1 among us, 7, will let you move ahead. Another will transport the drinker back instead. 2 among our number hold only nettle wine. 3 of us are killers, waiting hidden in line. Choose, unless you wish to stay here forevermore. To help you in your choice, we give you these clues for. First, however slyly the poison tries to hide, you will always find some on nettle wine's left side. Second, different are those who stand at either end. But if you would move onward, neither is your friend. Third, as you see clearly, all are different size. Neither dwarf nor giant holds death in their insides. Fourth, the second left and the second on the right are twins once you taste them, though different at first sight. There better be something wicked at the end of this bloody maze, Ron grumbled after reading the parchment over Harry's shoulder. I dunno what this means, Harry said, tossing the paper back to Draco. Want me to try and put the fire out? He didn't think he could, but it was a simpler idea than whatever this puzzle is. Susan asked distractedly, shifting bottles around. No, hold on please. The boys silently watched as she moved bottles around, looked at the poem, then moved them again. This went on for a while before Susan eventually clapped and gave them a bright smile. Got it. She held up a tiny bottle. This one will take us forward, and this one, she pointed at a bigger purple bottle, will take us back. Ron eyed the small bottle doubtfully. There's only enough for one of us to drink it, maybe 2 if we take small sips. How sure are you, Susan? Draco asked, glancing nervously at the black flames. Susan looked at Harry, her teal eyes burning with determination. Do you trust me? She asked seriously. Harry looked at his first and best friend for a couple moments before nodding. Yup. It wasn't a particularly eloquent response, but Susan still looked happy. Here then, she handed him the tiny vial. This will take you forward. Brill, he said, who wants to come? Susan immediately put her hand up, but Harry ignored her. Better for her to get back somewhere safe.
He sized up the two boys and made a quick decision. Ron, with me. Draco takes Susan back. Grab the brooms from the key room and use M to fly back through the trapdoor. If we ain't back in the dorms by dinner, then grab Snape. Got it? Have Ron go with Draco, I'll stay with you, Susan told him. No, I don't want you getting hurt or Bane, stuck down here. Susan glared at him with her hands on her hips, because I'm a girl. Oh. Harry rolled his eyes. Honestly, if he didn't give a damn about any of the other nonsense these people judged each other on, then why would he care about her being a girl? No, you prat, 'cause you're my best friend, ain't ya? Oh, Susan turned a faint pink color and she gave him a shy smile. Well, that's okay then. Harry held up his little bottle in a mock salute towards her. If this is poison though, Draco's got my permission to curse you. Cheers. He drank about half of the bottle and let out a shiver. Nasty, but I ain't dead. All right, Ron, bottoms up. Harry was impressed by Ron's composure. He swallowed the rest of the bottle as casually as he would water, despite the tremor of fear Harry saw causing his hands to shake. See ya later, Harry called over his shoulder to Draco and Susan as him and Ron stepped into the next room. Ron shuddered as soon as they were clear of the flames. That was bloody terrifying. Harry agreed, but was distracted by the undeniable proof that Dumbledore had set up this little course. Whatever he's hidden, it's here, Harry murmured to Ron. Ron gave him an incredulous look. What are you, ARGH? Ron was unceremoniously cut off by the arrival of Susan and Draco, shoving past him into the room. It worked, Susan crowed. Draco, you're a genius. What the fuck? Harry stared at them. Susan was bright-eyed and excited, while Draco was preening from her praise. How you do that? Susan pointed out how stupid it was that whoever drank that potion couldn't come back. Susan interrupted Draco's explanation with a wave of her hand, self-refilling bottles. What's this then? She made to move towards Dais in the center of the room, and Harry grabbed her by the back of her jumper. Wait, he hissed at her, it's dangerous. What? Draco laughed. How is a mirror supposed to be dangerous? Shut up, Harry whispered, looking around the room carefully. It's a fucking trap. Susan, who was looking around just as diligently as Harry, whispered back, but how do we move on then? Harry didn't see a single other thing in the room, including another door, besides the mirror. This must be the final challenge. Nothing else to do, I guess, he sighed. They all crept carefully up to the mirror, and the other three all gasped at what they saw. Harry kept his eyes on Susan, pointedly ignoring the mirror. Wow, Ron whispered, what is this thing? The Mirror of Desire, Draco responded promptly. How'd you know that? Harry asked him. Draco huffed and pointed at the script over the top of the mirror. I show not your face but your heart's desire. Damn. Do you think it shows the future? Ron asked quietly. No, Susan said sadly, frowning at whatever she saw in the mirror. There's no way, just what you wish you could have. Harry remembered the first conversation him and her had in the library over the summer. My parents were murdered by Voldemort like yours when I was a baby. He felt a swoop in his stomach and didn't need to ask what it was that she saw. All right, he whispered to her, patting her arm awkwardly. You still have your aunt. Susan gave him a grateful smile, and her eyes had a commiserating look that Harry figured only kids, without parents, could truly understand. She stepped away from the mirror and wrapped her arms around herself. So what's next, or is the mirror the prize? Harry shook his head. The mirror was just a trap Dumbledore had set up. He wasn't sure how, but he knew that it was just as much an enemy to be beaten as the dog and the troll were. But if there wasn't anything else to do about it, maybe he should just treat it like the troll. And even if there wasn't some grand prize or rare item to be found, at least that mirror would be gone, and hopefully Dumbledore would be upset about it. Serves him right. Oi, you lot, he called to Draco and Ron, both of which were still staring in the mirror. See me. Both boys let out mournful sighs, taking one last glimpse each at the images they saw, before backing up where Harry and Susan stood. Harry smirked at them. You're ready? Ron shook his head no, while Draco opened his mouth to protest. Ready for what? Harry ignored him and looked at the mirror, drawing up his magic. Dumbledore's a bastard, blow his stupid mirror up. It was beautiful. The mirror responded as if it was feeding off Harry's anger. Glass immediately exploded out, creating a shimmering whirl of chaos flying all around them. Only at the last second did Harry think to throw up a shield, protecting his gang from the majority of the flying shards of glass. He turned his head to grimace in apology to Susan, who had gasped when a shard initially cut her cheek, when something red flying towards them caught his eye. Duck, he told the other kids, dropping his shield so he could catch the red thing. As soon as the shield was down, Harry jumped in the air to grab the small shining object. He felt some cuts from the glass tear up his robes and his arm, but more importantly he caught the rock. As the glass from the now shattered mirror settled on the ground, Ron, Draco, and Susan stared at Harry as he clutched the rock and laughed hysterically until he felt tears pooling in his eyes. Mate, all right there?" Ron asked hesitantly. Dumbledore is an ass," Harry gasped, trying to control his laughter. "Look," he held up the rock. We almost got ate by a fucking dog, choked by a plant, Ron bout died on a chessboard. We could have been squashed by the troll, or died if Susan picked the wrong potion. For a fucking rock." The others still stared at him, as if worried he had lost his mind. "I mean, to be fair, I don't think Dumbledore would be very happy if he knew we were here, or that we had that rock," Susan said slowly. "Maybe we should put it back and leave." "Yeah, Harry, it's probably getting late. I bet we missed lunch. We should probably go," Draco added. Harry, finally finished with his laughing fit, agreed. "Yeah, let's get out of here before the bloody headmaster shows up." Draco raised a single blonde brow at Harry, who grinned knowingly at him. "What?" he asked innocently. "You're keeping the rock, aren't you?" Draco asked. "Yup." Ron and Susan laughed, while poor Draco's lips seemed to be torn between twitching in amusement or curling with a rebuke. "Forget it," he sighed. He handed Harry the tiny vial of potion that let them pass the black flames. "Drink up, Potter." Once they exited the corridor, Harry smiled brightly at the other kids, patting his pocket happily. He can't believe how cold and unfeeling he had been this morning. This is how he always wants to feel excited and alive. He didn't know what the red rock was for, or why Dumbledore hid it in an obstacle course, but he hopes it's important, and he hopes the headmaster panics when he finds out it's missing. He was so caught up in his fantasy of the headmaster freaking out and crying over his stupid rock that Ron's sudden whimper of surprise, in the middle of his tirade on how they should have kept the brooms, made him jump. "Bloody hell, Ron," he grumbled. "What you do, th?" His question died in his throat as he looked where his gaze was and paled at the man standing in front of them. Well, what's going on here?" Professor Quirrell was leaning against the banister for the stairs, twirling his wand, effectively blocking the exit for the floor. "Now," he spoke softly, locking eyes with Harry, "what kind of homework results in 4 students being covered in blood and scrapes?" "Fuck." Chapter 25, Plotting. "Lucius, I trust that you are faring well. I will skip the pleasantries and get straight to my request. I believe by now you are aware that your son has formed a close friendship with Harry Potter. While this may have been a difficult relationship for him to foster, I know he would not have done so without your permission. Thus, I believe it would be best if you and I could speak openly in private. Please owl me with your earliest convenient time for us to meet. Preferably during the Easter break. Sincerely, your friend, S. Snape." Severus looked over his scroll to his oldest and closest friend carefully. It was honest, could be interpreted in either favor or displeasure towards Draco's association with Potter, and asked for an immediate audience. He hoped Lucius would respond quickly. The Easter holidays were rapidly approaching, and he needed to find Potter a summer residence before the school year ended. He had already received confirmation from the Contessa Zabini that Potter was an invited guest for a fortnight this summer. If Lucius conceded to hosting the child for at least 2 weeks as well, it would only leave Severus with a 2-week gap left to fill. It would have been ideal if he could have had Potter reside in a single location all summer, but Albus had ended that possibility before it came to fruition. He had approached the headmaster shortly after the school year had started, and again tried to impress upon him the damage Potter's relatives had done to him. He thought perhaps that Potter, being who he was, may receive more care in this regard than the Slytherins he has brought up have in the past. He was wrong, of course. I am sure that whatever the child has told you is nothing more than the dramatic retellings of an imaginative mind, my boy. Families should work their difficulties out between themselves. Harry must remain with his relative Severus. The Blood Wards are the only thing preventing the Dark Lord from finding him once he rises, as we both know he will. He had to occlude rapidly to prevent Albus from seeing his rage at stating that abusive families should just work it out between themselves. Severus had prodded a bit to try and understand how the wards had not yet fallen. He had to do so very carefully so that he did not alert Albus to Potter's homeless status. No doubt the headmaster would ship him back to Petunia and her whale of a family, and then Severus would be forced to kill them. Then he would be stuck in Azkaban. Then he would have to murder Sirius Black manually, without magic. Which actually might not be a terrible path to take now that he considers the benefits of imprisonment. But no, the child needs his protection currently. Another time, perhaps. Albus had unwittingly told him the key to why the wards had yet to fall in any case. Potter might not consider the house in Surrey to be home, but as long as he does not consider anywhere else to be home either, then the wards remain. And Severus was Slytherin enough to see his opening in that loophole. If he could find 3 or 4 places for Potter to reside at during the summer, preferably none of which that would alert Albus to his location, then his stay would be short enough where he did not quite feel all the way at home. It was cruel to make a prepubescent child a permanent guest during his holidays, but infinitely kinder than sending him back to sleep on the streets alone. Which brings him back to his current predicament. With Potter's blessing, he would be spending the first 2 weeks with the Zabinis in Italy, then hopefully 2 weeks with the Malfoys, but who could be trusted, by both him and the child, for the other 2 weeks of his break? When he considered Potter's friends, he had to mark off Theodore not. His father was friends with Riddle in school. The boy who lived would never be a welcome guest there. Ronald Weasley and Neville Longbottom had family members firmly in Albus' trusted order. They would not hesitate to report to him that Potter was not staying at his relative's home. Hermione Granger was a Muggle-born. While it was not a definite no, it certainly would not be ideal to leave the child undefendable in a Muggle household. Susan Bones and her Aunt Amelia Bones were Severus' next best shot. Amelia had been a part of the Order of the Phoenix in the war, though she had shown no real loyalty to Albus per se, just the cause. It was helpful that she also headed the DMLE and had covertly assisted Severus with multiple abuse cases in the past. He would have to take a gamble on fluing Amelia and carefully asking if she would be amenable to allowing her niece's friend to stay for a couple of weeks. And then, of course, he would have to get Potter to agree to this all. Which he assumed will be a problem. The brat always was. When he heard an alarm ringing from his wand, a subtle tracking alarm of his own design, he groaned aloud. Apparently today, he would be dealing with his other ongoing problem, Quirrell. He had placed the charm on the entrance to the 3rd floor corridor and tweaked it to recognize Quirinus' specific magical signature. Thus, an alarm that only he could hear would alert him if the man entered the area. He thought it was both subtle and brilliant, a simple way to ensure that he could arrive quickly any time Quirinus entered the area and posed a threat to the stone. Which apparently he currently was. Severus quickly cast a nearly perfect disillusionment charm on himself and moved swiftly to the 3rd floor. He slowed his pace, moving carefully and quietly as he approached the corridor. He could see Quirinus in the entrance, but the man was just standing there, twirling his wand. Was he attempting a silent spell to try and seize the stone, or was he waiting for something? Severus decided that he would wait as well, and attempt to decipher Quirinus' motives. The 2 men stood there, silently, waiting and watching. Severus was almost prepared to come out from his disillusionment and confront Quirinus face to face when he heard a student. It's not like anyone else is using them. He could have bashed his head against the wall with the well of frustration he felt building in him. Unless he was very much mistaken, which he rarely was, that was Ronald Weasley, and where Weasley was there was. And yes, there's Potter. Severus shifted slightly to listen more clearly. Well, what's going on here? If Severus had not seen the man's mouth moving, he never would have believed that the words came from Quirinus' mouth. He knew that stutter was faked. He pulled his wand out and had it discreetly trained on Quirinus. If the incompetent fool tried anything, he
he would be prepared to defend the students. Quirinus locked eyes with Potter, which set alarms off in Severus' head. Now, what kind of homework results in 4 students being covered in blood and scrapes? Christ almighty! Severus could see that Potter, who was now deathly pale, was indeed covered in small scrapes and blood smears, as was Susan Bones, who stood beside him, most likely Weasley and Draco as well, but as Severus could only see their distinctive hair around Quirinus, that was mostly a guess. We would J-just. Potter's terrified stammer trailed off as he desperately looked around Quirinus, likely seeking an easy escape route. Dueling, Bones interrupted smoothly. We wanted to practice dueling. Severus was fairly confident that she was lying through her teeth, but she did it rather confidently. It was impressive for an 11-year-old girl. Dueling, Quirinus laughed softly. I don't remember assigning any homework that consisted of dueling in a closed corridor. It doesn't seem closed to me, Draco drawled. Quiet boy, I was speaking to Potter, Quirinus snapped. Who is this man, and what has he done with the timid, stuttering man he usually spoke with? Severus wondered. Don't call him boy, his name is Draco Malfoy, Potter snarled. Apparently the smallest Slytherin had found his fire at a perceived insult towards his friend. Interesting. You wouldn't have happened to be snooping around beyond that door there, were you? Quirinus asked him, ignoring the child's obvious anger. Damn it all. What else would they be doing up here? No sir, Weasley answered. The door's locked, isn't it? Severus could have groaned at the boy's lack of subtlety. He must be ridiculously ambitious to have wound up in Slytherin. Potter turned towards the red head and gave him a dark look that very obviously said, shut up. Tell me, Potter, Quirinus said softly, what did you discover in the chamber beyond that door? If Potter and his friends had not already been attempting to pass Hagrid's giant dog, which Severus fully believed they were, then this conversation would be enough to entice them to do just that. He retreated partially down the stairs, removed his disillusionment charm, and decided to enter the conversation. And what is going on here? He asked coolly. I believe the headmaster requested that no one access this floor. Potter looked marginally relieved to see him, an expression which made Severus feel as if though perhaps his efforts to win the child's trust have not been in vain. SS Severus, Quirinus stammered, I found these students are roaming the hall and... Severus cut him off, already tired of the return of his faux stutter. I see, he looked over each of the 4 and saw that they were indeed all covered in minor cuts and abrasions. Follow me, he instructed them. Wait, Quirinus called as Severus made to leave the area with the students. PP Potter detention, TT tomorrow for BB being up here. Severus spun around and pointed his wand at the turban-wearing idiot's chest. Potter is hardly the only student out of bounds, is he? He hissed, out of the student's hearing range. Potter, Weasley, Malfoy and Bones will be punished by me. I suggest you find a way to explain your own interest in this area, along with your targeted punishment towards the boy who lived, before Albus undoubtedly calls you for a chat. He gave Quirinus one last withering look of disdain, before ushering the children down the staircase and away from the disconcerting situation. As he shepherded the injured first years down to his classroom, they attempted to explain the situation, which he had no wish to hear of at this moment. Sir, silence Draco. But Professor, Bones, do not speak to me at this moment. Bastard. Detention tomorrow, Potter. The children finally fell silent and exchanged nervous looks as they followed the potions master to the dungeon. He opened his classroom door and gestured to the desks closest to his. Sit. 3 of the students trudged to the row of desks with their heads ducked low. Potter, of course, edged carefully around Severus and flinched when the door closed with a slam. So clearly he trusted Severus to protect him from Quirinus, but not to refrain from injuring him as a punishment. Building trust with a trauma victim is rarely a linear experience, Severus reminded himself. He left the children where they were in favor of gathering a few vials of healing potions from his private store. When he re-entered the classroom, he saw that the other students were clearly glancing at Potter repeatedly, concerned for his despondent state or seeking instructions on the upcoming conversation. Severus sat the bottles of healing solution on the desks. If you would please roll your sleeves up, I can heal the cuts you received from dueling. Potter glanced up sharply at him before scrunching his nose and, "Son of a bitch," wordlessly and silently healing him and the other students of their injuries. Severus rolled his eyes at the children's gasps of surprise. Potter was so dramatic. I find myself to be made useless in favor of Potter's whims. Malfoy and Potter, 2 points from Slytherin each for being out of bounds. You are dismissed. Miss Bones, same goes for you. He eyed Weasley closely. The red head was clearly the weak link in the group, and the most likely to supply him with answers. Weasley remained seated. Ronald shot a panicked look towards Potter, who gave him a cool look of disinterest back. "Unless you wish to receive a detention on top of your point loss, I recommend leaving now," he barked at the still-seated students. Draco and Bones immediately leapt to their feet and made their way to the door. Potter walked past Weasley, grasped his shoulder roughly, and whispered something low in his ear. Severus was too far away to hear what he said, but Weasley's gulp and rapidly paling face were unmistakable. Clearly Potter inspired both friendship and fear in equal quantities with his housemates. Clever boy. As the students left the room, Severus sat at his desk and focused his narrow-eyed glare on Ronald. "Explain, immediately, the events of today before I arrived on the 3rd floor, he ordered harshly. Weasley fixed his eyes on his desk and began concocting an absolutely fictional tale. We were dueling, right, and Harry is really strong, okay. And so we were like, let's go somewhere with no other students, and then we remembered how the 3rd floor was already out of order, 'cause that's what Professor Dumbledore said, so we went up there. And I guess we got carried away a bit, and then Professor Quirrell showed up, and blimey, he's a weird bloke. And then that's when you showed up, sir." Ronald glanced up at him, in an obvious attempt to gauge if the professor had accepted his story. Severus kept his gaze inscrutable. Which student, specifically, had the clever idea to use a forbidden corridor for dueling practice? Weasley's face relaxed. He clearly thought that his story had been accepted. I'm not sure, maybe me." Severus raised a brow at him. "Maybe you. Were you hit on the head during your duels and forgot a conversation you allegedly had this very morning?" Weasley's ears turned red. "Definitely me, sir." "I see." He folded his hands together and studied the boy in silence long enough for Weasley to begin fidgeting. "Yup, so can I go?" "Soon," Severus assured him. Which student was able to land a cutting curse on Mr. Potter? I have heard he is rather fearsome and quick in his duels. Weasley twisted his hands around on his lap before lying to him again. "That was also me. I didn't mean to, I think I just got lucky." "Indeed," Severus drawled. "What curse did you use?" The boy gawked at him, open-mouthed. Well, it was." He trailed off and frantically looked around the room, as if searching for a response. "It all happened pretty fast. I don't remember what spell I used." Severus pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed. Potter clearly had chosen a loyal friend in Weasley. An abominable liar, subtle as a traipsing bull but loyal. Or terrified. Some mixture of the two anyway. "Ronald, I am going to be very clear with you. You are an appalling liar, and I pray to Merlin that you are not questioned by the headmaster over today's events." Weasley gnawed on his fingernails for a moment, a disgusting habit, before blurting. "Look, can you talk to Harry instead? Because he's sort of in charge of the gang and I can't say anything, okay? He's my best mate." Severus could appreciate the position Weasley was in, but he only had one thought in mind as he dismissed the boy. Never let Albus Dumbledore hear that Potter has created a fucking gang. The child, as amusing as he was also becoming increasingly difficult to keep alive. Of course, Sunday morning, Severus was summoned by Albus. Unsurprising, really, he knew this would be coming. "Severus, come in, dear boy," Albus cried after Severus knocked politely on his door. "Come, have a seat." Severus sat in one of the offered chairs and attempted to position his body to appear as at ease as possible. "Albus," he nodded his head, "how can I help you?" Albus peered at him happily over the rim of his glasses. "I heard that there was a situation yesterday regarding Mr. Potter in the 3rd floor corridor." Severus sneered at his insistence on sounding omnipresent. He likely heard it from either a portrait, ghost, or perhaps Quirinus himself. "There was," Severus said coolly. "I encountered Quirinus, Potter, and a few of Potter's friends all on the 3rd floor in what seemed to be a confrontation." Albus hummed happily, as if this were wonderful news. I wondered if Harry would become interested in the mystery or not. He laughed. You know his father would have been up there on the first day. Severus bit back a scathing remark about James Potter's lack of ability to follow rules and chose to focus on Albus' pleasure that Potter was nosing around the stone. You sound pleased that an 11-year-old child is interested in confronting the obstacles we created, Severus said carefully. I thought those were intended to prevent theft, not be seen as challenges to a young boy. Albus sat back in his chair and smiled serenely. Ah, but curiosity can be so overwhelming in children, can it not? Are you hopping for a confrontation between Potter and Quirinus over the stone? Severus asked, hopping for a rebuttal but knowing in his gut the truth. Albus hummed thoughtfully. We do not yet know that Quirinus is after the stone. Severus snorted at Albus' statement. Obviously Quirinus was after the stone. He did not miss that Albus had not answered his question either. Which truly was as much of a confirmation as he needed. As he reclined in his sitting room that evening, he thought back and wondered when he became disillusioned with Albus. Certainly the man had been no friend to him when he was a student. He had ignored an attempt on his life as nothing more than a harmless prank. When Severus turned sides in the war, Albus had taken the mantle of a pseudo-father while still being a demanding taskmaster. He had thought, foolishly, that him and Albus had grown close over the last 10 years. Yet he could not call a man his friend or ally that designed challenges that put Lily Potter's son in harm's way. Nor could he forgive Albus' initial threat when he shared his memories of Potter. If it comes down to stopping him, I will ensure it is done in a way to keep you separate and safe. He knew now that he could pinpoint his disillusionment with Albus at the same point. He could Voldemort any man willing to kill a child, was no man he was willing to follow. Sir. Severus looked up from his gradding, meeting the curious green eyes seated at the desk across from him. Potter had been in detention the last hour, writing lines about appropriate language, and had been worrying his lip the entire time. Severus knew he had something on his mind, but since the child had kept silent up until now, he did not believe he would be privy to his thoughts. Yes. Potter bit his bottom lip, before abruptly clearing his face of any expression except slight boredom. The child was a natural accumens. Sir, I was wondering if I could ask you a question, and if you gave me your real honest answer then, I'd let you ask me one, like we sometimes do. Severus leapt on an offered opportunity to learn more about Potter. I accept, however, if I deem your question to be inappropriate, or one I am unable to answer without lying to you, then I will refuse to answer, and it shall be no harm done. Acceptable? Yes, sir. Severus watched and waited patiently as the child's gaze flickered around the room. He knew Potter frequently had difficulty expressing his thoughts, and was willing to give him time in this unprecedented offer. Clearly the question was important to him. What if you don't like chocolate or vanilla? Potter blurted. He raised his brows at him but kept his face impassive. That is your question. You wish to know my preferences in ice cream flavors. Potter blushed and grimaced down at his desk. And no, I just meant, well, pretend you had two choices, okay? He looked up at Severus through his messy fringe of black hair. And you don't really like either choice, cause they both suck, but everyone says you gotta pick one or the other. What would you do, sir? Severus appraised him for a few moments, thinking through his response. Rarely in my life have I ever been in a situation where there were only two choices, he said. He held his hand up when Potter looked ready to interrupt. No, listen. There have been many times where I believed there were only two choices, but I was wrong. There is always a third path that can be taken. It just may be hard to obtain it and hold it. Do you understand? He could tell that his response, to whatever the true question may have been, did trigger a thoughtful look from Potter. Yes, sir, thank you. Severus acknowledged his thanks with a small nod. Potter tensed up, tightening the muscles in his shoulders and limbs, and gave a small grimace. Go ahead. Severus considered asking him the true events regarding the third floor, though he was already sure that the foolish boy had attempted to get past Hagrid's beast, and so he chose not to waste this opportunity seeking validation for an answer he already believes to know. What was the most difficult part of living on your own? Potter's facial expression relaxed, as did his tense posture. That's easy, he snorted. Being alone all the time. Not much fun, is it? Not having anyone you can trust, gotta work by yourself just to find a bite to eat or drink, but it's better than Surrey, ain't it? Pitiful. Severus inspected his fingernails in a stab at feigning indifference to Potter. Was Surrey much worse than London? When Potter did not answer after nearly a minute, Severus believed the child was going to refuse to altogether. He slyly eyed the child out of the corner of his vision and saw him deep in thought with his brows furrowed. Bit different, wasn't it? There, I didn't know that I was gonna have to fight every day. I knew the rules, but I always got in trouble anyway, didn't I? Thought they'd like me eventually, but they hated me up till the day they told me to leave. Potter raised one shoulder in a shocking display of indifference. Didn't get to eat much and got beat up a lot though, so I suppose some of it was the same. Severus thought back to the injuries the child had sustained while at the hands of his relatives: fractures, lacerations, and burns. Why were you unable to eat? He asked, tapering down on his curiosity. Freaks don't get food, Potter quoted. Had to eat out of the bloody trash bins, did I? Severus considered if he could possibly murder Petunia Dursley without the blood wards falling and alerting Albus. I see, is all he said out loud. Potter seemed to be in a sharing mood tonight. Perhaps the weight of all his past was simply too much to continue carrying alone, or more likely, he was not monitoring himself as tightly as usual. They just hated me, didn't matter how good I was or how quiet, he said. But it didn't matter, did it? 'Cause I knew I was special. Knew I could do things no one else could do. He looked at Severus and his green eyes were blazing. Sometimes I wish I could go back, make em regret everything they ever did. Severus could certainly understand the impulse and the need for vengeance. He himself had not shed a single tear when his father eventually drank himself to death. If it wasn't for them and Voldemort and Dumbledore, I would have had a different life, right? Maybe I could have stayed with someone who cared but knew. Oh, Potter sneered. He just dumped me off like fucking trash. Language, he murmured softly. Potter laughed and gave him a bright smile, a startling contrast to the sneer he was wearing just a moment ago. You may not know this, sir, but I never even used that word till I met you. You're a bad influence. Severus pinched the bridge of his nose. Hopefully crude language was the worst of his habits that Potter emulated. I do not find that reassuring, Potter. As I have made many poor decisions, I do not believe that I am a man whom you should mimic. Potter leaned close to him, suddenly serious and still from his incessant fidgeting. Would you change it if you could, sir? If you didn't have to be dark or light, if those choices didn't matter no more, would you find that third choice? He asked softly, his eyes sharp. What if chocolate and vanilla both suck? Severus gave him as solemn of a look as he could, given that he was speaking with a child. Slowly he said, if there were ever another choice for me, say a third flavor outside of chocolate and vanilla, I believe that would become my preferred flavor. Potter grinned, apparently pleased that Severus finally understood his simile. Indeed, the child drawled, mimicking Severus' own phrase so exactly that he let out a surprised laugh. Even if Potter was a nightmare to keep alive, it was assuredly worth it in these moments. Severus, Amelia Bones cried in surprise. How are you? What can I do for you? Severus, whose knees were aching kneeling on his office floor, nodded at her and requested to come through to speak privately. Of course, she said easily, the password is contrasegna. Severus gave her an amused look after fluing through and brushing the soot from his robes. Your password is password, he asked sarcastically. Very original, Madame Bones. Amelia sat behind her desk and gave him an impish sort of smile, not unlike the one he has seen before on her niece. Well, British Wixen aren't likely to have any interest in Spanish, are they, Severus? Plus it reminds me to finish learning the damn language. Severus chuckled and sat at the seat across from her, at her gesture. I suppose that is true enough, he allowed. Amelia called for a tea service and poured them both glasses. Now, I'm sure you didn't take yourself away from your students and classes to talk languages with me, Severus. What can I do for you? This is one of the many things he admires about Amelia Bones, her lack of interest in small talk. I have come to you with a rather intensely private request. I wish to ask you a favor, and I would prefer, regardless of your answer, that this conversation never leaves this office. Amelia eyed him steadily behind her glasses. Have you committed a crime? She asked bluntly. No. Have one of your students committed an egregious crime? Severus' lips twitched at the qualifier. No, he assured her.
Will I be putting my job or my family at risk by hearing your request? No. Amelia sat back in her seat, took a small sip of her tea, and finally tilted her chin at him. Let's hear it then. I have a student in my house who is in need of sanctuary this summer, he said slowly. The child cannot return to his relatives, but his placement would need to be a secret to the point of an unbreakable vow. He grimaced as he knew he would need to fully inform her of the risks. There are those who would be incredibly interested in his whereabouts. However, those would be the very ones who the child would need shielded from. Amelia raised her brows in interest before furrowing them in thought. Are you here to have me assist you in finding a placement for your student? Severus held her gaze as he shook his head. I am not. I am here to ask if you would be willing to take placement of the child for the last 2 weeks of the summer holidays. He had not yet received confirmation from Lucius. However, he had mentioned to Draco that he was awaiting his father's response in a request for Potter to stay with them briefly over the summer. He was utterly confident that the acceptance would reach him soon. And you see no difficulties from any opposing parties to Mr. Potter staying with Susan and myself over the summer? Amelia asked shrewdly. Severus blinked at her in surprise. He had not said that the student in question was Harry Potter. She always was rather sharp and quick on the uptake, for a Hufflepuff. Apologies, I was hoping that if you refused, I would not need to reveal the student's identity. It seems that you saw right through me. Amelia smirked at him. Susan has been sending constant letters about her best friend Harry Potter. She's also mentioned how much she worried about what kind of life he has outside of school. She adjusted her glasses and narrowed her eyes at him. So Severus, between you and I, what kind of life does Britain's magical boy hero have outside of Hogwarts? Severus hesitated. He had to tread carefully in order to protect Potter's tentative trust in him. Yet, Amelia Bones would undeniably be a powerful ally that could be easily swayed through pity for the orphan child. I have sworn secrecy to Harry. However, he pulled a parchment out of his robe pocket and offered it to her. If this were to fall out and you read it, then I have committed no act that the child can find treasonous. Amelia accepted the scroll, a copy of Potter's extensive medical scan, and glanced at her watch. I have a department meeting in 10 minutes. May I pursue this and owl you my response? That would be more than acceptable, Severus assured her. If you were able to do so quickly, it would be preferable, as we are approaching the end of term soon. Amelia nodded her understand, and he bade her a good evening. The bait had been laid, the request had been made, all he could do now was wait. The very next morning Severus received a scroll, specifically delivered to his private quarters. Severus, I accept. Please send me the dates and location where I can pick up the potion. Sincerely, Madam Bones. Yes, Amelia was very quick on the uptake, even for a Hufflepuff. Chapter 26, Through the Trapdoor, again, Part 1. Harry spent a lot of time getting to know about magic and magical history. If he was going to be a part of this world, he wanted to know everything about it. Especially since he seemed to be so important to the people in it. He thought a lot about what Nott and Draco told him about the war, and what Voldemort tried to do through his rise to power, as they called it. My father said he wasn't always so insane, Draco whispered in the privacy of their dorm. He said when he started out that he just wanted wizards to not hide anymore. He wanted muggles to stop attacking us or thinking that magic is some freaky joke. Well, Harry could understand that. What made him go insane? Harry whispered back. He was curious how one of the supposedly strongest wizards in the world loses his mind. Nobody knows for sure, Nott told him, but my father thinks it was overuse of dark magic. And there it was again, this mad classification of magic, dark or light. My parents were tortured by dark magic, Neville confided to him in the dark of the empty Quidditch pitch one night. I wouldn't ever use it. It's incredibly dangerous, Hermione had said to him, surrounded by books in the library. Professor Dumbledore is the greatest wizard in the world, and he fought for Muggle-born witches like me in the war. He never used dark magic, and now he helps make sure that certain dark spells are outlawed. That was another thing Harry didn't understand about this world: Muggle-borns, half-bloods and purebloods. Who gives a damn what bloodline a person has? Everyone bleeds red. Voldemort was an idiot for caring about that. Hermione didn't have any magic in her family, and she was brilliant, top of their year. Harry would take her on his side in a fight over some pureblood moron like Crabbe or Goyle. But Dumbledore was stupid for giving a damn about the darkness of a spell. Harry was pretty sure he could kill a person with the right combination of Illumos and Wingardium Leviosa. Harry also thought a lot about what Professor Snape had said. There is always a third path that can be taken, it just may be hard to obtain it and hold it. Do you understand? Harry wondered if there had ever been a third party in the war. Someone who told Dumbledore that dark magic isn't inherently bad, or told Voldemort he was insane for thinking anyone, regardless of their families, who had magic in their veins was somehow unworthy. If there were ever another choice for me, say a third flavor outside of chocolate and vanilla, I believe that would become my preferred flavor. He had talked about it with Susan while she revised for their charms final. Just cause fucking Dumbledore won, don't mean he was right, Harry confided to her in the warded classroom they liked to talk in. He shouldn't get to say that some magic is illegal. Did he win though? She asked softly. A lot of people think Voldemort is still alive and active somewhere, just waiting for a good time to return. Harry hoped he did. It would be nice to kill the man who killed his parents. And in the deepest part of him, the part he would never confide to even Susan, he thought it might be nice to kill Dumbledore for what he did to him as well. Just get rid of both of them. He'd probably sleep easier if he did. He had to put his fantasies of revenge on hold though. Exams were coming up quickly, and all the teachers seemed to be bearing down harder on them than ever before. Your written exams are just as important as your practical, McGonagall lectured them. I suggest that those of you who lack in penmanship skills, here she gave Harry a small glance, work diligently to improve. Harry talked with Hermione, and was relieved to find out that even if he got all zeros on his written exams, as long as he aced the practical tests, that he would pass in the mid-range of their class. He wasn't worried. Longbottom, you idiot, Professor Snape hissed in one of their potions classes. Kindly refrain from melting a cauldron during your exam, lest I have to shoulder the shame for teaching you this year. Neville had stuttered out an apology, but Harry subtly rolled his eyes at him behind Snape's back. He could be such an arse. Potter, Snape barked at the end of the lesson, stay behind. Maybe his eye roll wasn't as subtle as he thought. When the last of the students had left, Ron promising to save him a spot at dinner, Harry watched warily as Snape closed the door behind them. Sir, Harry asked curiously, did I do something? For some reason Snape's lips twitched into what Harry has decided is his version of a smile. I am sure you have, he said lightly, but since I have not caught you yet we will instead discuss your summer plans. Harry grinned at Snape's absolute assuredness that Harry had done something wrong lately. He didn't think he had, if you didn't count the red rock he'd taken to carrying around with him. Susan and Draco were still working hard to figure out exactly what was so special about it. I believe that the Leaky Cauldron is a poor summer home for you this year, Snape said, entirely out of the blue. Harry was about to argue that the Leaky Cauldron was the best place he'd ever stayed, when Snape caught him by surprise again. If you wish, I believe your friends would like you to stay with them this summer. Harry stared at him blankly. Susan wants me to stay with her, he asked. Snape raised an eyebrow at him and gave him an amused smirk. And Mr. Zabini and Mr. Malfoy, I believe you have more than one friend. Oh yeah, Harry remembered Blaze's offer from the beginning of the year. I forgot that was part of our deal. Blaze said I could stay with him and his mum in Italy. What deal? The professor asked interestedly. Harry waved one hand airily. Blaze said if I let him in the be my friend, that I could come visit this summer, didn't he? Snape groaned and scrubbed a hand wearily across his eyes. I am going to pretend that I did not almost hear you refer to your friends as a gang, Potter. Harry just shrugged, Professor Snape groaned again before continuing. Also Draco would like you to go spend a couple of weeks with him, and Susan's aunt has invited you to her home for the last 2 weeks. Harry narrowed his eyes suspiciously at Snape. Why would all these people just randomly invite him over? What for? How come they didn't invite anyone else, huh? What you do tell Em I needed a place to stay? 'Cause I don't, he spat. He wasn't anyone's charity case. I have no idea who all they have invited over this summer, Snape said easily. For all I know, there may be just hordes of annoying children at Malfoy Manor this summer. Harry snorted even though he was pretty sure Snape was just saying that so he wouldn't be mad.
What do you tell M? I told them that you, like many of my Slytherins, had a home life that I found distasteful for a young man, and that I was sure Draco and Susan would enjoy spending time with you over the summer. Snape looked right at him when he said it, and Harry couldn't help think that there was a look in his eyes that said he was telling the truth. That's all, he checked. You didn't tell M anything about, any of it. I did not. I gave absolutely no specifics. Harry weighed his options here. It would be wicked to spend the summer with his friends, but he didn't want to seem like some pathetic charity kid either. I can pay for my own food and stuff, he said. Snape raised one shoulder in a dismissive gesture. You are welcome to discuss that with them. Although I believe Narcissa Malfoy will be mortally offended if she thinks you believe they need financial assistance to host one of Draco's friends for a couple of weeks. How come Draco and Susan didn't mention this me? He asked suspiciously. Why would they invite him over but tell Snape instead of him? I believe Draco is waiting to surprise you and retrieve you from Italy on your birthday. You may have noticed his tendency for dramatics by now. Harry laughed a little. Draco was pretty dramatic. And Susan must have asked her aunt for permission, who then requested permission from me as your head of house, before Susan planned to ask you, Snape said. I am sure she will bring it up soon. I assumed you would rather know now, so you had the opportunity to get all of your paranoia out of the way in private. Harry blushed, even as he acknowledged the slightly teasing lilt to Professor Snape's tone. Can I go to the Leaky if I don't want to stay at their houses? He checked. It wouldn't do any good to be trapped somewhere again, even if it was only for 2 weeks. Certainly, Snape agreed easily. I would like to request that you write to me immediately if you choose to check into the Leaky Cauldron, though. Certainly, Harry mimicked. Snape's lips did that weird twitchy smile thing again, and he waved his hand towards the door. Go brat, plan on leaving with Blaise Zabini on the last day. Harry was almost to the door when the professor added, and it would be best not to share your summer plans with anyone you do not wholly trust. I would prefer the headmaster not knowing. He glanced back at the professor and acknowledged him with a curt nod, but as he walked to the Great Hall, he thought it over. Why can't Dumbledore know where he's staying over the summer? Why did it matter if he stayed with Draco or if he was in Surrey? For that matter, why does it matter to the headmaster of his boarding school what he does in the summers? Something was suspicious about how much Dumbledore paid attention to him. A lot of people think Voldemort is still alive and active somewhere, just waiting for a good time to return. Did Dumbledore expect him to fight Voldemort again if he came back? Maybe just use his forehead as some sort of killing curse shield. Could someone survive getting hit by the curse twice? Why did he survive it the first time? Harry sat with his gang at the dinner table and quietly thought it over some more. Was he just that powerful, or Voldemort that weak and insane, or was there something else in play? Hey Ron, Harry called quietly, can I ask you something and it stay between us? Sure mate, want to talk in the dorm later? Nah. Harry flicked his fingers out thinking keep people from hearing us, and a shimmering light blue dome encircled him, Ron, Draco and Blaise. He smirked at Not's look of annoyance at not being included. This was just for his gang. Didn't you say before that your mum and dad fought in the war? Yep, my uncles died in the war too, he said, around a mouthful of pork. Harry glanced at Draco and Blaise and leaned slightly closer to the three of them. Did they ever say why Voldemort went after me, or how I was able to stop him? Ron sat his fork down and furrowed his brows thoughtfully. I dunno, they never talk much about it to me. Want me to ask them? Harry waved his offer off, disappointed in his lack of information. Nah, don't worry about it. I could ask my father, Draco offered quickly. He would probably know at least the Dark Lord's motivation for targeting your parents. Harry eyed him speculatively. Yeah, why would he know that? Ron smirked and leaned towards Draco. Yeah, Malfoy, why would your father know anything about it? Draco shifted in his seat, looking uneasy. He fought in the war too, he said softly. Just, not on the same side as Weasley's parents. Harry stilled in his seat. How the fuck had he not noticed that before? "'Kay, then you ask him what he knows, and tell me soon as you do." Draco nodded quickly, looking relieved for some reason. Blaise gave Harry a curious look, one Harry has gotten used to receiving from him. You don't care that the Malfoys were on Voldemort's side before? He asked, ignoring Draco's twitch of irritation. Nope, Harry said, dispelling the privacy dome. Draco, on my side now, ain't he? What sides are we talking about? Not asked. He who must not be named and Dumbledore, Ron answered. Blaise was still studying Harry while Draco seemed pleased with his response. Aren't you on Dumbledore's side? Blaise asked. Harry curled his lip up at the thought. No, he snarled. I'm on my own side like I've always been. Ron nudged him gently. Not just you anymore though, you've got us now. Harry gave him a tight grin, but he felt something knotted in his stomach loosen just a bit at his declaration. Unlike some of his classmates, Harry was excited for exams. He wanted a chance to just show off for no reason other than getting a good grade. Thanks to the warmer weather, it was sweltering hot, especially in the large classroom where they did their written papers. They had been given special, new quills for the exams, which had been bewitched with an anti-cheating spell. Harry had written his answers slowly, taking his time to make sure it was as legible as possible. They had practical exams as well. Professor Flitwick called them one by one into his class to see if they could make a pineapple tap dance across a desk. Harry had done his silently, without his wand, and from Flitwick's beaming smile he knew he had aced it. Professor McGonagall watched them turn a mouse into a snuff box. Points were given for how pretty the snuff box was, but taken away if it had whiskers. Harry gave her a ruby-encrusted golden snuff box and caught her lips curling into a pleased smile. Snape tried to make everyone nervous, breathing down their necks while they tried to remember how to make a forgetfulness potion. Harry thought it was ironic that it looked like most of his classmates had forgotten some of the steps. Harry had done the best he could in his defense practical, identifying spell categories based on their color, but his throbbing head made it difficult to concentrate. Nearly there, Potter, Quirrell murmured as Harry left his classroom. Quirrell was a weird bloke. Ever since the incident on the 3rd floor, he'd been giving Harry these really creepy, intense stares, and trying to find opportunities to talk to him alone. Not that Harry gave him any. He told Blaise how weird the man was, and he had taken it upon himself to stay at Harry's side at all times when Quirrell was around. Their very last exam was History of Magic. 1 hour of answering questions about batty old wizards who'd invented self-stirring cauldrons, and they'd be free for a whole week until their exam results came out. When the ghost of Professor Binns told them to put down their quills and roll up their parchment, Harry couldn't help cheering with the rest. That was far easier than I thought it would be, said Hermione, as they joined the crowds flocking out onto the sunny grounds. I needn't have learned about the 1637 Werewolf Code of Conduct, or the uprising of Elfric the Eager. Hermione, nobody wants to talk about exams after they're done, Susan said, linking her arm with Harry's. He tensed up slightly at her casual touch, but he was growing more used to it. What do you guys want to do? Susan asked the rest of the kids. Let's play chess, Ron called. Draco and Not both groaned out loud at that. No way, Weasley, Draco sneered. You've taken enough of our money. Ron had been systematically playing and beating most of the students in Slytherin. Harry heard he made a decent profit off it. We could play Exploding Snap, Blaise suggested. Nobody seemed to have a problem with that idea, so Harry volunteered to run back to the dorm to grab their cards. On his way back through the castle, Snap cards safely in his pocket with the red rock, Harry caught himself smiling and shook his head. Just because life was good now didn't mean he should get used to it. He was lecturing himself on staying alert to weaknesses so severely that he almost didn't notice the headmaster in the hallway. He barely ducked off to the side, hiding behind a tapestry, before Dumbledore or McGonagall could spot him. I'm afraid I must go, the headmaster said softly, although louder than Harry would if it was meant to be a private conversation. Fudge insisted on me making an appearance in person this evening. I'm sure we can carry on in your absence for one evening, Albus, McGonagall replied dryly. I have the utmost trust in you handling the students, my dear, Dumbledore said. I just worry that this could be a ploy. A ploy? Harry couldn't see the pair of them, but he imagined McGonagall's sharp tone matched an equally sharp look in her eyes. For what? She asked. The Sorcerer's Stone, of course, Dumbledore chuckled. What the fuck is a Sorcerer's Stone? Harry wondered. McGonagall lowered her voice to a near whisper. Harry had to lean partially out of the tapestry to hear her. Do you believe someone is going to make an attempt on it while you're gone? I do, Dumbledore sounded solemn. Then you can't leave, McGonagall exclaimed. You should tell Cornelius to simply flew to you. Oh no, dear, I am confident in the traps we set in the corridor, and I doubt whether Riddle would have the courage to face you, Dumbledore chuckled. Corridor, Riddle, wait, is the rock a sorcerer's stone? Harry heard McGonagall huff in what he imagined to be exasperation. He who must not be named is as likely to appear in our castle as Severus is to win Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile award. Is Voldemort's name Riddle? He almost smacked his head on the wall in annoyance at himself. Of fucking course it is. Who would name their child Voldemort? We must always be alert, dear, Dumbledore continued. At any rate, I shall be leaving after dinner. I suggest you patrol the corridor after 10 o'clock. It would be the more opportune time for anyone to attempt the theft. Yes, well, I will speak with Phileas and Severus about setting up a guard for tonight after you leave, shall I? Wonderful idea. I will meet you at dinner to hear the final plan. Harry heard the light tap, tap, tap that meant McGonagall had left the hall. He held his breath, waiting for the footsteps that would say Dumbledore had left as well. Harry heard the headmaster sigh, kind of dramatically in Harry's opinion. I hope our traps are enough to keep Voldemort from the stone, he said softly before Harry heard the telltale sounds of him leaving the hall as well. Harry counted to 10, making sure nobody would see him leaving his hiding spot, before sprinting to the lake. Harry, Draco called as he skidded to a stop in front of the group. What took so long? Did you get the cards? Not asked. Harry waved his hand and told his magic to make their conversation private. Never mind all that, he said dismissively. What do you guys know about a sorcerer's stone? Chapter 27, Through the Trapdoor. Again, Part II. Harry sat with everyone at dinner. Susan, Hermione, and Neville were at the Slytherin table more than they were at their own nowadays. He kept his mind on the task he would be doing tonight, and kept from glancing up at the head table out of sheer willpower. Which apparently Ron did not share. For God's sake, Weasley, could you look any more suspicious? Blaise hissed after Ron shot yet another guilty glance towards the professors. I'm nervous, Ron hissed back. Why's not drawled? You've been down there before. Yeah, so I know what's down there, Ron defended himself. Harry interrupted their argument with a snort. Nobody going with me this time, got it. I'm going alone and you guys are following the plan. Susan and Draco both huffed and crossed their arms at the exact same time, which made Harry smirk in amusement. I don't like it, Susan muttered. If you get hurt, how will we know? I won't, Harry said simply. What if they changed the potion bottles? Draco fretted. They didn't. What if you know who really is down there? Hermione whispered. Harry shrugged and gave her a sharp smile. Then I'm gonna kill him, ain't I? The rest of the kids stared at Harry wide-eyed before Neville, oddly enough, smiled back. If anyone could do it, it'd be you, he said. Thanks, Nev, fingers crossed, yeah. Susan glared at him before abruptly grinning. If you live, I have something exciting to talk to you about after, she said brightly. Don't say that, Hermione scolded her, pale-faced. This is a really dangerous idea. More dangerous than Voldemort common, back in Bane, able to live forever, Harry asked her. I still think it's rather suspicious that Dumbledore said all that right where you could hear him, Blaise said. I mean, you put up privacy charms to discuss homework sometimes, but the headmaster just talked about an invaluable stone and the return of a vengeful Dark Lord right in the open. Susan nodded in agreement. Thank you. It's like he wanted someone to hear him. Harry shrugged. Dumbledore's lack of secrecy wasn't really his problem, was it? Nott, who had been rather quiet up until now, chimed in thoughtfully. I think he knew Harry was there, and he wants him to try and stop the Dark Lord. And that made Harry pause, because wasn't he just thinking a couple weeks ago that maybe Dumbledore kept a close eye on him, just so he could use him to stop Voldemort again? Susan apparently came to the same conclusion, because she shot a dark look up to the head table. Theo's right, Harry, you already have the stone, there's no reason to go down there. Harry stared at her incredulously. No reason to go, he asked softly. Are you serious? The man killed my parent Susan and tried to kill me, didn't he? I'm not gonna pass just cause it's a little scary to you guys. I'm going and that's that, and anyone who wants to fight me about it should say so now cause I'm not wasting time after dinner. He glanced around at all the other kids who, aside from Susan, dropped their gazes to the table and shook their heads. "Susan," he sighed, "come on, I don't want to fight you." "I'm not going to fight you," she said. "Just take me with you instead, please." Harry stared at her for a few seconds, considering before nodding. "Kay, meet me outside your common room at 9:30, all right?" "I'll see come too," Neville offered softly. Harry just shook his head. "No, you just wait in your common room, Kay. Ron, gonna come tell you if I'm not back by midnight." Ron, who wasn't a big fan of Harry's plan, groaned. "I still say if I get caught outside Gryffindor Tower at midnight, I'm a dead man." "Your brothers are Gryffindors, right?" Hermione asked. "Just say that you were homesick and wanted to talk with them." All the boys at the table looked at Hermione, shocked. "What?" she asked defensively. "Just because I don't like breaking the rules doesn't mean I don't know how." Harry grinned at the Ravenclaw girl and let himself laugh for a moment. "Brill Myoni, it's a good idea." Hermione smiled back at him, although she seemed to be more nervous now that he praised her than she was before. "Weird." All set, Harry asked his dorm mates later that evening. "You remember the plan?" "It's a bad plan," Ron grumbled. "It will be fine, Weasley," Draco drawled. "Harry is going under the cloak. If he is not back by midnight, then one of us is to go inform Professor Snape immediately," he recited dutifully. "Then Ronald goes to let Neville know, and I go inform Granger," Blaise added. "And Nott should go tell Susan too," Harry informed them with a small smirk. Draco groaned aloud at that, and pinched the bridge of his nose in a way that reminded Harry quite a bit of Professor Snape. "You aren't taking her with you, are you?" "Nope," he said cheerfully, "and if anyone wants to fight me about it, you should do it now." None of the boys said anything, so Harry clapped his hands together. "K tar then." Harry pocketed the red rock he transfigured, pulled his invisibility cloak on, and made his way out to the dungeons. "We're getting Professor Snape now, right?" Theo asked. "We are a part of the gang," Blaise said carefully. "We cannot go against Harry's plan, because as his allies we agreed to support him. So Draco, Ronald, and myself cannot go get Snape until at least midnight." Ron stared hard at Theo until the other boy rolled his eyes. "Fine," he sighed, "but if Potter tries to kill me for doing this, then I expect one of you to have my back." After Theo left the common room, Blaise chuckled and shared an amused look with the other two boys. "He can expect what he wants," he drawled, "but I'm certainly not going to side against Potter." Draco and Ron agreed. Harry was terrifying when he was angry. Harry felt a little stab of guilt when he saw Susan waiting patiently outside her common room entrance. But he couldn't risk her getting hurt. He also couldn't risk getting distracted watching over her and risking himself getting hurt. Put her to sleep, he thought with his eyes squeezed shut. When he opened his eyes, he saw Susan was slumped over on the ground, sound asleep. He didn't think he was imagining the look of betrayal on her face. He continued up to the 3rd floor, hoping she would forgive him when she woke up. Harry smirked when he opened the corridor door and saw that the giant dog was already asleep. There was a harp playing itself to the side of the room. Apparently the old headmaster wasn't wrong in thinking someone was going to try and steal the stone tonight. "At least I don't have to sing," he thought happily as he opened the trapdoor. He peered down into the hole but couldn't make anything out. "Here goes nothin'." Harry gave a sharp tug on his magic and sent 6 floating Lumos lights down to clear the plant away before he jumped. Which, in hindsight, was a bloody stupid idea, because instead of landing on a soft plant, Harry hit a stone floor. "Fuck," he wheezed. He sat on the floor where he landed, surrounded by his floating lights, and quickly checked himself over. Once he was satisfied that he was just generously bruised, he got up slowly and made his way to the next door. Harry entered the room with the flying keys and immediately summoned one of the brooms. He kicked off into the air and smiled for a moment. Flying really was brilliant. He carefully swerved around the different keys, eyes open for the large silver one they used last time. After a minute of carefully searching, he grinned when he saw it. The blue wings on the key were bent, as if someone had recently used it rather roughly. Catching it this time was almost easy compared to the first time. Harry kept the broom in his hand as he eyed the chessboard in the next room. The white pieces were in front of the door, Harry certainly wouldn't be able to walk past them without being blocked. But could he just fly past them? He let himself actually laugh out loud when he realized that, yes, he could just fly right over and past the white pieces. Dumbledore was an idiot. He shrunk the broom and stuck it in his robe pocket with his cloak. He'd need it to get back out later. Harry pulled open the next door and almost decided to turn back immediately. What the fuck? He had nearly thrown up from the stench inside the troll room. He'd been around dead bodies before, and they never smelled great, but he had never been near a dead creature that had been left to rot in a room for over a month. He covered his nose and ran as quickly as he could through to the next room. He took a few deep breaths of the clean air inside the potion room before he approached the table. He pocketed the purple potion that would get him back through to the trapdoor and checked his pockets one last time before he drank the other. Wand useless, but here. Cloak check. Broomstick got it. Knife yep. Red rocks here. Harry took a deep breath, swallowed down the potion, and stepped through the flames. POV swap tilde. In another part of the castle, Severus Snape was dutifully grading the students' end-of-year exams. He was pleased that his Newt students had all seemed to have passed the written exam and considered sending congratulatory notes to them all. He was jerked out of his grading by a frantic knock on his office door. Enter, he called, curiously wondering what student would need him at nearly 10 o'clock at night. Mr. Knott, he said evenly, spotting Theodore entering the room. Your test scores will not be available until the morning of the end of term. Knott shook his head, approaching his desk slowly. That's not why I'm here, sir. I need to tell you something. Severus listened to what Theodore told him, hardly noticing that he had crushed his favorite quill in his hand. Go to your dorm immediately, he hissed. Tell nobody what you have told me, do you understand? Theodore, smart boy that he is, looked terrified and quickly left. Severus was going to kill Albus Dumbledore, and possibly Harry Potter, and definitely Quirinus Quirrell. What the fuck is wrong with these people? He thought irritably as he fled to the third floor. The whole damn castle has lost the plot. Pov returned, You, Harry gasped, but I thought it would be Voldemort. Quirrell smiled at Harry, and his eyes flashed a dark red. I assume this was your doing, he asked calmly, gesturing to the broken glass that covered the floor. Harry shrugged and gave the man a small and sharp grin. No, sir, I have no idea how that happened. Quirrell stared hard into Harry's eyes, until he began to feel uncomfortable, then scowled. You lie, he said coolly. Give me the stone, Potter. Nope, Harry popped the P in an effort to annoy the man. It usually worked on Professor Snape. Quirrell's left eye twitched before he snapped his fingers. Ropes sprang out of thin air and wrapped themselves around Harry tightly. Do you have the stone or not? He asked, stepping closer to Harry. That's not how this works, is it? You gotta answer my questions if you want me to answer yours. I am not playing games with you, boy. I'm not playing games either, Harry said simply, letting his magic dissolve the ropes around him. And don't call me boy. He tried to send his own ropes around Quirrell, but the professor quickly dispelled them. You're very interesting, Harry Potter, he murmured softly, giving Harry a thoughtful look. Do you have the stone? Do ya know where Voldemort is? Harry asked back, quickly dodging out of the way of a red curse Quirrell sent towards him. Is with me wherever I go, said Quirrell quietly. I met him when I travelled around the world. A foolish young man I was then, full of ridiculous ideas about good and evil. Lord Voldemort showed me how wrong I was. There is no good and evil, there is only power and those too weak to seek it. Since then I have served him faithfully, although I have let him down many times. He has had to be very hard on me. Quirrell shivered suddenly. He does not forgive mistakes easily. When I failed to steal the stone from Gringotts, he was most displeased. He punished me, decided he would have to keep a closer watch on me. Harry eyed Quirrell with interest. This wasn't how he pictured his night going, but he could roll with it. How you like to change sides? He asked. Quirrell laughed. I would never follow that fool Albus. Harry shot a bolt of lightning at him, that Quirrell easily dissolved. Didn't say Dumbledore, did I? You're pretty smart, sly too if you managed to trick him, right? We could be a team, he offered. Quirrell paused, and Harry thought he looked almost interested for a moment before he scoffed, and sent another curse towards him. I already serve a master, I have no need for another.
A high voice that seemed to come from Quirrell himself spoke suddenly. "Let me speak with him, face to face." "Master, are you sure you're strong enough?" Quirrell asked hesitantly. "I am strong enough for this." Harry watched as Quirrell unwrapped the turban on his head. "What the fuck?" he whispered. The turban fell away. Quirrell's head looked strangely small without it, then he turned slowly on the spot. Harry might have screamed in surprise, but he couldn't make a sound. Where there should have been a back to Quirrell's head, there was a face, the most terrible face Harry had ever seen. It was chalk white with glaring red eyes and slits for nostrils, like a snake. "Harry Potter," it whispered. "See what I have become," the face said. "Mere shadow and vapor. I have form only when I can share another's body, but there have always been those willing to let me into their hearts and minds. Once I have the elixir of life, I will be able to create a body of my own. Now, why don't you give me that stone in your pocket?" So he knew. He stepped backwards and held out the fake rock. "Oh, this," he taunted the face. "What'll you give me for it?" "Don't be a fool," snarled the face. "Better to save your own life and join me." Harry tilted his head and thought about it. "Would we be partners?" The face huffed out a high-pitched noise that Harry thought may have been a laugh. "Lord Voldemort has no equal, boy." Harry shot a cutting curse off towards the face. "My name's Harry," he said lightly. "Seize him," the voice roared. Harry felt Quirrell's hand close on his wrist. At once a needle-sharp pain seared across Harry's scar. His head felt as though it was about to split in two. He yelled out, struggling with all his might, and to his surprise, Quirrell let go of him. The pain in his head lessened. He looked around wildly to see where Quirrell had gone and saw him hunched in pain, looking at his fingers. They were blistering before his eyes. "Seize him, seize him," shrieked Voldemort again, and Quirrell lunged, knocking Harry clean off his feet, landing on top of him, both hands around Harry's neck. Harry's scar was almost blinding him with pain, yet he could see Quirrell howling in agony. "Don't fucking touch me," Harry gasped as loudly as he could. "Master, I cannot hold him, my hands, my hands." And Quirrell, though pinning Harry to the ground with his knees, let go of his neck and stared, bewildered at his own palms. Harry could see they looked burned, raw, red and shiny. "Then kill him, fool, and be done," screeched Voldemort. "Fuck off," Harry snarled. Quirrell raised his hand to perform a deadly curse, but Harry, by instinct, reached up and grabbed Quirrell's face, planning to swipe at him with his knife. Argh. Quirrell rolled off him, his face blistering, and then Harry knew. Quirrell couldn't touch his bare skin, not without suffering terrible pain. He wondered if someone could actually die from blisters. He hoped he'd get to find out. Harry jumped to his feet, caught Quirrell by the arm, and hung on as tight as he could. Quirrell screamed and tried to throw Harry off. The pain in Harry's head was building. He couldn't see, he could only hear Quirrell's annoying shrieks and Voldemort's yells of, "Kill him, kill him," and other voices, maybe in Harry's own head, crying, "Potter, Harry." He felt Quirrell's arm wrenched from his grasp and fell into blackness, down, down, down. Something gold was right in front of him. He tried to bat it out of his face, but his arms were too heavy. "Potter, wake up now, brat," a familiar voice murmured. Harry blinked and then blinked again, trying to make sense of what he was seeing. "Here." Someone handed Harry his glasses, and as he adjusted to the faces in front of him, he flinched backwards in surprise. Professor D. Dumbledore. He shot an uneasy look at Professor Snape, who was seated in a chair beside him. "What's going on?" Harry swallowed and looked around him. He realized he must be in the hospital wing. He was lying in a bed with white linen sheets, and next to him was a table piled high with what looked like half the candy shop. "Tokens from your friends and admirers," said Dumbledore, beaming. "What happened down in the dungeons between you and Professor Quirrell is a complete secret, so naturally, the whole school knows." Snape snorted, obviously unimpressed. I don't understand," Harry said quietly. "How'd I get here? Where, Quirrell?" "You're a little behind on times, my dear boy," Dumbledore smiled gently at him. Harry tried not to bristle at the placating way he called him, "my dear boy." "Pathetic orphan," a voice that sounded a bit like Snape, reminded him in his head. "You have been in the hospital wing for 3 days," Snape told him. But where, Quirrell?" Dumbledore sighed but smiled at Harry with his blue eyes twinkling. "I see you will not be distracted from your question. Very well." Professor Snape managed to make his way into the chamber not far behind you. He prevented Quirinus from taking the stone. although you had done very well before his arrival. Harry noticed that he still didn't answer where Quirrell was, so he was probably dead then. He nodded at Harry with approval. "So where's the stone now?" Harry asked carefully, staring down at his blanket. "It has been destroyed," Dumbledore said solemnly. "I destroyed it as soon as I arrived, which admittedly was not nearly soon enough. Severus was nearly too late as well. If he had not been as quick as he was, you likely would have died." Harry kept his face as blank and impassive as he could. "But Voldemort's not gone, is he?" He peeked up at Dumbledore and saw he was still smiling down at him. "No, Harry, I believe he will find another way of returning. Nevertheless, while you may only have delayed his return to power, it will merely take someone else who is prepared to fight what seems a losing battle next time, and if he is delayed again and again, why, he may never return to power. So he does want you to be a Voldemort shield." Harry nodded but stopped quickly, because it made his head hurt. "I am surprised, though, that he did not attempt to sway you to his side." Dumbledore fixed Harry with a stare that made him stare back down at his lap. "He has always sought out those with power, which," he chuckled lightly, "we must admit that you appear to have." Harry scoffed mentally. Appear to have? What a thing to say when he probably just killed a man with his bare hands. Harry shrugged and glanced towards Snape, who was staring at him just as intently as Dumbledore. "He tried, but I told him I didn't want to be his follower," Harry said. It wasn't a lie, he didn't want to be a follower. Equals, maybe, having a master, as Quirrell had called him. Never. Dumbledore beamed at Harry and patted his knee cheerfully. "Those of us with kindness in our hearts and light in our minds will never understand the depravity of those like Voldemort. He's not even a little subtle, is he?" Harry leaned back on his pillow and feigned a small yawn. "Yes, sir," he said agreeably. "Very well, I shall leave Professor Snape to lecture you on the importance of staying out of forbidden corridors, and then you can get some more rest." Dumbledore winked at Harry, then left the hospital wing, humming an odd little tune as he went. "You are an absolute moron, Potter," Snape said coolly the moment the hospital door closed. "I cannot imagine what sort of arrogance was fueling your fantasy of facing and killing the Dark Lord alone." Harry looked at Snape and curled one side of his mouth up in a parody of a smile, even if it was probably a little too sharp to be considered friendly. "Quirrell's dead, ain't he? That's why Dumbledore wouldn't tell me where he is." "He is," Snape replied simply. Harry gave a more genuine smile to the professor. "Guess I wasn't so arrogant then, huh?" Snape rolled his eyes and crossed his arms. "You almost died, you moronic child." "Oh yeah, thanks for saving me. Guess I owe you now." He didn't really want to be in anyone's debt, but Snape probably wouldn't want anything horrible from him. "Probably. No, you do not, we are even." Harry glanced over at him, surprised. "I never saved your life." The professor snorted, which Harry never fails to find amusing coming from such a stoic man. "Your father once did. I owed him a life debt that I was unable to repay. So now," he gestured between himself and Harry, "we are even." Harry thought about it and all he knew about Wixen culture, and figured it made sense that life debts could be generational. Then. "I suggest you rest, Potter. Your friends have been irritating me hourly for updates. I am sure they will be along shortly to shower you in praise for being an absolute imbecile." Harry grinned and leaned back against his pillow. "Can I ask you one question first?" Snape smirked at him and inclined his head slightly, the usual terms. Harry nodded. "When I touched Quirrell, it made M burn, but I wasn't using my magic to do it, was I? How'd it happen, do you know?" Snape studied his steepled fingers while he thought through his answer. Harry was nearly about to give up on receiving a response when he finally spoke up. "The only response I have for you is Albus' theory. He believes that when your mother died, she was not simply murdered. She sacrificed herself. She stepped in front of a killing curse to save your life. It is a rare type of sacrificial magic that she must have planned for in advance that allows you to carry that sacrifice in your very blood. As long as Lily's sacrifice is in your blood, and no others, then the man she defied at the end is unable to touch you." Harry stared at Snape until he lifted his dark eyes. "Do ya believe that?" "I do," he said. "Your mother was a genius. She knew that your family was being targeted. I do not doubt that she spent as much time as possible researching ways to keep her chaotic demon of a child alive." Harry nodded, ignoring the insult, and slumped back again. "Why, he want to kill my family anyway?" Harry saw Snape roll his shoulders once, in agitation or nerves.
I believe our deal was for a single question each. Harry narrowed his eyes but nodded. He was right, maybe Draco would have an answer for him soon. "Okay, go ahead then." Snape, who previously looked almost nervous, got a sharp look in his eyes as he leant close to Harry. "Where is the true stone?" he whispered. Snape's bloody brilliant, Harry thought with no small amount of admiration. "Destroyed, ain't it? That's what Dumbledore said," Harry said innocently. Snape huffed and continued staring at him. "Here is what I believe happened," he said slowly. "I believe you took off to attempt to avenge your parents' deaths based on a conversation that was staged for your benefit. I believe you brought a false stone with you. I also believe if the Dark Lord had offered you a partnership instead of a place as a follower, you would have joined. I also believe that the true stone is hidden somewhere in your possession. Are any of these beliefs incorrect?" Harry positively beamed. It was nice to be understood by someone. "Sir, I don't got any idea what you mean," he said innocently. "I figured the conversation was too loud to be private. I'm not stupid, you know. But as far as anyone knows, I told Voldemort no, and Dumbledore said he destroyed the stone himself." "You are a hurricane of chaos, Potter," Snape groaned. "I should retire." Harry laughed. "You ain't old enough yet, plus, who knows what'll happen next year." Snape, for some reason, just groaned louder at that. Harry looked up from a photo book Dumbledore left him, filled with photos of his parents, and smiled when he saw Hermione rushing towards him. "Hermione, hey guys." The rest of his group circled his bed, and he smiled at them all, pleased to see them in person. "You absolute complete utter bloody moron," Susan shrieked. "How could you?" Harry didn't pretend to misunderstand her, so he just shrugged and offered her a small smile. "Was easy, wasn't it? Just didn't want you getting hurt." Susan glared at him, and Harry felt himself shrinking back against his pillows. Maybe he wouldn't get his friend back after all. Susan leaned right up in his face, ignoring his desperate scramble backwards. "If you ever do that again, I will kill you," she swore quietly. Which actually made Harry laugh quite a bit. "You can try, but I'm startin' to think I'm hard to kill, ain't I?" he asked, wiping tears of laughter from his eyes. Ron, Theo, and Blaise laughed, but Harry thought Draco, Neville, and Hermione looked as unimpressed as Susan. "We were really worried," Neville said softly. "Professor Snape hasn't left your side since you came to the hospital," Draco told him. "We thought you might die." Harry didn't miss the slight tremor in Draco's voice. He squirmed, uncomfortable with all of them staring at him and seeming so worried. "Well, I'm not dead, so, he wiggled his fingers for dramatic effect. Ron snorted, but Susan looked like she was a moment away from smacking him. Which, best friend or not, would absolutely end badly for the witch. "Everyone talking about what happened," Blaise whispered, "but nobody knows for sure. Will you tell us?" Harry met their eager eyes, gave them a tentative smile. "All right, so listen." Harry told them about his trip down the trapdoor and his encounter with Quirrell and Voldemort, sparing no detail. The other kids were a brilliant audience. They gasped in all the right places, and Harry even heard Hermione whisper, "Fuck," which made him laugh. "You told the Dark Lord to fuck off," Draco whispered, horrified. "Yep. Dumbledore doesn't know about the real stone," Ron said quietly. "Nope. What are you going to do with it?" Not asked. Harry shrugged. He had an idea, but he wouldn't be sharing it, would he? "Dunno yet." "And you told Voldemort you'd only join him if you could be equals?" Blaise asked. "Yep, but I was gonna kill him anyway, was I? Still am. He killed my mum and dad." Ron nodded approvingly. "Good strategy." "I want to join you," Neville said quietly, immediately drawing all eyes to him. "Yes, in the gang?" Harry asked. "Why now?" Neville looked down at the ground and shrugged. "I want to help K kill v Voldemort." "Way to go, Nev," Ron clapped him on the shoulder. "All right," Harry said easily. "Neville, don't forget the rules," he added harshly. "I don't owe any favors and you don't tell any secrets." He glanced at Hermione and raised his brows. "Anyone else?" They looked at each other briefly, before scowling nearly identical scowls at Harry. "I'll be your friend, but I'm not joining a gang," Hermione said prissily. Not shrugged, "and my father wants me to wait until I'm older to make any formal alliances. Although," he gave Harry a tentative smile, "you can call me Theo, since we're friends if you want." "'Kay, Theo it is. If you change your mind, just owl me at Blazes." You're going to Italy, Hermione shrieked. That's amazing, I've always wanted to go. She started rambling off questions about Wixen culture in other countries, but Blaise cut her off with a laugh. We aren't going sightseeing, he drawled with a grin. Harry and I will be spending as much time as humanly possible doing absolutely nothing. Harry saw Draco was fidgeting, looking like he was bursting to speak. What's up, Draco? Harry asked in a light voice. Something wrong? No, Draco said stubbornly, glaring at the floor. Harry smirked in his direction, knowing that he was probably dying to tell Harry about wanting him to come over during the summer. Dramatic prat, he thought fondly. When are you coming back from Blaise? Susan asked him. Harry knew he'd be going to Draco on his birthday, thanks to Professor Snape, but he shrugged. Dunno, couple weeks I suppose. Why? Because my auntie Amelia said you could come over this summer, that's what I wanted to tell you. Harry already knew it, and figured that's what she wanted to talk to him about, but was pleased that the offer was still open. Yeah, that'd be brill, just let me know when. Susan smiled and grabbed one of his hands, squeezing it tightly. I'm glad you didn't die, she said softly. Me too, Harry grinned at her. We're all glad you're alive, Ron assured him before glancing at his table, especially so you can share your candy with your friends. He waggled his brows at Harry, making him laugh. Harry threw out candy boxes to the other kids, his friends, and laughed along with them as they tried out the different flavors of Bertie's every flavor beans. Chapter 28, Leaving. Severus sat at his place at the head table, listening to Minerva as she chatted amicably in his ear. And of course I told them no, they absolutely could not sign up for Severus. Are you even listening? She demanded sharply. He took a hasty sip of his wine and raised his brows at her. Of course I am, he lied. Minerva scoffed and glanced over at his table, where his own eyes were continuously roaming to. I see my lion, Miss Bones, and Miss Granger with your snakes, Severus, but where is Mr. Potter? Surely Poppy is allowing him to return for the feast. Severus hummed, attempting to sound nonchalant. I was informed he would be released in time for the feast. He should be along shortly. Albus, seated on the other side of Minerva, leaned towards him. I told Poppy to make sure that Harry is present. He winked. He did a very courageous thing, and I plan to make an announcement. Severus scowled at him. I hope you are not planning on rewarding the brat for risking his fool neck. That's just the type of thing Albus would do to his prophesied golden boy. Severus, surely you would agree that Harry deserves recognition for his deeds. He risked his life to prevent the rising of Voldemort. I'm quite proud of him, as I am sure you are as well. Potter risked his life for vengeance. Severus thought to himself, knowing better than to share the important distinction with Albus. I would be more proud if Potter had informed a teacher, rather than taking matters into his own hands, Severus responded coldly. Albus had the audacity to just laugh away his concerns. Ah, he said, looking towards the entrance, here comes our boy. Severus followed his gaze and saw Potter stepping slowly into the great hall, a nervous expression on his face. Severus wanted to smash his head off the stone walls when, after a brief hush, nearly all of Slytherin table stood and turned towards Potter and began applauding. Looks like James, doesn't he? Minerva murmured. Severus couldn't even deny the resemblance as Potter stood there, proud as could be, basking in the applause of his housemates and friends. The brat had his chest puffed out and a tiny smirk playing in the corner of his mouth. I'm either going to quit or retire, Severus muttered back, exasperated. As soon as Potter was seated, Albus stood and spread his arms happily. Another year gone, and I must trouble you with an old man's wheezing waffle before we sink our teeth into our delicious feast. What a year it has been. Hopefully your heads are all a little fuller than they were. You have the whole summer ahead to get them nice and empty before next year starts. Now, as I understand it, the House Cup here needs awarding, and the points stand thus. In fourth place, Gryffindor with 312 points. In third, Hufflepuff with 352. Ravenclaw has 426 and Slytherin, 472. Severus eyed his table proudly as they all cheered wildly. His snakes had worked hard in their classes, and aside from a very select few, they had all achieved high marks along with the Quidditch Cup and House Cup. It was a good day to be the head of Slytherin. Now taking into account recent events, Severus saw Potter's friends nudge him and sit up straighter. I have a last-minute award to give, Dumbledore said, smiling benignly towards Potter. To Mr. Harry Potter, for outstanding nerve and for bravery in the face of dark magic, I award Slytherin House 50 points. Severus spotted the tiniest scowl on Potter's face before he cleared it, and adopted a shy grin for his cheering housemates. I would bet my last galleon the child is displeased to be publicly named as adverse to dark magic. And that means, with an outstanding total of 522 points, Dumbledore paused and dramatically waved his wand, allowing green and silver Slytherin banners to decorate the hall, that Slytherin has won the House Cup. Congratulations. Severus was furious for Potter to be rewarded for his act. He hoped the cunning child could see through Albus' blatant manipulations, but he could not deny that he was pleased to see Potter give a childlike cheer with his friends, nor was he unhappy to see Minerva looking as if she had sucked on a sour lemon when she congratulated him. He was rather confused during dessert when he saw Hermione Granger hand a slug to Susan Bones, who then licked it. The rest of the children seated in Potter's area all howled with laughter at the act. What in the fuck? Professor Snape. Severus was overseeing the students, loading on to the Hogwarts Express, when Potter came sprinting up to him. Potter, he said cordially, are you prepared for your summer? Yep, gonna be brill. Severus hated the child's Cockney accent, and hoped that a summer with the likes of the Zabini Countess and Malfoys would help to fix it. Well then you should get on the train, should you not? Potter nodded and gave him a shy smile beneath his messy fringe. Yes sir, I just wanted to give you this and ask if maybe you would write to me or something this summer, Potter asked softly, offering him a folded parchment. Before Severus could answer the child's question about writing to him, the boy had run off. Perhaps he knew Severus would be hard-pressed to simply ignore the child all summer if he thought Potter would be expecting a letter. Bye sir, Potter called, leaning out the window of his carriage as the train began to move, waving madly. Severus lifted a hand in return, though he refrained from shouting after the boy. He glanced down at the folded parchment, curious what Potter gave him. Perhaps his address, maybe he did not understand how Owl Post worked. Severus' breath caught as he looked at what was not a parchment, but a photograph. Lily, on what appeared to be her wedding day. Her hair was done up in intricate braids and flowers, her white dress accented her petite frame perfectly, and as the photo looped through the movements she blew a kiss and winked. Severus stared at the photo, until it became blurry from what he refused to acknowledge were unshed tears. He cleared his mind, pocketed the photo, and thought about Potter as he walked slowly back to the castle. The child was an absolute tornado of chaos, trauma, and idiocy. But somehow Severus found himself looking forward to the upcoming school year. End of Year 1.